Chapter 251. Third trial. The creature stared at John with a conflicted expression. Even with his background, he was shocked at the events that had just unfolded. "Explain what?" John asked once again. He had just escaped another brush with death, but it seemed as though the holy aura, or man, was no longer able to help him. "Send some soul power into the rune on your forehead," the creature instructed. Although it had disappeared, John could still feel the rune. He did as he was instructed and sent soul power into the rune. Upon doing so, the faded rune lit up once more and emanated the same aura as it did before. However, other than that, he felt nothing else. "What does this rune do?" John asked curiously. "That rune is the signature rune of the man who just appeared. It signifies you as someone he has marked, and as such, you are not to touch. If you run into someone like me again who targets you due to your abilities, you can show them this rune, and they should leave you alone. Few would want to draw his wrath upon themselves. While those old enough to recognize the rune are few and far between, those who do are the ones you want to be most wary of," the creature explained. "Oh," John replied with understanding. He was hoping it was some amazing protective ward of some sort, but it appears as if it was just an indication of his status as being important to that man. "It seems he will no longer appear, so this should help in situations like these going forward. I'm not sure what the Immortal Asura body is to draw the ire of this creature, but it sounds like those who know something of it will also know of the rune." A thought suddenly came to John. "Wait a minute, you said that they should leave me alone. Are there those who will recognize this rune and still choose to attack me?" John asked curiously. The creature was silent for a moment before responding. "As is with all things in life, there are always exceptions. There are those who exist who would recognize the rune and still choose to attack you. If such a thing happens, you are as good as dead. You must be careful who you show this rune to in the future, and only do so as a last resort," the creature replied. John nodded his head in understanding. "Who are you, and how do you and the man know each other?" John asked, trying to get some more information. "I am the guardian spirit of this temple," the creature replied quickly. "I was once a living creature, but my body was slain and my soul and life force tied to this place. I am now tasked as its permanent overseer. As for that man, I know of him, but he does not know of me. He only appeared since I was going to kill you. He seems to be extremely weakened, but even so, he's not someone I want to offend." The creature paused for a moment before quickly changing the subject. It was still slightly dazed by the events that had unfolded. "Now we shall proceed to the third trial," the creature said to John in a calm tone, as if it hadn't just tried to kill him. John wanted to make a comment on it, but decided against such a thing. He was lucky to have gotten through this ordeal alive. He didn't want to push his luck any further. "Normally, we would just get started on the third trial, but unfortunately there is a problem," the creature stated. "Problem?" John asked with a slight tinge of apprehension. "Yes, your cultivation, when compared to your age, is far too weak. As such, you are not powerful enough to pass the third trial," the creature replied. "Huh, come again," John couldn't help but mutter out loud. He was considered weak. "Yes, you are far too weak. Although I have not seen you fight, based on your early core formation cultivation, you will not be able to pass the third trial. The third trial is based on your bone age, and based on your 15 years of age, your cultivation should be at the late meridian forging realm if you want to pass this trial," the creature replied. "Late meridian forging? At 15? How the hell is such a thing possible? No one in these lands has done anything remotely close to that," John blurted out loud. He had never heard of such a thing. Was the ancient world truly so much more impressive than the current world? The creature stared at John for a moment, before a sigh escaped its mouth. "It seems as though this world has truly regressed since then. A pity," the creature sighed. Its mood quickly changed, though, as it once again regained its regal stature. "As the overseer of the realm, it is within my power to change the difficulty of the trial. Since you are his chess piece, I shall do just that. However, because you are his chess piece, while the overall power will be weaker than what it should be to give you a chance for survival, the test will not be any easier than it was for those who took this trial before you." John sighed out in relief, but his relief stopped at the creature's next words. As such, your next trial is to withstand 3 attacks from me without perishing. John's eyes went wide at the trial's description. The creature found his expression amusing and elaborated a bit more on the trial. I will not be attacking with my full power. This is a trial, not a death sentence. I will attack you 3 times, and each attack will be more powerful than the last. In between each attack, you will be allowed to rest for several hours, the creature explained. Okay, and how strong are your attacks going to be? John couldn't help but ask. The creature thought about it for a moment before responding. Your world seems to be incredibly weak right now, but you cannot help or change that. However, this is the divine talent trial, which is far more important than you could ever imagine. As such, you must display divine talent, regardless of the worldly circumstances. As to how strong the attacks are, you'll find out soon enough. John frowned at the lack of information, but could do nothing about it. There was no retreating from this place, and his only way forward was to pass all the divine talent trials. The creature, which was several dozen yards away from John, stood there as John got into position. He was instructed to move to the other side of the creature, so as to not be knocked off the edge behind him and fall into the endless void. John moved into position and steeled his mind. Both his mental and physical states were pushed to their very peaks, ready to take whatever attack was thrown at him. His battle axe appeared in his hands, giving him an even greater chance of survival. Wait, can I have a bit of time to prepare for the first attack? John suddenly asked. He had yet to use the blood essence of the Blood Fiend sect members for body cultivation, and wanted to see if it was enough to advance to the middle core formation realm. While the process did not take all that long, absorbing that much blood essence would still take around 10 minutes. No, however, you may rest for several hours after taking the first attack, the creature replied, squashing John's hope for a quick cultivation boost. He frowned and wanted to argue, but decided against such actions. Even with the trial being a divine-level test, I am fully confident in my battle prowess. I should be more than capable of handling the first attack, at which point I'll cultivate. Jumping realms is considered a nearly mythical feat, and so I'm sure the first attack will be at the middle core formation realm, or if I'm unlucky, the late core formation realm. Have you prepared yourself? The creature asked John. John nodded his head and steadied his axe on his shoulder. Supreme battle art. John exploded with the strength of the supreme battle art, making sure his body was powered up for the attack. Heavenly Lightning Domain. The Heavenly Lightning Domain sprung up around John as well, forming 36 lightning nodes that filled the space between him and the creature. Not bad, the creature replied as it raised its finger. Power began to well up on its incredibly large finger for a split second before it shot out towards John. John widened his eyes in surprise as he stared at the approaching attack. Its power was far greater than he had expected, and it reached him in nearly an instant. Half-step meridian forging on the first attack. What the fuck is this death trial? John grit his teeth as he powered up even further. He would need his full strength to withstand the power of such an attack. Immortal Asura, transformation art. His aura exploded out powerfully, its sinister and demonic nature spreading all throughout the area. The massive temple spirit narrowed its eyes as it stared at John, but said nothing. John's body hit his peak state of power as the attack reached him. 8 lightning nodes lit up and fired out 8 lightning attacks directly towards the approaching attack. The lightning attacks collided on the creature's attack, causing a large explosion to radiate outwards. The attack was weakened slightly, but continued charging through the lightning directly towards John. He narrowed his eyes as he slashed his axe forward with all his might. The might of 3 profound Taos emanated from his axe. Boom, Chapter 252, Middle Core Formation Body. John's battle axe, brimming with the might of his newly learned 3 Taos, collided against creature's chi attack. After having been slightly weakened by the lightning domain attacks, John was able to meet this attack head-on without losing his life. However, even then, it was nearly overwhelming. John felt the battle axe tremble in his grip, sending powerful and painful vibrations up his arms as he resisted the attack with all his might. His body was continuously sent backwards, his feet carving 2 long lines in the earth as he used all his power to resist the attack. After having been knocked back several hundred yards, the attack finally subsided. John collapsed to his knees from both exhaustion and pain as he quickly undid the Immortal Asura transformation art. He had only used the transformation art for a few seconds, and so had not used too much body chi. His body danshan was still quite full with body chi, and so he did not need to draw any beast blood essence into it to replenish his chi. The creature had a slight look of surprise on its face, as John had managed to take the attack head-on much easier than he had expected. Of all those who had taken this trial in the past, this trial was where most failed and died. Although there were 2 more attacks to take place, John's performance in the first attack was quite impressive. However, when the creature thought of who was supporting John from the shadows, the power he displayed made more sense. Blood trickled down his arms, as several wounds had been opened on them from the force of the impact. He quickly popped a healing pill in his mouth and looked up to the distant creature with slight displeasure. What the hell kind of death trial is this? How is anyone supposed to pass this trial when the very first attack is 3 minor realms above their level? John yelled out. 3 minor realms? The creature asked with slight confusion and amusement. The attack I sent out was barely equivalent to a late core formation attack. Surprise appeared on John's face as he heard this. Barely a late core formation attack. That attack was equivalent to a peak half-step meridian forging attack, John rebuked. The creature scoffed at John's ignorance. Maybe for your regressed world of today, but from when I roamed the world, the attack I sent out was what late core formation youths were capable of, the creature replied. Understanding immediately washed over John. Just how weak is our current world compared to the past? From what this creature is saying, any average youth from back then would be a heavenly genius based on today's standards. John could hardly believe it, but had no grounds to argue against it. The only thing he could do was rest, recover, and prepare for the next attack. Defending against an attack was easier than truly fighting back, but it still wasn't a guarantee of safety. Based on what the creature said before, each attack will be stronger than the last. The next attack should be equivalent to an early meridian forging expert, and the last a middle meridian forging expert. John grit his teeth at this thought. Even with his heavenly talent and wonderful cultivation advantages, even he didn't know if he was capable of that. He was only in the early core formation realm. Blocking an attack from a middle meridian forging expert was jumping more than a major realm. With each realm having 3 true realms, and 4 if one considered half-step as a realm, John would need to jump 5 minor realms. Not only that, but the jump between major realms, from late core formation to early meridian forging, was roughly equivalent to 2 minor realms on its own. I'll need to jump 6 minor realms when blocking his last attack. Even with my talents, that's impossible. I need to improve my body to the mid-core formation realm, as well as make some improvements somewhere regarding my battle prowess. Just how insane is a divine-level talent for this to be the requirement? John ignored the creature and sat in a meditative position to heal as fast as he could, as well as start cultivating his immortal Asura body. His mind formed a link with his palace realm, in which the corpses of his enemies rested. Damon, Kjolin, Kaiden, and Turner were all collected, giving him the blood essence of 2 mid-core formation cultivators and 2 late-core formation cultivators. The jump between major realms for my immortal Asura body requires an absolutely insane amount of blood essence, but the minor realms in between require a bit less. Hopefully, this is enough to break through to the next realm. With his body only at the early core formation realm, the blood essence of the youths before him were quite potent. John made a small cut on the forehead of Turner, one of the blood-fiend sect kings. The blood was quickly extracted, and John's body danshan immediately absorbed the blood in accordance with the immortal Asura tome. His body danshan began to surge with power, pushing its level slowly, but surely closer to the mid-core formation realm. However, the blood essence ran out before John could advance, although this was to be expected. He extracted the blood essence from the other king, Kaiden, and absorbed it as well. His body cultivation began to steadily rise once more, but still stopped short of breaking through to the core formation realm. His eyes locked onto the body of Damon and grew slightly cold. Even with him successfully avenging Russell, he still felt hatred and anger any time he looked at Damon. Damon's blood essence was extracted as well, and brimmed with an incredible vitality and potency. Its potency was enough to shock even John himself, who had dealt with blood quite frequently. I guess he deserved his title as the Blood Emperor for a reason. I'm not sure what technique he cultivated, but his blood potency is incredible. Surely this will allow me to break through. John quickly absorbed the blood essence and channeled it into his Danshan. The potency of the blood essence filled John's Danshan with incredible power and quickly raised his cultivation. Without hesitation, his body Danshan shattered the minor realm barrier, breaking through to the middle core formation realm. It continued increasing for quite some time as well, reaching the middle stages of the realm before finally dispersing. A satisfied smile appeared on John's face. He was much more confident now regarding the trails. At least Damon provided me with some benefits. The creature, who had been resting quietly, opened its eyes and stared at John curiously. From what it could tell, John still had the same cultivation, but for some reason he could tell there was a slight change to John. However, the creature was unable to determine what had happened, despite its great power. How peculiar. After breaking through, John focused on recovery. His body was still injured from taking that first attack head-on, and he didn't want to go into the second attack injured. After consuming numerous pills, John's body slowly but surely healed over the course of the waiting period. Thankfully, my wounds aren't too deep, or I would need more time to heal. John's body finally fully healed, and he inspected it to make sure he missed nothing. After doing so, he nodded his head with satisfaction. With this, although it will still be incredibly difficult, I should be able to live through his next attack. I just need to figure out how to raise my battle prowess. I forgot about that. John's eyes lit up in excitement, as hastily sent his mind into his palace realm. However, "Time's up, prepare for the next attack," the creature spoke out. John's excited face soon turned sour, as he looked at the creature with slight displeasure. He just needed another hour, but knew he couldn't argue against the creature. His battle axe once again appeared in his hands, as he steadied himself and faced the creature. A look of determination appeared on his face, while a thick battle intent emanated off him. As soon as he had obtained the mysterious sphere, Immortal Asura body, and celestial lightning script, John had always looked down on those within his realm. None of them had been able to provide him with a challenge, and he needed to fight above his realm to experience a good battle. Now, however, this trial was indicating that even with his immense talents, there were those in the past who were just as talented as him. If not, this trial would not have been this difficult. This ignited his battle spirit, as he wanted to rise above even those geniuses of the past. Not bad. The creature nodded his head in approval. John's battle intent was truly impressive, and he didn't falter even in the face of a nearly impossible trial. Even in the ancient times, this trial was basically a death sentence for those who attempted it. The creature once again raised his finger and pointed it at John. The power brimming on his finger was even stronger than before, and this time contained more than just power. John could immediately tell that the attack was going to be equivalent to an early Meridian forging expert's attack. A thick bloodlust was emanating from the attack as well, so thick that it was tantamount to a soul attack. John felt his blood boil in the presence of the bloodlust, as if he was being challenged by it. John felt the bloodlust attempt to invade his mind and drive him mad. Those with weaker wills and souls would be driven insane by it, resulting in their deaths. However, John only grinned as he raised his own aura to be filled with a thick battle intent and bloodlust, clashing against that of the creature's. He shouted at the creature with all his might, arms spread wide. "Come on." Chapter 253, limiter of pain. John's fighting spirit ignited fully, impressing the creature quite a bit. "That's how a cultivator should be," the creature replied as it pointed its finger at John. Boom! The chi attack exploded off the creature's finger, piercing rapidly towards John. It emanated the power of an early meridian forging expert's attack. Any other youth at John's cultivation would blanch at the attack, seeing only death in their future. However, John's face was filled with only determination and grit as he watched the attack rapidly approach him. Heavenly Lightning Domain. John once again activated his Heavenly Lighting Domain, and 8 lightning nodes instantly lit up as they unleashed his most powerful lightning attacks. At the same time, his finger pointed towards the attack. Lightning Ruin. Lightning Ruin. John was able to unleash 2 lightning ruins before the attack would reach him. He put his full essence power into these attacks, supported by both his lightning attribute body and 20 compression Danshan core. The creature narrowed its eyes as it stared at John's essence attacks. Its power was far beyond what he expected John to be capable of. Just how many secrets does this boy contain? Boom! The lightning domain attacks and lightning ruin attacks slammed onto the approaching attack, causing an even more powerful explosion than last time to radiate outwards. John was bathed in heat and fire as the explosion washed over him, but he stood there firmly with his battle axe raised, ready to meet the attack. His skin and robes were singed from the explosion, but he didn't even flinch as he kept his fighting spirit at maximum. Supreme Battle Art. Immortal Asura Transformation Art. John instantly activated both arts, pushing his body to its maximum power state. The Immortal Asura Transformation Art changed the very nature of John's body, allowing him to unleash its greatest power, while the Supreme Battle Art utilized his body chi to empower his body even further. As expected, the creature's chi attack sped through the explosion, dimmed slightly but still containing immense power. While John's essence attacks were far beyond what anyone in his realm could accomplish, they still were quite a bit weaker than an early meridian forging expert's attack. As the attack approached him, the bloodlust grew stronger. It attempted to invade his mind and drive him mad. John scoffed at this and empowered his willpower to its maximum, resisting the maddening murmurs. Such a thing was trivial when compared to the sinister gate, which he cultivated in front of daily. John raised the aura of his bloodlust to the peak, clashing against and fully negating the bloodlust of the creature's attack. "How can someone so young have such a strong bloodlust?" the creature murmured once again in surprise. John was truly shocking him with every move he made. John raised his axe above his head and gripped the handle with all his might. His arm muscles bulged out powerfully as he swung the axe down in front of him. The air rippled from the attack, causing booms to echo out just from his swing. 3 incredibly profound dows emanated off the axe, giving it even more power. Boom! John's battle axe collided against the chi attack. The ground shattered beneath his feet from the power of the collision, and John was sent soaring backwards by the attack. His feet carved 2 long lines in the earth as he maintained his balance, his axe still cleaving against the chi attack. John grit his teeth as his arm muscles bulged out with full power. He felt an incredibly powerful and terrifying energy run through his axe and into his body. His blood tumbled within his body, while his arms felt like they were shattering from the force of the impact. Hai's Immortal Asura Transformation Art was pushed to its peak as he resisted the attack. Boom! The chi attack exploded in John's face, sending him flying backwards like a broken kite. His body tumbled head over heels dozens of times before he landed on the ground below. However, he managed to land on his 2 feet and once again slid backwards for nearly a mile before finally coming to a rest. Blood soaked his arms, which now shook with pain. His skin was slightly charred from both the initial and final explosion, and his breathing was incredibly heavy. However, despite all the damage, John stood there with a steady body and an unflinching expression. His eyes, still filled to the brim with fighting spirit, stared directly at the creature who was now several miles away. Slight surprise appeared on the creature's face as it looked back at John. It had expected him to be half dead at best after taking that attack head-on, but John stood firm and resolute still. Not bad. Maybe you truly do have the power to pass this trial, the creature mused. You have 6 hours to rest. John breathed out a large sigh and sat on the ground. Despite him standing at the end of the attack was the limit of what he could withstand. If I take the next attack, which should be a middle meridian forging attack head-on, I'll either die or be crippled. I need to raise my power once more. John instantly popped a healing pill in his mouth as he focused on recovery. It's a good thing I bought so many of these healing pills, John mused with a smile on his face. While they were chi condensation grade healing pills, they were the very peak of that grade, and so they were still quite effective if eaten in larger quantities. However, I'll need to start purchasing pills above my realm, so I have them on hand when I level up. John put such thoughts aside and focused on recovery. At the same time, his mind went into his palace realm to do what he had attempted to do before the second attack. A black bound book appeared in his hands, and John traced its exterior words for a second before opening it to the 3rd page. Just like the 2nd page, the 3rd page of the Immortal Asura tome contained information on the Immortal Asura body, the Immortal Asura transformation art, and the body limiters. In my haste to complete the divine trials, I completely forgot about the body limiters. Let's see which one is next. John had already read the first part of the page. When he had been fighting Damon, he had paused for a few moments to reach the parts on the 2nd form of the Immortal Asura transformation art. However, in his haste, he was unable to read about the body limiters. A new body limiter was unlocked with every major realm advancement, and so John had a new one to look at. Let's see, the next body limiter is the limiter of pain. John quickly read the section, and just as it did with the first body limiter, the page described the 2nd body limiter and how to activate it. The 2nd body limiter is the limiter of pain. The core of the limiter of pain is located at the lower spine, and many blocked meridians, deadened muscle and nerves, and weakened bones are connected to this area. By clearing these obstructions and activating the appropriate muscles, nerves, and bones, the limiter of pain will be unlocked. Doing so will result in an incredible increase to the body's flexibility and durability. John's eyes instantly lit up at the description. Increase in durability. That's exactly what I needed. John looked at the diagram below the description, which depicted which meridians needed to be cleared of obstructions. After carefully studying the diagram, he sent his chi to the meridian pathways depicted. His chi instantly ran into many blockages. Without the diagram, it's near impossible to even tell that these are meridian channels. I would never have been able to find them without it. Time to open them. John's chi powerfully exploded against one of the obstructed meridians, sending a wave of pain throughout his body. However, he continued to do so, battering the blocked meridian with his powerful chi. Boom. Boom. Muffled sounds echoed from within his body, as John repeatedly sent powerful chi to clash with the obstructions. After nearly an hour of doing this, the last meridian obstruction was finally cleared. John instantly felt his chi flow in an easier manner, and the chi flowing through the newly opened meridians diffused into the nearby muscles and bones, nourishing them with their power. John slowly but surely felt his body begin to strengthen, in both power and durability. While the limiter of pain focused mostly on durability, every limiter unlocked would also increase his body's attack power. John continued to feed the malnourished areas with rich and vibrant chi, quickly bringing them to full power. He felt the core of the limiter of pain, located at his lower spine, activate, as if all the meridian channels, muscles, nerves, and bones concentrated to that area. John's eyes lit up in excitement. My body has become much more durable than before, and with the added flexibility of this limiter, my attack power has increased as well. With this, I should be able to live through the last attack. By this time, John's body had fully healed. His eyes once again lit up with a fiery passion for battle as he stood up and looked directly at the creature once more. "Come on, hit me with your final attack." Chapter 254, Final Divine Talent Trial. The creature was slightly surprised at John's confident demeanor. Although it couldn't detect the source, it could tell that John's power had increased between the first and second attack, allowing him to withstand the second attack, although barely. However, it could not detect a cultivation-based power increase this time. Its divine sense washed over John's body, inspecting it for some time before realization came to it. "Ah, you unlocked your limiter of pain, I see. Interesting. Perhaps with this you truly can live through this trial," the creature mused out loud. John ignored the comment and stood there with absolute confidence in himself. His fighting spirit was fully ignited. The creature slowly raised his finger once more and pointed it at John. Power equivalent to a middle meridian forging expert began to quickly build up on it, which was more than twice as strong as the previous attack John had blocked. Like the last time, an intense blood lust emanated from the attack, attempting to drive John mad. Supreme Battle Art. Immortal Asura Transformation Art. Heavenly Lightning Domain. John's aura exploded out violently, filled with a dense battle intent and bloodlust. His aura clashed against the aura of the attack, neutralizing a great portion of the negative effects it had on John's mind. The last bit washed over him, but John's firm will was able to ignore it. The creature wasted no time and unleashed the attack towards John. Its power was nearly overwhelming, and its speed even more so. The attack reached John in nearly an instant. 8 lightning nodes lit up and sent out attacks to meet the attack head-on. However, John did not have time to send out any lightning ruins. The lightning domain attacks slammed against the chi attack, but were almost immediately engulfed in the power of the creature's attack. In fact, the lightning domain attacks only reduced the power of the attack by less than 10%. John grit his teeth and flared his body power to its absolute maximum state. With his limiter of pain unlocked, John felt an easier and more natural circulation of chi in his body, strengthening it more than before. Not only that, but the newly activated parts of his body surged out with power, adding to his power and defense. His battle axe, surrounded by the 3 powerful Daos John had recently learned, cleaved downwards with all his might. Time seemed to stop for a brief moment as John's axe met the attack before. Boom! The collision of the 2 attacks caused a massive explosion to radiate outwards, engulfing John in its power. Intense shockwaves and heat rocked his body as the chi attack continued to attempt to pierce John's defenses and end his life. His body was blackened by the power of the explosion, his skin completely singed. His blood tumbled within his body, and his organs shifted, sending a wave of pain throughout his body. John grit his teeth as he sent his full power into his arms, resisting the creature's attack. The power being transmitted through his axe and into his body was beyond immense. John felt as if his arms were going to shatter. The skin on his arms had already completely shattered away from his body, revealing nothing but muscle and bone underneath. Crack. A slight cracking sound rang out, followed by another and another. John's body rapidly flew out of the explosion as the chi attack continued to push him backwards. His arms continued to send out cracking sounds as they began to give under the force of the attack. Even with his limiter of pain unlocked, John was at the edge of life and death. John's body was several miles away from the attack site already, having been pushed backwards like a cannonball. Boom! The chi attack, as if it had reached the end of its life, exploded out violently directly in front of John's face. His body flew backwards out of the explosion, flying several more miles away as a smoke trail followed his charred body. Bang! John slammed against the hard earth, causing the ground to shatter. His body continued to travel within the earth, carving a long trench into it, only stopping after several hundred yards. After a series of incredibly loud explosions, silence once again filled the area. The creature stared intently at the location that John's body had come to rest, waiting to see what happened. While it could use its divine sense to check if John was alive or dead, it chose not to do so. Several minutes passed by, without a single sound filling the area. A hand suddenly reached out from the ground, landing on the edge of the trench and pulling the rest of the body up with it. The creature's eyes lit up as it watched John slowly but surely crawl out of the trench. He inspected John's body, and even the creature, with all its experience, took in a deep breath. His robes had been completely destroyed, leaving only his naked body beneath. Not a single inch of skin remained, revealing only muscle, sinew, and bone. Even this layer of his body was charred, making him look like a burned corpse. The creature had no idea how he had survived in such a state, or how he remained conscious through the pain he was feeling right now. All it did was stare at John in silence, impressed by the display he had just witnessed. John's feet planted on the ground as he stood there defiantly. Pain and exhaustion racked his entire body, but the only thing he was truly feeling right now was a sense of victory. Despite the odds being against him, he had managed to live through this trial. He stared at the creature with defiance in his eyes as he popped a healing pill in his mouth. However, compared to the damage he had sustained, the healing pill was like throwing a bucket of water on a wildfire. It hardly made a difference. The creature nodded its head, as if approving of John. "I understand now why he chose you. Your attitude truly is worthy of being a divine talent, which is just as important as talent itself." It raised its finger towards John once more, causing him to narrow his eyes. However, John made no moves as he watched the creature take whatever action it was taking. A strange energy emanated from the creature's finger and instantly pierced out towards John. It reached him before he could react and entered his body. John felt a strange energy, filled with incredible vibrancy, wash throughout his body. Wherever it went, it infused every cell with vitality, slowly but surely healing it. "You'll never heal with those healing pills of yours," the creature explained. John closed his eyes and allowed the energy to wash all throughout his body. Its efficacy at healing his body was dozens of times better than the pills he had on him. Several hours passed by as the energy did its work. John's charred muscles began to heal, and his skin began to reform on his body. Whenever a damaged cell was healed, John could feel that it was filled with even more vibrancy than before. It was as if his body was undergoing another transformation, similar to the one he felt when he had eaten the blood-colored fruit. After several hours, his body was finally fully healed. John gripped his fists, feeling the power of his body. Every cell brimmed with incredible energy. "It's a good thing I unlocked my limiter of pain, or I truly would have perished in this trial." Just how crazy were the youths of the past for this to be a trial instead of a death sentence? Even with his heaven-defying talent, John had just barely managed to live through this trial. If he had been even a slight amount weaker, he would have perished. With his two Danshan advantages, John was not too shocked that he had managed to live through the trial, but could not imagine how those who did not have this advantage could do so. "I'm sure my two Danshan system is incredibly unique, so just how did the youths of the past manage to make it through this trial?" John looked towards the creature that stood there silently in the distance. "Was that the reward for passing the divine talent trials?" John asked. "No," the creature immediately replied. "That was a gift from me. Think nothing of it. As for these divine trials, that was not the final trial. You still have one trial yet to take." John's face remained emotionless as he heard this, as if he had been expecting such news. "I figured as much. What is the final trial then? Also, how many youths have managed to pass this trial?" John asked. The creature thought about the question for a moment before responding. "This temple is one of countless that are linked with the same trial system. The number of youths that have taken this trial is beyond counting. Even so, the amount of youths that have passed this trial in all of history can be counted on two hands," the creature replied. John's face lit up with surprise. "So few." Before John could ask any more questions, the creature spoke up once more. And your final trial is to fight against one of these divine talents. Chapter 255, Lightning Dao. John's face slightly soured at hearing this from the temple spirit. He knew the final trial would be the most difficult, but he didn't think it would be impossible. Didn't you say that these divine talents all had late meridian forging cultivations? How the hell am I supposed to survive this trial? John couldn't help but ask. He was hoping the creature would scale the trial to his cultivation, like he did on the last one. As I said before, your cultivation is far too low. However, it is in my power as a guardian of this trial to adjust it, as long as I keep it a divine talent difficulty for the participant. For this particular trial, however, it is automatically scaled to the cultivation of the participant. Since you will be fighting a divine talent, fighting above your realm would be impossible. As such, your opponent will be the same cultivation as you, the creature replied. John breathed out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. With this being the case, at least he had a shot at passing the trial. However, do not think that this trial will be easy as a result. Your opponent will be one of the most gifted geniuses this universe has seen in countless millennia. You'll find out soon enough why, the creature continued. John nodded his head in agreement with the creature's words. He did not think this trial was going to be easy. He had just managed to pass the last trial by the skin of his teeth, and although he had received a slight body upgrade and power boost due to the creature's healing energy, he still knew it would be an immense struggle. Do I need to win against my opponent? John asked the creature. No, the creature replied. If you could win against a divine talent, then you would be above a divine talent. We are not testing for such a thing. The last trial is governed by my judgment alone. You will fight with all your power against your opponent, and if you are fit to be called a divine talent, then I will bestow that upon you. However, if you are too far below your opponent in power and talent, then you will not pass this trial. That sounds fair enough, John responded with a head nod. This trial would have been impossible if I had to win, but if it's fighting somewhat evenly against my opponent, then I should be able to manage. The only problem is I do not have a weapon battle art right now, so my combat prowess is a bit lower than I would like. Despite his battle axe being incredibly strong, and the 3 profound Daos equally strong, John did not have a true battle art for his battle axe. This hampered his battle prowess by quite a bit, and would put him at a disadvantage against the youths. If I had a battle art for my battle axe, I probably would have been able to pass the previous trial a bit easier as well. I'll need to obtain one as soon as I leave this trial realm. John put such thoughts in the back of his mind, as they served no purpose right now. When does the trial start? John asked. The creature, which towered dozens of yards above John, looked down at him and replied, You can rest and gather your strength for the fight to come. Let me know when you are ready to take it. He sat down on the ground and began to meditate. Is there anything I can do to raise my strength quickly? John mused internally. He had exhausted all the quick power-up options, unfortunately. I can meditate on the 3 profound Daos I recently learned, and see if I can improve my comprehension on one of them, but I doubt I'll make much leeway now. John's mind went to his celestial lightning script. The celestial lightning script. While I've been cultivating it this entire time, I haven't made any progress with it recently. However, I think I'm pretty close to breaking through to the next layer, once again improving my lightning comprehensions. The celestial lightning script was condensed in the jade piece which John had. By sending his divine sense into the piece, John was slowly but surely able to learn about the celestial lightning script and its incredible profundities. He had managed to obtain a lightning attribute body the last time he truly focused on the jade piece, as well as lightning origin essence runes on his body. The runes covered every inch of his flesh, amplifying his control over lightning. However, ever since that breakthrough, John had not been able to push his comprehensions to the next layer on the celestial lightning script. However, he had never tried once he had advanced to the core formation realm, as he had been too busy to do so. Now, he had the perfect opportunity to revisit that treasure of his. A jade piece, glowing in the center, suddenly appeared in his hands. The creature's eyes instantly locked on the piece, as it emanated an extremely profound aura. While the creature had never seen this jade piece, it could extrapolate what it most likely was based on the rich lightning aura it was emanating. Is that just how many treasures does this boy have? John's divine sense entered the jade piece, and lightning comprehensions instantly began to flood into his mind. However, he had already learned these portions and was seeking to push his comprehensions to the next layer. There were many layers to the celestial lightning script, and each layer needed a certain lightning comprehension level to break through to. John's divine sense surged forward, eventually coming to a halt as it reached the next layer's barrier. A thick layer obscured his ability to move forward. John studied that layer for quite some time before his eyes opened in understanding. It's the profound Tao of Lightning, just like the 3 I recently learned about. The Tao of Lightning is obscuring my ability to study the next portion, and I need to at least reach the layer's profundity with the Lightning Tao before I can move forward. John had already started his journey regarding the Tao of Lightning. It was the first thing he had to learn to be able to generate lightning chi. However, that Tao level was the absolute minimum and was only used to generate that chi. However, the Tao layer before him was much more advanced. It was similar in overall profundity to the battle axe Taos he had learned. John's mind instantly focused on that lightning Tao layer, probing its secrets as best he could. Flashes appeared in his mind, depicting lightning attacks. Some were unleashed by cultivators, some by creatures, and some by nature. Similar to what he had experienced with the battle axe trial, John closely studied these images that were appearing in his mind, doing his best to understand the profundities behind each attack. The attacks he saw were awe-inspiring, and with every lightning burst, mountains would crumble and oceans would empty. He sat there in silence for quite some time, quietly ruminating on the celestial lightning jade origin piece. The creature sat there in silence as well, closely studying John. He fell into a full meditative trance already. Whether his talent allowed him to do so, or if he had a heavenly treasure aiding him, it doesn't matter. Such an ability will surely allow his comprehensions to soar to terrifying levels in the future. John slowly opened his eyes, a profound gleam appearing in them, as if lightning was flickering within them. A small smile appeared on his face, as his endeavor had been a success. He quickly stood up, and a layer of dust fell off his robes. John noticed this and quickly looked up to the creature. "Just how long was I meditating for?" John asked curiously. He lost track of time every time he did so. 2 weeks, the creature replied. 2 weeks, John slightly grimaced at this. There were those still waiting outside the trials for him. With this much time having passed, surely they would figure he had died inside these trials. The creature, noticing John's expression, quickly understood the reason. It chuckled slightly before replying once more. "Do not worry, the flow of time within these trials is far different than the flow outside. Only a few hours have passed in the real world." He breathed a sigh of relief at hearing this. "That's good then. I've done all I can to raise my strength, so I'm ready for the final trial," John said to the creature. The creature nodded his head and waved his hand. John felt spatial power instantly wrap around him, and a new area soon came into his vision. It was a large open platform, several miles wide and long. The platform was made of white tiles, each with many runes on it, making it look quite regal. At the edge of the platform was emptiness. John quickly walked to the edge and peered over it. A slight shiver went up his spine, as it was an endless void below. "I'm guessing if I'm knocked off, I die," John asked the creature. "Yes," the creature replied, not sugarcoating anything. A thought crossed John's mind, as he spoke out to the creature once more. "I'm assuming I'm fighting some formation recreation of the Divine Talent youths. You said there were quite a few that have passed this trial, so do I get to choose who I fight?" John asked curiously. If he could inspect the youths beforehand, maybe he could get some clues as to who would be his best matchup. "Normally, yes," the creature replied. "However, I have given you far too many concessions so far in this trial, and so I will be choosing your opponent for you." John frowned at this response, but didn't argue. It was true that the creature had helped him out already, and so he didn't see grounds to argue back. A small smirk appeared on the creature's face for the first time, giving John a bad feeling. "You should recognize your opponent," the creature said in an amused tone. It waved its hand, and a flash of light appeared on the other end of the fighting platform. John quickly turned to the source of the light as it began to fade. A figure was quickly revealed. It was a boy who appeared about 15 years of age. He held a thin, light blue sword in his hand, which rested at his side. Long black hair flowed down to his shoulders, framing his handsome face. An incredibly sharp and profound aura emanated off the boy. John's face instantly became grave as he looked at the youth before him. Although the face was much younger, it still bore a resemblance to someone he had seen before. However, he clearly recognized the aura, as it was unmistakable. The Holy Aura. Chapter 256. Soared Deus. Like every human has a unique face, or unique voice. Auras were similar in that regard. Every cultivator had an aura, and those auras were always easy to identify. Despite the fact that the youth before him had an aura that was countless times weaker than the holy aura from within his palace realm, John was still able to identify that the two stemmed from the same source. "It's the mysterious man from within my palace realm." John turned to the creature who stood behind him, his face still full of shock. "This youth is the mysterious man that just showed up, correct?" John couldn't help but confirm. The creature smiled, as if it was enjoying John's shocked reaction. "That is correct. The man who saved you just a bit ago is far more terrifying than you can imagine. And as for this youth before you, it is indeed him when he was younger. While it's just a formation that copies his strength and battle arts that he displayed during his own divine trial, it is essentially as if you were fighting him when he was 15, the creature replied. John looked back to the youth, who stood there silently, as if awaiting instructions. The boy's cultivation was emanating a late meridian forging cultivation, shocking John once again. "I guess you really weren't lying when you said that I needed a late meridian forging cultivation," John Riley commented. The creature waved its hand towards the youth, and its cultivation slowly but surely regressed. Before long, it was at the early core formation realm. "As promised, I have scaled his cultivation to match your own. However, his insights, Tao comprehensions, and battle art profundities have not been scaled down. Those will be the same as he displayed when he took his divine talent trial," the creature explained. A thought crossed John's mind. "In that case, if I pass this trial, will I be added to this trial just like the boy before me?" John asked curiously. "Yes," the creature replied. "If you pass, a formation copy of you will be created. It will emulate your battle prowess, insights, and comprehensions. I suppose if any of the divine trial temples ever run into someone like you again, who takes the trial with such a low cultivation, then they will use your formation copy as the final trial combatant." John nodded his head before looking back to the youth before him. It stood there silently, but even then John could tell that it was an absolutely terrifying opponent. His aura was absolutely shocking, and John could even feel profound Taos infused into them, similar to how he infused his own Taos into his battle axe. He was used to jumping multiple realms to find a good fight, but John could tell that he was going to be the one on the defensive in this fight. "Despite the fact that my body is at the middle core formation realm, I'll still need to use my full power to survive." John took a deep breath and closed his eyes, calming his mind and emptying any negative thoughts. Boom! John's aura suddenly exploded outwards, radiating an intense battle intent. His eyes snapped open and locked onto the youth before him. He began to walk towards the youth, step by step. Each step was like the beat of a war drum, growing louder and louder. The arena below him quaked with every step as he continued to increase his aura, getting himself to his optimal battle state. "You can start the fight," John said to the creature without looking back. His eyes were still locked on the youth before him. "Your cultivation might have been reduced, but I refuse to lose to anyone in the same realm as me. Let's see how amazing you truly are," John said in a confident voice. The creature nodded his head in approval at John's fighting spirit and waved his hand once more. The youth before John suddenly moved as it turned its head slightly to stare at John. Their eyes locked, and they both paused for a split second. Bang! Bang! Both youths instantly pressed off the ground and charged directly towards each other. Supreme Battle Art. John activated his Supreme Battle Art, and his aura and body power surged greatly once more. 3 profound dows. 3 profound dows emanated from John's battle axe as he and the youth reached each other in an instant. In fact, the youth John was fighting moved even faster than he did. They both swung out their weapons at each other. John's battle axe cleaved downwards powerfully, like it was a mountain looking to crush its opponent. Pang! Weapons collided, sending a loud metallic echo throughout the arena. John slightly raised his eyebrows as he stared at the youth before him. He's not even a body cultivator, but he managed to block my attack without being knocked back at all. John was sure he would win out in a direct power battle, as the youth before him was solely an essence cultivator. However, things had not gone according to plan. The youth suddenly raised its other hand and pointed it towards John's chest. Shit. John rapidly dashed to the side as an absolutely terrifying power exploded out of the youth's fingers. It contained an incredibly dense and profound sword aura. Chi. John was slightly late to dodge, and the battle art from the youth pierced directly into his shoulder. It was so sharp that it pierced out through the other side, forming a small hole through his body. John grit his teeth in pain and dashed backwards, creating some distance between the two of them. Blood flowed down his shoulder freely, but thankfully it had not hit anything vital that impacted his battle prowess. Using my move, huh? John grumbled as he stared at the youth. He was normally the one who made such moves, but he had fallen victim to it now. John's eyes locked back on the boy, whose aura had grown even more. The Tao of the sword swirled around within his aura and body, and it was as if John could see tiny swords materialize in and out of existence. A sword Tao cultivation. This is going to be troublesome. Sword Tao cultivators were absolutely terrifying, and were known to have some of the sharpest and most deadly attacks of all cultivators. While most cultivators used the sword, they did not truly focus on the sword Tao, and instead dabbled elsewhere. Sword Tao cultivators, however, only focused on the sword and nothing else. Their life was about the sword, and only the sword. Heavenly Lightning Domain. John activated his domain, and 36 lightning nodes sprung up into existence. The youth's body flickered, as if it phased in and out of existence, before appearing directly in front of John. Lighting exploded out of 8 lighting domains, piercing directly towards the youth. At the same time, John's axe cleaved down on the youth. The emotionless youth suddenly exploded with his own domain, as dozens of ethereal swords, formed of nothing but chi and the sword Tao, sprung into existence. Boom. 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 The lightning attacks exploded against the ethereal sword, creating small explosions constantly in the air above the two youths. Lightning continuously rained out from the lightning nodes, while ethereal swords constantly swirled about, intercepting them nonstop. At the same time, weapons once again collided, and John and the youth traded dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. The creature opened his eyes in slight surprise, as he was able to tell that John's lightning domain was actually evenly matched against the youth's sword domain. The hegemon's sword domain, one of the most terrifying domains in existence, is actually being evenly countered by a lower-level lightning domain. What's going on? The creature closely inspected John and his domain, and finally came to the realization of what was going on. The domain is quite weak, but this boy's essence power is absolutely horrifying. Just by sheer essence power, he is able to make up the difference between the two domains. The youth before him was rumored to have achieved 15 Danshan compressions. Just how many compressions did he achieve to be able to do such a thing? Peng. Weapons collided once more, and both youths were knocked backwards a few yards. John stared with narrowed eyes at the youth before him. His lighting domain had been completely countered, and he was slowly but surely losing out on the direct clashes against the youth. Every sword stroke from the youth contained incredibly soared Tao profundities in it, and even casual strikes from the youth had the power and sharpness to threaten John's life. The youth's sword comprehensions were absolutely terrifying, and dwarfed the comprehensions John had towards the Tao of power, destruction, and annihilation. It was like a toddler versus an adult. It was as if every single swing of his sword contained an incredibly powerful battle art. He had barely managed to stabilize in their last exchanges, and had definitely been on the losing side. For the first time in his life, John was losing to someone in the same cultivation realm as him. John's eyes turned grave as he stared at the youth. The youth's aura once again rose greatly, and the soared Tao profundities emanating off him increased several-fold. John felt his soul ache just by staring at the youth, as if the soared aura was piercing his very soul. It seems he wasn't even using close to his full strength. I wanted to conserve as much blood essence as possible, but that doesn't seem possible anymore. I'll only have a few minutes of this state before I run out of blood essence, but I can't hold back. John's aura exploded out violently once more, this time dyed with a sinister bloodlust. His eyes turned blood red as two small protrusions appeared on his head. His nails grew slightly and sharpened, and faint blood-red runes suddenly lit up on his body. His power increase matched the youth before him, as they both locked eyes. Immortal Asura Transformation Art. Second Form, Chapter 257. Sword V's Axe. John activated the second form of his Immortal Asura Transformation Art, pushing his power to its peak state. His aura exploded wildly off his body, clashing against the aura of the mysterious youth. The creature narrowed its eyes as it stared at John. Before it had been his strong suspicion as to the origins of the power, but now there was no mistaking it. There's no doubt about the origins of his transformation now. Just what is he thinking allowing such a dangerous power to be wielded by this boy? The creature mused. John's hands gripped his battle axe powerfully as he stared at the youth before him. I don't have much time in this state, so why don't we speed things up a bit? John said to the youth. Although he knew it was a formation and couldn't respond, it still felt natural to talk to him. Boom. John pressed off the ground, causing it to quake with every step as he instantly reached the mysterious youth. His axe cleaved outwards, the power of it causing the very air to ripple and boom. Peng. Sword and axe collided, and the mysterious youth was the one knocked backwards. The creature's eyes once again widened in surprise. Just how strong is his body to be able to do such a thing? What the creature didn't know was that John's body cultivation was at the middle core formation realm, and so it was only natural that he would win out in power when fighting someone with a lower cultivation than him. The youth landed on his feet and slashed his sword out towards John while skidding backwards. Peng. John slashed his axe against the sword image, the power of which was enough to cause him to sweat slightly. Every casual sword attack from the youth was like an overwhelming battle art. Just a casual sword attack from this youth, if landed on my body, would cause me great harm. And he's technically a lower cultivation than me. How terrifying. Chi. 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 The youth slashed his sword out repeatedly, so fast that John could hardly keep up. Countless sword images suddenly pierced towards John, reaching him in an instant. His battle axe slashed out continuously, doing his best to keep up with the growing number of sword images. Lightning continued to crash down from the lightning nodes, exploding against the revolving swords. John frowned, as no matter how much essence power he put into his lightning domain, it was countered by the boy's sword domain. Its profundity was at a much higher level than John's, once again showing their vast difference in Tao comprehensions. I have to change my fighting style up a bit. His sword attacks are too fast for my heavy battle axe to keep up with, and without a battle art, I cannot overpower them either. Thunderflash steps. John augmented his speed to his greatest level, combining his thunder flash steps with his limiter of speed. His body shot forward like a blur, appearing directly in front of the youth in an instant. His axe cleaved sideways, slashing towards the youth's waist. The youth slashed his sword out as well, the power of the sword Dao emanating from it. Peng! Weapons collided, resulting in the youth being knocked back slightly. John immediately dashed forward, gripping his two-handed battle axe in one hand while keeping his other one free. Despite it being a two-handed battle axe, John's immense strength was barely able to wield it with one. However, the attack power would be greatly weakened, but John was not worried about that. His axe cleaved down once again, piercing towards the youth's head. Peng! Sword and axe collided, resulting in a stalemate. John's free hand thrust forward, catching the youth off guard. Boom! John's hand slammed hard against the youth, but the youth was completely unaffected. What? His hand quickly withdrew, and John was able to see what had happened. A small sword from the sword domain had materialized between the youth and John's hand, blocking the attack. The sword disintegrated from the force of the attack, but quickly rematerialized due to it being made from chi. Fine. If speed won't do, then I'll just go back to full power attacks. John decided to retreat to his full power attacks. While they had not managed to pierce the youth's defenses yet, it was the only type of attack that John was able to win out on. Bang! 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 Lighting and swords continued to explode in the sky above, while John and the youth crashed against each other time and time again. They exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye, causing the arena to shake with the power of their attacks. Every time they collided, John would knock the youth backwards due to his overwhelming body power. However, the youth's ultimate sword defenses allowed him to remain relatively unharmed. Meanwhile, several attacks from the youth had managed to pierce John's defenses, slowly chipping away at his body. Several thin sword cuts could be seen on John's body, and blood slowly began to soak his robes. However, he ignored the wounds as he continued to press forward. The creature watched the battle unfold, becoming more and more impressed by John's performance. His comprehensions are incredibly low, and his battle arts are either weak or non-existent, but just with the power of his body transformation and overwhelming essence power, he is able to keep up with that man. Impressive. The battle raged on for several more minutes, with both sides managing to land blows on the other. John's body was covered in sword wounds, making him look like a blood demon, while the youth's arms were shaking, and his attacks slowed down slightly. Clearly, having blocked so many powerful attacks from John's battle axe, the attacks were starting to add up. John's soul space suddenly trembled, and before he could react, Kyrie appeared out in the open. It immediately began to charge up a lightning attack, intent on helping John against the enemy he was struggling against. Chapter 258, Overwhelming Sword Attack, a Lightning Kirin. The creature exclaimed in surprise. He had not expected to see one of the most profound of heavenly creatures show up unexpectedly. The creature suddenly waved its hand towards Kyrie, wrapping it up with his power. Kyrie found itself instantly appearing next to the creature, unable to move. I apologize for this, but you cannot interfere. Just sit here and watch the battle unfold with me, the creature said to Kyrie. The final exchanges should be taking place soon. Let's see if he can survive it. Kyrie struggled against the creature's power, but was unable to do anything to it. He eventually calmed down and did as the creature instructed. Its eyes locked onto John, watching his battle unfold. Bang! Bang! Dozens of more attacks were exchanged, the battle resulting in a stalemate. John was breathing heavily as he stared at the youth, unsure of how to continue. John finally felt his blood essence reserves run out, and was now only running on the remaining chi in his body danshin. Without a strong attack-based battle art for my battle axe, I just don't have enough power to pierce his defenses. Also, I only have a small amount of time before I run out of body chi. I need to end this soon. However, he seems to be at his limit as well, so I shoo. John's thought instantly stopped as he stared at the youth. The youth's aura exploded once more, climbing to another level. He suddenly pointed to the sky, and an incredibly dense ball of chi began to condense. The ball of chi exuded an incredibly dense sword aura. At the same time, half of the swords from his sword domain retreated to the ball of chi, infusing with it. The ball instantly transformed, becoming an incredibly large sword. The sword was several dozen yards long and brimmed with absolutely horrifying power. It was a battle art unlike anything John had ever seen. He even felt a restrictive force wash over him, locking him into place. Before John could react, the youth pointed his finger at John, and the sword shot towards him. John's eyes turned grave as he watched the sword reach him in an instant. His lightning domain attacks changed targets, piercing directly towards the sword. At the same time, his finger pointed towards the sword. Lightning ruin. John managed to unleash one fully powered lighting ruin before the sword reached him. His lighting attacks weakened the massive sword by a bit, but its power and sharpness were still incredibly overwhelming. John grit his teeth and unleashed everything, pushing his body to the absolute peak. His axe, infused with the three profound Taos, cleaved outwards with all his might. The sword and axe collided, and time seemed to stop for a brief moment before. Boom! An absolutely shocking power radiated outwards from the collision as the sword struck down on John's axe. John felt his arms nearly break from the attack as his body shot backwards like a cannonball through the air. The blood within his body tumbled, and he became disoriented as he shot backwards towards the edge of the arena. Shit! John cursed as he struggled to regain his balance. If he fell off, he was as good as dead. However, his speed was too great, and with flying restricted in this area, John had no way to reach the ground and stop his momentum. Racking his brain for ideas, John quickly came up with one. His battle axe, still in his hand, was thrown towards the arena below with all his might. Bang! The blade of the battle axe collided with the arena floor, piercing into the floor slightly. At the same time, a whip suddenly appeared in John's hand. It was the whip he had obtained from the girl he had killed earlier. He struck the whip out towards his embedded battle axe, and just barely managed to wrap it around the handle of the axe. John gripped the whip with all his might, as his body came to a sudden halt as the whip was stretched taut. The whip began to tear, struggling to withstand the force of John's momentum. After a brief struggle. Snap! The whip snapped, and John's body once again continued with its backward momentum. Bang! John's body finally landed, and he instantly pierced his ancient sword into the arena below. A trench was carved as he resisted the momentum. His body finally came to a stop as his one foot dangled over the arena edge. Phew! He breathed out a massive sigh of relief, having barely managed to survive his ordeal. However, he quickly remembered his battle, and his head snapped upwards once more, looking for the follow-up attack from the youth. John's face suddenly turned incredibly grave as his body danshan finally emptied. His Immortal Asura transformation art faded, returning him to normal. The youth in the distance once again pointed his hand to the sky, clearly attempting to unleash the same attack once more. John stared at the youth, unsure of how to get out of this predicament. Clap! Clap! 2 claps resounded out, and the youth before John instantly vanished, his strong sword attack with him. All right, I've seen enough, the creature suddenly said, as John felt a power wrap around his body. Similar to Kyrie, he found himself standing before the creature, which towered over him. The creature looked down at John with scrutinizing eyes, as if it was closely studying him. John breathed out a sigh of relief once more, as the fight had ended. If I took that attack head-on again, I was as good as dead. With no battle axe battle arts and low blood essence reserves from the start, just surviving that battle was all I could do. It might have been different if I had a strong battle art and more blood essence reserves, but there's nothing I can do about it now. Let's just hope that this creature found my performance good enough. I've decided, the creature suddenly said, causing John to hold his breath. His fate was in the creature's hands. It's quite clear from that battle that you lost. Chapter 259, Trial Rewards. A look of displeasure appeared on John's face upon hearing the creature's words. Although that last attack he had taken had been absolutely incredible, he had suffered no significant damage in taking the attack head-on. Were it not for his blood essence reserves, and therefore body chi, running out, John was confident he could keep fighting. Not only that, but John did not have a weapon battle art, and so he was at a great disadvantage in that regard, using only the Tao's and body strength to fight back against such profound sword battle arts. The creature noticed John's displeasure and smirked. However, the point of this trial was not to win, but to prove yourself worthy of being called a divine talent. In that regard, you have passed. John looked back at the creature, his look of displeasure slightly fading. He breathed out a slight sigh of relief at hearing he had passed the trial. He wanted to keep fighting the mysterious youth, as his battle intent was still surging, but unfortunately the trial had ended. Despite having a weaker domain art and no weapon battle art, you were able to fight somewhat evenly against your opponent. Fighting evenly against someone like him, even in his youthful state, is more than deserving of being called a divine talent, the creature continued. If I had a weapon battle art, it wouldn't have just been a somewhat even fight, John rebuked, still confident in himself. Kirai, who was still standing next to the creature, quickly retreated back into John's soul space. That may have been the case, the creature replied. However, we cannot know such a thing anymore as the trial has been completed. What do I get for passing the trial? John curiously asked, since the trial was over. His thoughts of fighting the youth were washed away to the back of his mind. Right to the rewards, huh? The creature asked with a slightly amused tone. I suppose that's to be expected. These arch trials are not the final trial of this temple. In order to advance to the next trial, one has to pass the heavenly or divine talent trials. Your first reward is getting access to the final trial, which is a reward in and of itself. John's ears perked up at hearing this. He was always more than happy to get more trials, and therefore more rewards. What type of trial is it? John asked curiously. The trial is an entirely different realm, in which incredible opportunities await. Only those with high enough talents are allowed to enjoy its risks and rewards, the creature explained. John frowned at hearing this. This sounds exactly like the Pocket Realm. If my guess is correct, the Pocket Realm is the final reward for participants in these temple trials. The Pocket Realm has collapsed, so it should be no more. How does this creature not know that? You don't look too happy to hear about such a trial, the creature said to John, noticing his change in mood. That's because I've already been to a Pocket Realm that's linked to this area, and it's collapsed already, John explained. What? The creature exclaimed in surprise and confusion. Are you sure? How did you enter the realm already? John thought about it for a moment, before explaining the entrance he and his clan had entered. He explained how the realm collapsed when he left it, but left out all the important details that were secretive to him. An entrance on a mountain, with no trials linked to it beforehand, sounds like someone with great power established a deviant entrance without anyone noticing. All entrances to the trial realm are tightly controlled, and only those who pass the requisite trials are permitted to enter, the creature explained. I cannot say for sure if the realm you entered and the realm this trial is linked to are the same. I suppose you will have to find that out for yourself soon, the creature continued. Can you not just check yourself? John asked in a slightly confused manner. The creature said he was the controller of this trial and that his spirit was linked to the temple. Unfortunately, I cannot. I am the overseer of the 5 arch talent trials and more specifically the divine trial. My vision cannot extend beyond these trials, the creature replied, his tone slightly saddened. You're trapped here. Isn't that incredibly boring? John asked. Of course it is, the creature replied in a slightly raised voice. I used to be incredibly powerful and roamed this world as one of its strongest rulers. Unfortunately, I offended the wrong people and was slain. My soul was then tied to these trials, forever burdened to keep watch over them. Not only that, but I also have another purpose I serve, but that is not for you to know about," the creature explained. John stared at the creature in silence. He could tell the creature longed for freedom, but could not obtain it. "What would it take to get you out of here?" John asked curiously. "Haha, I'm afraid such a thing is not possible," the creature quickly replied. "Not only would I need to find a suitable host body to take over, since I am only a spirit right now, someone incredibly powerful would need to break the shackles this temple has on me. Such a thing won't happen." John frowned as he heard this. If he could free the creature, he could potentially obtain an immensely powerful helper. However, such a thing seemed to be next to impossible. "What if I became strong enough and found a strong enough host body? If I freed you, would you be willing to serve me?" John asked. "Ha ha 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 ha," the creature laughed loudly, his voice rattling John's body. "Not only are you not anywhere close to strong enough to aid me, I will never serve another again. Most of my life has been in servitude to this temple. I'd rather die than become a slave once again." John nodded his head in understanding. He would most likely have the same reaction if he was in the creature's position. "However," the creature suddenly stated, drawing John's attention, "if you truly are able to help me in the future, as small as that possibility may be, I would be willing to aid you wherever you needed it." John stared at the creature for a moment. "Deal. If I ever break you out of here, you must aid me whenever I ask. Other than that, you would be free to do whatever you want," John agreed. A slight ray of hope appeared in the creature's eyes. John was a divine talent and had the support of that man. If anyone would be capable of achieving such a feat in the future, it would be him. After a moment of silence, the creature waved his hand, and an item suddenly appeared in the air before John. It was a circular disc, with an octagram carved into its center. In the middle of the octagram, there was an etching of an eye. Despite the object being inanimate, John felt as if the eye was staring at him. "Take this," the creature said to John. John snapped out of his daze and reached out to grab the item. As soon as it hit his hand, a unique energy invaded his body, as if inspecting him. After a brief moment, John felt a small portion of his chi extracted and withdrawn back into the disc. The disc, which had its own unique and profound aura, now contained a small portion of John's chi in there as well. "What is this disc for?" John asked curiously. "This disc is the second half of your rewards for this trial," the creature explained. "What does it do, though?" John asked for elaboration. "Oh, yes, I suppose you do not know this, since the world has regressed so. This disc is that of the Order of the Divines, Wick." Boom. The entire divine trial world suddenly shook. The creature's expression suddenly became serious, as his eyes looked out towards the void past the arena grounds. Boom. Another boom echoed out, shaking the arena and the void once more. A guttural growl followed the boom, chilling John to his core. He had never heard such a terrifying noise before. It was as if the sound of the growl alone was soaked with an incredible bloodlust, wanting nothing more than to kill him. "What's going on?" John asked with apprehension. "You take this time where I am distracted to show your face once more," the creature suddenly exclaimed as it stared out into the void. "No matter how many times you try, you cannot escape your prison." Boom. The void in the distance suddenly shattered, as if a dimensional rift was opened. A gaping hole in the void appeared, and John could see movement within the hole. Suddenly, a massive blood-red hand quickly escaped from it, the size of the hand as large as the entire creature that stood before John. Chapter 260. Leaving the divine trial long, gnarled nails extended from each finger of the massive hand, as if each nail was a weapon. A massive chain wrapped around the slightly exposed arm, which stretched back into the shattered rift. Fear appeared on John's face as he looked at the creature. Its power was completely overwhelming, and he was having trouble just standing in its presence. Gah! John's mind was suddenly assaulted by a strange energy emanating off the hand, threatening to drive him insane. HMPH, the creature scoffed. It opened its mouth, and an incredibly powerful ball of chi began to gather. An incredible attack exploded out of the creature's mouth, piercing directly towards the hand. Boom! An absolutely apocalyptic explosion radiated outwards as the attack landed on the hand, engulfing the void in the explosion. A pained, guttural growl once again escaped from the shattered hole in space, its power completely overwhelming. The creature suddenly looked backwards and noticed John on the ground, grabbing his head. Not only was the aura of the hand completely overwhelming to John, each growl was so powerful that it nearly killed him. "You cannot stay here. I will handle this, but I'm afraid our time together has come to an end," the creature stated as he waved his hand towards John. John felt himself wrapped up in a spatial energy, and his body was quickly carried away. A massive hand suddenly pierced towards his escaping body, attempting to snuff his life out. HMPH, the creature scoffed once more, as a saber suddenly appeared in his hands. He slashed it out, and an incredible, world-shaking attack collided against the hand. Grah! Another guttural growl echoed through the void as the hand was knocked back once more. John's body slipped through unhindered, his vision suddenly going white. "John!" A surprised and excited cry suddenly filled John's ears. He quickly looked around, suddenly noticing the overwhelming pain was no longer assaulting his mind. Two familiar faces appeared before him. And John quickly came to his senses as to where he was. "You're alive. Does that mean you managed to pass the trial?" Miko asked John in an excited tone. John sat up from his pained position and cleared his head as best he could. Just what the hell was that hand, and the creature that hand belonged to? It was unlike anything I have. John's thoughts suddenly stopped as he recalled something incredibly familiar. That hand, although it wasn't the exact same, it reminds me of the creature I saw in the illusion formation in the Elysian lighting world. When John had taken the trial to get Kyrie, the final trial had been to stand firm in the face of sure death. It was an illusion trial, in which an absolutely massive creature asked John to become its slave or die. The guardian spirit of Kyrie said that Kyrie had a certain fate with that creature, but it had just been an illusion. However, the hand John had just seen was no illusion. It was completely real and completely terrifying. Just what the hell is that creature? And what secrets does this world hold? Does that creature have something to do with why our world has regressed from ancient times? "Did you pass?" Adam's voice suddenly entered John's ears, snapping him out of his deep thoughts. "You must have, since you're still alive. What happened inside the trial?" Adam asked with a curious expression. "John, you okay?" Miko suddenly called out, noticing that his mind was elsewhere. John finally snapped out of his daze. I'm fine. As for the trial, I did manage to pass," John replied with a smile. The creature's power was so overwhelming that he could do nothing about it right now, and so John decided to put the event in the back of his mind for now. Shock and surprise covered the faces of all the disciples in the area. A large crowd had gathered before the fifth arch as soon as John had entered, waiting to see if he would pass or not. "How did you pass so quickly, though? You've only been gone for a few hours," Adam asked curiously. "A few hours? I was inside there for weeks," John explained. Between the comprehension trial and the bridge trial, John had indeed spent weeks, perhaps months, inside the trial. "Weeks? How is such a thing possible?" Adam exclaimed. "I'm not sure. I guess time flows differently in the trial when compared to here," John guessed. "Anyways, I'm alive, so clearly I passed the trail." "That's true. So what trials did you have?" Miko asked with great curiosity. "What trials? Let's see, first I had." John explained his trials in great detail to Miko and Adam. He first went over the comprehension trial and how he had barely managed to pass it. Afterwards, he had crossed the bridge, barely pushing himself to the edge. When John explained the creature and the 3 attacks he had to take, both Miko and Adam took in a cold breath of air. However, He left out the parts with the mysterious man from within his palace realm. How frightening. That creature sounds like a nightmare. What happened next? Miko asked. John paused for a moment before explaining the final trial. He depicted his fight with the youth, as well as the overwhelming sword arts he used. Someone in the same realm as you gave you such a hard fight? Miko asked in surprise before he started to laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, I guess we might be amazing compared to the Yuan Continent, but apparently there's a much larger and more powerful world out there. It makes me want to raise my strength even more. John nodded his head in agreement. Based on everything he had seen in the trails, the world was much, much larger and more powerful than either of them knew. His desire to explore the world intensified, as well as his thirst for strength. So what then? Adam asked once more. John snapped out of his thoughts and continued. After I fought the youth, I was determined to have passed, and the trial ended. I was then sent out here, John explained. He didn't detail the final parts that had happened. That's it. Did you not get a reward? Adam asked. Oh yeah, apparently there's another trial further on that's the true reward. But the creature explained that only those who pass the 4th and 5th arch can enter that trial, John explained. He kept the item he had received a secret, as he had no idea what it meant or was used for. Until he found that out, he didn't want anyone to know of its existence. What? That's bullshit, Adam exclaimed. Although he had not taken his trial yet, he knew based on John and Miko's descriptions that he would not be able to pass either trial. As if summoned by John's voice, a loud boom suddenly echoed out in the distance. All the eyes of the youths turned to stare at it. The sound came from the black monolith staircase in the distance. At the base, a new door had suddenly appeared, leading to a set of stairs continuing downwards. That must be the entrance, John said. Let's go check it out. The three of them stood up and quickly walked over to the new door. Many of the disciples had already rushed towards it to enter the next area, but found that there was an energy restricting them from entering. What the hell? Why can't we enter? A Supreme Battle Sect youth exclaimed. Maybe we need to use force to get in, another exclaimed as they used their full might to try to push forward. However, no matter what anyone did, they were unable to enter. John, Miko, and Adam reached the entrance by this time and stood there for a second to inspect it. A large crowd had already gathered around it. After a momentary pause, John stepped forward, his body unobstructed by the energy. Miko quickly followed behind, finding himself also able to enter. Hey, why can you only enter? A Supreme Battle Sect youth exclaimed. Miko turned to look at the youth, his face full of displeasure at being talked to like that. Go past the 4th or 5th arch trial, and then you can follow us. Otherwise, shut your mouth. The youth immediately stopped talking, as Miko barked out at him. After his fight with the Sword Emperor, Miko, or the Soul Sage, had become even more elevated in his status. No one wanted to offend him. John turned to look at Adam, who was still stuck behind. I'm afraid this is where we part for now. Go take one of the trials, either the 2nd or the 3rd. We'll meet up again eventually. Adam frowned, but nodded his head as he watched John and Miko turn around. They descended the stairs and soon disappeared from sight. The crowd watched them leave before an uproar surged through the crowd. We can follow them if we pass the 4th trial. Let's go. The crowd quickly rushed off to the arches once more, and a stream of enthusiastic but stupid youths entered the 4th arch. However, none were seen again. The others quickly noticed this, and their enthusiasm died down as rationality once again took over. From that point on, no more youths entered the 4th or 5th arch, which were now deemed the death trials. While the youths were taking the trials, another person slipped into the new entrance, unnoticed by anyone. John and Miko continued to descend down the dark stairs for some time, and a unique aura continued to grow in power as they descended. They finally hit flat ground, and a large, expansive area came into view, although it was mostly obscured by darkness. This must be it, Miko said as they looked out into the darkness. John raised his hand, and a bright ball of lightning suddenly danced on it, illuminating the room before them. Both their eyes suddenly widened in surprise as they stared at the brutal scene before them. What happened here? Chapter 261, Skeletons. The room before them was incredibly large, several miles long and wide, with a ceiling 100 yards tall. However, almost none of the floor of this room was visible, and was instead almost completely covered in skeletons. Countless skeletons, both intact and shattered, littered the floor. Just what happened here? There must be at least 100,000 corpses here, Miko mumbled in a stunned tone. The skeletons ranged in size, from full-grown adults to infants. Most of the bones were shattered, indicating that they had taken incredible damage while they were alive. I'm not sure, John replied in an equally stunned tone. But I'm guessing this is why we didn't find any bodies or signs of life in the ancient city. They're all here. It finally made sense to John why a city as massive as the one they had walked through had no signs of life whatsoever. Not even a single corpse. John scanned the room before him, looking for clues as to what happened. In the very center of the room, there were two things of note. The first was a massive arch, almost identical to the one that John used to enter the pocket realm. It emanated the same ancient aura, but the top portion was shattered, rendering it broken. I guess we know now why the age restriction formation went crazy, John mumbled. Behind the arch, there was a raised platform, several feet off the ground. Incredibly intricate formation runes lined the sides and the top of the platform, making it look quite impressive. That's a transportation formation, and an incredibly large one, much larger than I've ever seen before. This thing must be able to teleport someone tens of thousands of miles, or even more, Miko exclaimed as his eyes fell on the formation. All the corpses seemed to be facing the formation, as if they were attempting to flee through it. On the sides of the formation, there was a ring of armored skeletons. Each had their armor and bones shattered, but the power emanating off them indicated that they had incredible power while alive. Finally, on top of the formation platform, two skeletons stood tall. The first was the skeleton of a man clad in incredible black and gold armor. His dead corpse still emanated an incredible power, and he held a sword in his hand that was pierced forward. The sword was pierced into the skeleton of another who stood before him. Unlike the man, this skeleton was clearly not human. The skeleton had 4 arms and stood quite a bit taller than the man. There were 2 sharp horns on the head of the creature. One of its arms was outstretched and had pierced directly through the armor of the man before him and out the back. Clearly, their battle had ended in mutual destruction. They were all attempting to flee. A soft voice suddenly sounded out behind John and Miko. Both jumped in fright, as they had not detected anyone else in the area, and they quickly turned around to the source of the voice. John's eyes went slightly wide as he recognized who it was. Her face was hooded and veiled, but the lavender hair that fell out of the hood gave her identity away. What are you doing here?" John asked with his guard raised. The girl before him laughed slightly, as if she was amused by John's guarded reaction. "I passed the trials, the same as you and your friend, and ventured down here afterwards," the girl replied. Miko also stared warily at the girl. His instincts were incredibly sharp, and despite that, he had not been able to detect the girl until she had spoken. Clearly, her power was far above his and John's. The girl laughed once again, amused by the reactions of the two before her. It was much different than she was used to, and was quite refreshing to be treated in such a way. "Relax, I'm not here to fight you. I'm just here to explore these lands the same as you," the girl replied with a gentle voice. "Is that so?" John replied with a suspicious voice. However, he took no moves against her, as he was not confident in being able to fight against her. "As I was saying, all these corpses were trying to flee through the transportation formation. However, it seems as if the battle between the two who stand on top of the formation was too much for the others to bear, and they all perished," the girl elaborated. John looked back towards the carnage before him and nodded his head in agreement. It truly did appear as if such a thing happened. The final reward was supposed to be the arch before us, allowing us to enter another land, but that's no longer possible, John grumbled out loud. His eyes locked onto the two participants on the platform, as well as the other powerful corpses lined around it. They all held incredible weapons and armor, which were quite valuable. Each emanated a power greater than the ancient sword he had obtained, indicating how powerful they were. John looked towards a nearby corpse and spotted a spatial ring still on its finger. He took a step forward and picked it up, and sent his divine sense into the ring. A frown appeared on his face. The spatial dimension within this ring has already collapsed, destroying everything within. Just how long have these corpses been here for? John mused out loud. Most likely several 100,000 years, the girl replied. John turned to look at her, as it seemed as if she had some information regarding what happened here. How do you know that? John asked curiously. The girl looked back over the large room, inspecting it for a brief moment more before looking back at John. Her crystal blue eyes locked onto his, causing his breath to catch for a moment before he snapped out of it. He frowned once more, displeased at himself. It's the same damn thing as last time. This witch is far too dangerous. The girl's eyes brightened slightly. Although John could not see her mouth due to her veil, he could tell that she was smiling, either at him or for some other reason. I can't be 100% sure, but I'm guessing this event is related to the calamity that nearly destroyed this world in the past, the girl elaborated. The calamity? John and Miko asked in unison. Is the calamity related to why this world has regressed in power so much? John asked further. While the world did regress quite a bit in the past, it's not so weak anymore. However, in regards to the calamity, I unfortunately don't know much about it, only that it happened. Is that so? John mumbled in response. He began to walk forward cautiously and sent his divine sense out to inspect for any danger. Miko and the girl followed behind him as the three of them ventured towards the platform in the far distance. The sounds of ancient bones breaking beneath their feet continuously rang out. The mysterious energy surrounding the temple still restricted their flight, making it so that they could not fly to the platform. The three slowly but surely approached the platform. They passed by the massive ancient arch, and John momentarily inspected it before continuing on. When they were a dozen yards away from the platform, the three of them stopped once more. A power energy, emanating off the long dead corpses on top of the pedestal, radiated outwards. Even after all this time, their corpses still contain this much power. I wonder how strong they were while they were alive. Miko couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Just standing before the corpses was a burden for him and John. John nodded his head in agreement, equally impressed by the power they were still emitting. Every step they took increased the pressure on them further, causing them to raise their own power to resist it. John stood before one of the armored cultivators that circled the base of the platform. He inspected it briefly, but his eyes suddenly darted upwards towards the platform above him. His eyes widened greatly as he saw the skull of the bizarre four-armed creature staring right at him. A deep chill crept up his spine, as the creature had been looking at the man in front of it before. John instinctively took a step backwards, which caused Miko and the girl to look at him with curiosity. They trailed his eyes and looked up towards the platform once more. The creature's skeleton now fully faced John, its eyeless skull staring straight at him. Boom! A loud echo rang out as the skeleton took a step towards John, sending a chill up the spines of all three youths. The skeleton of the bizarre creature, which had been dead for countless millennia, had somehow come back to life. Its power pressed down on John as it suddenly lunged forward towards him. Chapter 262, Tao of Life. What the hell? Miko screamed out in surprise. Neither him nor the mysterious girl had expected to see this skeleton, which had been dead for countless years, suddenly start moving again. The creature reached John in an instant, and one of its hands pierced out towards him, intending on taking his life. Thunderflash steps. John instantly activated his movement technique to dodge the attack. He no longer had any body chi, and so was unable to use the supreme battle art or Immortal Asura transformation art. Without his strongest trump card, John only focused on dodging instead of taking the attack head-on. The skeleton sped right to John, who managed to dodge the attack at the last moment. The skeleton's hand collided with the floor where John had been standing. Boom! The floor shattered as its hand pierced into the ground, signifying the power of the attack. John and Miko both slightly blanched at the power of the attack. Just this casual attack from the skeleton was equivalent to a meridian forging attack. While John was able to withstand such attacks before, he was unable to do so due to his weakened state. After dodging the attack, John turned towards the exit in an attempt to leave this place. This skeleton was not something he could fight at the moment. Both Miko and the girl turned to flee as well, and all three quickly rushed towards the staircase. Boom! A claw attack landed right next to John once more as the creature caught up. Due to his sharp instincts, John was barely able to dodge at the last second. However, the force of the attack caused his body to fly sideways, away from the exit. Bang! John collided against one of the far walls of the room, falling down onto the pile of skeletons below. John! Miko called out in worry. He suddenly turned around as his ancient sword appeared in his hand. He slashed it out with all his might, as the attack contained an incredibly dense soul attack. The attack landed on the back of the skeleton, who completely ignored it. What? Miko exclaimed in surprise. He had expected the attack to do something at the very least. The skeleton has no soul, the mysterious girl quickly explained as she too turned around. This skeleton is long dead, but its lingering will, which was incredibly strong in life, still remains. That alone is causing it to move. What, is such a thing possible? Miko asked in surprise. He had never heard of will alone being so strong that it lingered even in death. However, the truth was laid before him. The skeleton once again sped directly towards John, who was getting up from his previous attack. John's eyes locked on the approaching creature, and his face turned grim. I guess I'll have to fight my way out of here. Heavenly lighting domain. 36 lightning nodes appeared in the air around John, while a battle axe appeared in his hands. Without his body chi to augment his power, John's attacks would be quite weaker. However, the 3 profound Taos he had learned would still allow his attacks to contain some power. His essence chi was full and unhindered, and so John decided to focus on that. Lightning ruin. John pointed his finger out towards the creature and sent out his strongest lightning ruin. At the same time, lightning nodes in the air above John constantly lit up, sending continuous strikes of lightning down onto the approaching skeleton. The lightning slammed onto the skeleton, and its movements were slightly slowed as it approached John. However, no damage was done to it, and it reached John quickly. Its hands once again pierced out towards John. Boom! John narrowly managed to dodge once more, using his thunderflash steps to their full power. He sped towards the exit once more, as his attacks were completely useless against the skeleton. Peng! Miko's strongest chi attack landed on the creature, but the creature completely ignored it once more. Shit, I specialize in soul attacks. I'm completely useless against this thing, Miko cursed. Boom. 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 The large room continuously shook as lightning continued to rain down on the creature, while the creature continued to attack John. His body appeared like a blur as he dodged nonstop, but each attack was getting closer and closer to hitting him. His axe would occasionally cleave outwards, clashing onto the skeleton's bones. However, it didn't even chip it. Both Miko and the mysterious girl had sent out attacks to thwart the creature's assault, but none of them had been able to do it any harm. Despite being dead for countless eons, the creature's bones were as hard as heavenly tribulation-grade weapons, and were unable to be harmed at all. Miko paused for a moment as he stared at the girl in surprise. She was just slightly older than him, but unleashed essence attacks that were even stronger than his own. His curiosity as to the identity of the girl spiked, but he put such thoughts aside as he once again focused on helping John. For some reason, no matter what happened, the skeleton only focused on John. Even when both Miko and the girl landed their attacks on the skeleton, it would ignore them. "Why is it only attacking John?" Miko cried out in anger. John was under a constant barrage of attacks, all which contained the power to kill him. While he had managed to dodge them all so far, the skeleton was getting closer and closer with each attack. It also prevented him from leaving the room, as if it knew to do so. "I'm not sure," the girl replied, equally confused. Lingering wills would normally attack those around it equally, unless there was something instinctual that drove it to a particular person. Boom! A fist exploded against the ground right next to John, sending him flying once more. His body sailed through the air for hundreds of yards before slamming into one of the walls. Hai's bones rattled from the force of the impact, and John coughed up some blood, clearly having taken damage from that blow. He hastily stood up, his legs slightly unsteady as he recovered from the attack. His head snapped up as Miko called out to him. "John, watch out." Boom! Another fist slammed down, as John barely managed to once again dodge in time. However, he was even closer to the impact this time, as the shattering blow sent earth and skeleton fragments slamming into him. "Gah!" John cried out in slight pain as his body once again shot off into the distance. His body slammed into the opposite wall of the room, over a mile away. He rebounded to the ground below and landed in a pile of skeletons. Blood trickled out his mouth and covered much of his body due to the fragments colliding into him. "Fuck! If only I had my spatial talisman," John cursed internally as he looked up at the approaching creature once more. "What do I do?" He needed to do something before it was too late. His eyes slightly lit up as he thought of a crazy idea. "I don't know if this creature can leave this area, but I need to escape first to have a chance at living. When it attacks me next, I'll allow the blow to launch me like before, but towards the exit. If I mistime the dodge even slightly, I'm as good as dead, but I need to take the gamble." John steeled his mind and prepared to execute his crazy plan. His legs were unsteady as he stood up and faced the approaching skeleton. The mysterious girl watched the skeleton approach John, slight worry, as well as hesitation and confliction, evident in her eyes. After a momentary pause, the girl's conflicted expression turned into one of resolve, as she made up her mind. "John!" Miko cried out in worry. He sent another essence attack out, but was dismayed to find that it did nothing. He knew John had taken significant damage by now, and was sure he was going to get hit directly by an attack soon as well. He too racked his brain for ideas on how to help, but was unable to come up with anything that would work in short notice. His head suddenly snapped to the side, as he felt an incredible power well up next to him. "What?" Miko couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as he quickly spotted the source of the power. His eyes went wide as he noticed it stemming from the mysterious girl. Her hood was now removed from her head, revealing her still veiled face. An incredibly mysterious and powerful rune began to glow on her forehead as her power suddenly spiked. Her aura washed outwards with incredible power. "How is this possible?" Miko mumbled as he watched the girl's cultivation climb. It was shrouded to him before, but now he was able to see it clearly, as if she had unshackled it. "Middle Meridian Forging. How?" Not only that, but an incredibly unique and mysterious power dwelled within her aura, shocking Miko further. Her closed eyes snapped open and quickly locked onto the skeleton that was almost upon John. Her hand pointed out towards the creature. "Stop." The skeleton, as if mired in time, came to a sudden halt. Surprise and confusion appeared on John's face as he looked over to the girl in the distance. Her aura once again exploded, emanating a strong life energy. It was as if John could see blooming flowers and towering trees within her aura. The Tao of Life. That life energy slammed down on the skeleton, who was still frozen. John's surprise turned to shock as he noticed that slowly but surely, The remnant will of the skeleton was washed away by the life energy. The girl's face scrunched up in exertion as she utilized her full power to repress the creature. The two sides struggled against each other, locked in a stalemate. Bang! After quite some time of struggle, the skeleton collapsed to the ground below. Its remnant will was finally erased from the world. Chapter 263. Divine Martial Continent. John stared at the now motionless skeleton before him in shock. He had just been prepared to gamble with his life to get out of this predicament, but the skeleton had suddenly stopped, and then after a brief struggle, collapsed, no longer moving. The remnant will, which John had felt locked onto him the entire time, was no more. John once again looked up towards the mysterious girl in the distance, still shocked at the power she had displayed. He had struggled against this skeleton without a hope of fighting back, but the girl had managed to defeat it. Middle Meridian Forging. John's expression changed once again as he finally noticed her now revealed cultivation. He had expected her to be stronger than him based on their first encounter, but not to this level. Not only that, but the profundity of the power that emanated off her was incredible, and was far greater than anything he had seen the youths of the four great sects emanate. The girl's aura suddenly and quickly began to regress, and before long she returned to her previous state. Her cultivation was once again obscured, and the profound power she had emitted before hidden. Both Miko and John stared at her as if she was a monster for a moment. John looked down to the skeleton before him and pointed his finger at it. Lightning ruin. Boom. A beam of lightning exploded on the skeleton, but the skeleton still remained motionless. I guess it truly is finally dead, John mused as he stared at the skeleton. His gaze once again returned to the girl in the distance, who stood there silently. John waved his hand and collected the skeleton into his spatial ring. He didn't know if he would find any uses for it, but it was better to have it in case it turned out to be valuable. After collecting the skeleton, John began to walk over to the girl. He arrived before her and stood there in silence as he inspected her closely. Silence descended over the two of them for some time before John finally spoke up. "How did you kill that skeleton?" John asked. "I didn't kill it," the girl responded, her face still veiled. "The creature was controlled by its remnant will, which was rife with death chi. I simply used my life chi to erase that remnant death chi." John had expected as much after he had felt her aura, but wanted to be sure. He once again inspected the girl closely. "Who exactly are you?" The girl looked at John, her blue eyes staring intently at him. "Are you all right?" John was slightly surprised by her question, but replied anyway. "I'm fine. Once again, who are you? There's no way you belong to any of the four great sects, and the other powers of the Yuan Continent are even less impressive. Are you from a reclusive power hidden from the continent, or from somewhere else?" John asked. While John didn't know of any lands beyond the Yuan Continent yet, he did not dismiss the possibility. When he lived in his homelands, he had never heard of the Holy Lands. He was sure there were other lands within the vast world. The girl paused for a moment, her lips parting and closing several times as if she was thinking of what to say. She replied after a moment of silence. "You are correct. I am not from this continent. As for where I am from, with your talent, you would find out about it soon enough anyways, but I am from the Divine Martial Continent," the girl replied. John's face remained mostly emotionless, as he had expected such an answer. However, a tinge of displeasure appeared in his eyes. "Divine, no matter how powerful the continent is, I highly doubt they qualify to call themselves divine," John replied. The girl laughed lightly, finding John's response amusing. "If you're basing your standards off the divine talent trial, then I agree." John's eyes slightly widened at the girl's response. Based on her words, she could also read the ancient language, and knew John could as well. John's eyes narrowed once more, treating the girl with even more caution. "So, where is this divine martial continent?" Miko suddenly asked, not able to contain his curiosity. "Quite far from here, I'm afraid, although I'm sure both of you will be stepping foot on it before long," the girl replied. "Oh, why is that?" Miko replied with an excited tone. He loved finding out new information about the world. "That's because the divine Immortal Continent is the pinnacle land of this world, where the strongest powers dwell. With your talents, I'm sure you'll find your way there soon," the girl replied with a soft voice and a small smile. "Why did you help me?" John suddenly asked, changing the subject. He didn't care much about the divine Immortal Continent right now, as it did not currently affect him. "You could have just left as the creature was focusing on me alone. Why help?" The girl remained silent for a moment, once again taking the time to choose her words carefully. Her lips finally parted, ready to reply. Boom! An incredible energy suddenly descended on the large room as a loud bang echoed out. John and Miko instantly turned around, their wary eyes scanning the room for the source of the noise and energy. "Is it another skeleton?" Miko cried out. "I don't know. I don't see anything out there," John replied. Boom! Another loud boom echoed out, both of which John and Miko heard coming from the middle of the room. However, neither of them could see anything. The girl behind them stared at the center of the room, her face filled with anxiousness. "It's not another skeleton," the girl replied from behind them, causing John and Miko to turn around to look at her. "Then what is it?" John asked, as the girl seemed to know what it was. Boom! Another boom, even louder than before, echoed out, followed by a tearing and shattering sound. John turned his head once more, just in time to see the space before him tear and shatter. This is just like when the large blood-red hand shattered through space. A gaping hole in space was created. John and Miko stared at the maw with heightened caution, ready to flee at a moment's notice. John could see into the hole in space, which revealed a small portion of the location at the other side. Massive mountains, clad in mist, thick vegetation, and heavenly rainbows stretched high into the sky. Waterfalls slammed down on the earth from high above, and large landmasses, holding exquisite-looking buildings, floated in the sky. It looked like an immortal paradise. "Found you?" A powerful voice suddenly echoed from within the hole in space. "This unique land you're in did obscure you from me for quite some time, and took an incredible amount of energy to break into, but you can hide no longer," the voice continued. "I wasn't hiding. I was exploring these lands for opportunities," the girl suddenly replied, causing both John and Miko to turn around and look at her. The incredible source of power that had shattered a hole in spacetime had come for her. Her voice trembled slightly. "Nonetheless, your little escapade is over. You're returning now." "Can't I just explore these lands a little while longer?" the girl asked in a pleading voice. "No." An incredibly powerful energy suddenly pressed down onto her body, locking her in place. Both John and Miko felt the remnants of this energy and were completely shocked by its power. Despite them not being the target of it, they were nearly overwhelmed just by being in its presence. "Oh, and who are these two?" the voice suddenly asked, as it finally had noticed John and Miko. Slight panic appeared on the girl's face, and she quickly responded. "They're nobodies. I was using them as my assistants in these lands." "Is that so?" the voice replied in a bored tone, as if it had quickly lost interest in both John and Miko. The energy locking down on the girl suddenly turned into a suction force, and the girl was quickly propelled through the air towards the hole in space. Her power was insignificant before this energy, and she was not able to resist in the slightest. She quickly flew into the hole, and her eyes locked with John's one final time, unwillingness. As well as a mix of many other emotions were clear in her eyes, before she disappeared in the hole. The energy keeping the shattered hole in space disappeared, and space quickly collapsed back in on itself, repairing the damage and quickly returning to normal. John and Miko stood there silently for quite some time, staring at the empty room with stunned expressions. The situation had been completely unexpected and completely out of their realm of understanding. After some time, Miko's chimed up. "What the fuck just happened?" Chapter 264, returning to the sect. Miko's words echoed throughout the now empty room as they both stood there in silence. First, John had been assaulted by a long-dead creature, controlled only by its lingering will, and then a hole was torn in space and the mysterious girl taken through it. Both events were completely unexpected and showed just how little both of them knew of the cultivation world. "Well, whatever just happened, it no longer concerns us," John replied as he began to look around the room once more. His gaze rested on the lone skeleton standing on the platform, its sword still, outstretched in the same position as when it had been pierced into the four-armed creature. Other than the sword the man held, John did not see anything else of particular value within the room. The armor worn by the other long-dead cultivators had deteriorated with time and were no longer valuable. Only the sword emanated any aura worth noting. However, after his experience with the four-armed creature, John no longer treated this room lightly. He was not sure if the remaining skeleton had a remnant will controlling it, but it seemed as if its purpose while it had been alive was to defend the transportation formation and prevent the creature from entering. If a remnant will still remains for that corpse, I'm sure it would defend the formation, as that was its last purpose in life. I'd rather not risk it, as my power is greatly diminished due to having no more blood essence reserves or body chi. John's gaze continued to sweep over the room for some time, before a deep sigh escaped his lips. This arch was the final reward of this temple, taking us to the pocket realm we already entered a year ago. With the arch broken, there are no more opportunities that await us within this temple, John said to Miko. A disappointed look appeared on Miko's face, but he nodded his head in agreement. "That makes sense. What should we do next then?" Miko asked John. John remained silent for a moment while he thought of what to do next. Based on the information the temple creature had given him, this temple was a trial for ancient youths and was the main purpose of the city. With him having explored the temple fully, there was no more to be found opportunity-wise. Not only that, but the ancient city was barren of any opportunities, as they had all been swept clean in the past. "I think our journey into these lands has concluded," John replied to Miko. "These lands will become a great opportunity for the youths of this continent in the future, especially these temple trials, but other than that, I don't see any other purpose. I guess it's best we return to our sects." While John was hesitant to pass up on potential opportunities that still awaited him in these lands, it was still not worth the time it would take. There were certainly opportunities to be found outside the city, like the Spirit Crystal Mine, or the broken formation disk he had found in the lake. However, those opportunities were not guaranteed to be found, and would not necessarily be better than what he could obtain in the Heavenly Lighting Sect. With his newfound ascension in power, John was now the strongest first year in the sect, even trumping the strength of the direct disciples. He was sure that he would obtain great benefits once he returned, not only as the #1 first-year disciple, but also with the information he had about the lands he had just explored. "I suppose that makes sense," Miko replied with a slightly sullen tone. Returning to their own sects meant him and John parting once more. John noticed the change in Miko's demeanor and patted him on the back. "Don't worry, we'll definitely meet up again soon. If what that girl said is correct, I'm sure both of us have an adventure coming up soon in our lives," John replied. Miko's sullen expression instantly brightened, as John reminded him of the divine Martial Continent. "You're right. We still have to go to that place and show those divine youths that they're not much at all," Miko replied with a confident expression on his face. John laughed slightly and patted Miko on the back once more. "That's more like it. Now let's head out of here." The two turned around and ascended the staircase they had come down on. John turned around at the last moment, his gaze lingering on the lone skeleton on the formation platform, as well as the formation itself, before he continued forward once again. "They're coming out already. They're also alive." An excited voice suddenly chimed up from the top of the stairwell as one of them noticed John and Miko's arrival. "What? Seriously?" another youth exclaimed. Heated discussions amongst the youths instantly broke out. The youths had been standing at the top of the staircase, where the strange formation restricted their movement. After John and Miko had entered, They had heard incredibly loud explosions coming from below, so powerful that the temple itself shook. Not only that, but they had felt an incredible energy well up for a short while before disappearing. None of them knew what it meant, but many surmised that John and Miko had run into trouble and may have perished. However, their appearance squashed that theory. John and Miko stepped out of the staircase, and all eyes were locked onto them. "Soul Sage, what happened down there?" a divine soul sect youth asked with respect. Miko looked towards the youth and replied nonchalantly. "We were attacked by a strange creature but managed to survive. However, there were no opportunities down there, so we returned." There wasn't anything to keep a secret, and so Miko explained the events that had unfolded. Disappointment appeared on the youth's faces as they heard there were no opportunities down there, but they felt relief at the same time. They were unable to go down there, and so they did not feel like they had missed out much. John scanned the area looking for Adam, but did not find him. He must still be taking his arch trial. John walked over to the arches in the distance, with Miko following closely. All eyes remained on them as they walked away. "We'll wait here," John stated as he sat down in front of the arches. Miko sat down beside him, and they continued to discuss their lives over the past year. An hour later. Flash. A flash of light on the second trial appeared, revealing Adam. John shook his head in expected disappointment, as Adam had taken the second trial and not the third. However, passing the second trial wasn't bad, and so John was not too upset. "Ha ha 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 ha," Adam began to laugh wildly to himself. "Such a measly trial truly couldn't hold back a talented genius like me." Adam continued to laugh, until his gaze finally noticed John and Miko. His laughter instantly turned into silence as he noticed John's gaze, before he walked over to the two of them. "You're back already. What happened?" Adam asked. "I'll explain it to you later, but I think it's time we return to the Heavenly Lightning Sect," John replied. "We're returning already?" Adam asked in confusion. "Yes, do you still have your spatial talisman?" John asked. "Yep." John turned to Miko, his expression turning soft. "Well, Miko, this is where we part ways for now. I'm sure we'll meet again shortly." Miko's expression turned sour, but he didn't argue against it. He nodded his head before replying with a smile on his face. "And next time we meet, I'll be sure to be much stronger than you. You caught up to me already, so it seems as if I've been too lazy lately." "That's more like it," John replied as he gave Miko one last pat on the back. He turned to Adam and grabbed his arm. "Take us back to the Heavenly Lightning Sect." Adam nodded his head and took out his spatial talisman. As long as one was in contact with the one using the talisman, they would be transported as well. Adam crushed the talisman, and all eyes watched the most shocking person of all four great sects finally disappear. "After months inside this land, I'm finally returning to the sect." Spatial energy wrapped around John as he felt his body transported through space. His mind was feeling mixed emotions, thinking about everything that had happened within the lands, from Russell's death, the Bloodfiend sect, the mysterious girl, and the divine trials. But he steeled his mind, as he knew there would be work to be done soon. He still had loose ends to wrap up. Flash. John's and Adam's scenery suddenly changed, revealing them to be back in the courtyard of the Heavenly Lightning Sect. They took a moment to get their bearings, shaking off the lingering affects of the spatial talisman. "It's him. He's finally returned." A voice entered John's ears, causing them to perk up. "I guess we'll finally get to the bottom of this and see what really happened," another voice exclaimed. Word quickly spread, and a crowd soon gathered in the courtyard. John frowned as he quickly put two and two together. Confirming his suspicions, a powerful voice suddenly echoed throughout the courtyard, and John felt a powerful aura press down on him. A man suddenly appeared before him, who appeared on the older side. He had a full gray beard and a wrinkled face. However, his aura emanated the power of the Heaven Tribulation realm. His eyes locked onto John's. "You better give me a good explanation for your crimes, or don't blame me for being merciless." Chapter 265. Overbearing Elder John stared at the man before him, who emanated a heaven tribulation realm cultivation, his face remaining relaxed, as he had expected such a thing to happen. "Who are you?" John asked in a confused tone. "Am I supposed to know you?" While he had already put two and two together, he wanted to take this man before him down a notch. Pride was the thing most cultivators valued the most, and John would not give him a sense of pride at his status as an elder. The elder was slightly taken aback by John's comment. He had expected him to be scared beneath the powerful aura he was emitting, and had expected to reduce John to a blubbering mess. However, John stood there completely relaxed, contrary to his expectations. Meanwhile, those who had gathered in the crowd snickered slightly at John's comment, finding his attitude quite amusing. There weren't many who would have such a nonchalant attitude towards an elder, especially when they were in a grave situation. The elder paused for a moment, before replying once more. "You know exactly who I am, boy. Do not play games with me." His heaven tribulation aura pressed down on John with even more power, making it slightly difficult for John to stand there undisturbed. However, John's face remained completely calm in the face of this pressure. "I've faced countless auras far beyond the power of yours. Do not try to scare me with something so weak. It's quite embarrassing," John scoffed, his face unamused. Surprise covered the faces of many in the crowd once again, while others laughed lightly, unable to contain themselves. The elder's face turned red from slight embarrassment, as well as growing anger. He was used to being treated as an incredibly lofty figure. It had been hundreds of years since someone had talked to him like this. "Do you want me to kill you right where you stand, boy?" The elder exploded in a rage. He had expected to show up and reduce John to a mess, making him beg for forgiveness. However, things had not gone according to plan, and he had been completely embarrassed by John's nonchalant comments and attitude. A voice from a sound transmission suddenly appeared in John's mind, causing his expression to change slightly. A small smile crept up on his face. "Do it," John replied quickly, his face still calm. "What?" The elder's face filled with surprise, as he had not been expecting such an answer from John. "Come on, kill me. Although I doubt the fate of an elder who kills the disciples of his own sect without any damning proof of their crimes will live much longer afterwards," John continued. He knew this elder was looking to make things difficult on him and get him to confess to targeting Hunter. Only then would he be able to do anything to John, especially given John's elevated status in the sect. If the elder killed him without any proof, his own fate would be sealed as well. John knew this and decided to use this knowledge as a weapon. The crowd was stunned by John's complete disregard towards the powerful elder before him. However, at the same time, they were quite impressed. They had heard rumors of John targeting Hunter and also wanted to know what truly had happened. Hunter was a direct disciple, and so he had an incredibly lofty status. Not only that, but Hunter was incredibly powerful for his age, and so the rumors were believed to be false. The elder stood there in silence, unable to respond to John. What John was saying was correct, and without proof of any crimes, he could take no actions. He only had the word of his disciple as proof. By this time, several other elders had shown up in the crowd and were watching from the sidelines, increasing the pressure on the elder even more. "So, what do I have to give you an explanation for?" John asked calmly. "You know exactly what I'm talking about," the elder replied with a raised voice. "I'm not sure I do. You'll have to elaborate for me," John replied as he crossed his arms, assuming a completely relaxed posture. "Don't play games with me, boy. Admit your crimes now," the elder rebuked, as he once again increased the pressure on John. John frowned as he felt the pressure increase to a great degree. He was beginning to struggle under the pressure, but was still able to resist it with some effort. John suddenly turned around and began to walk away, completely ignoring the elder. His actions shocked both the elder and the crowd once more, as he was giving the elder no respect. The elder was also surprised that John was able to even stand up in his pressure, let alone walk away. He had used an amount of his aura that should overwhelm an early core formation youth, but John acted as if it didn't exist. "Stop this instant," the elder raged out once more, completely irate at John's lack of respect. However, John continued to walk away, completely ignoring him. John narrowed his eyes as he stopped in his tracks. The elder had suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. "Admit that you targeted my disciple and attempted to kill him." "Oh, that!" John's eyes lit up as if he suddenly remembered something. The elder rage-filled face suddenly changed to a small smile as he figured he had finally convinced John to confess. "Sorry, don't know anything about that," John suddenly replied, causing the elder and the crowd to have stupefied expressions on their faces. The elder's face quickly turned back into one of anger as he yelled out to John once more. "Admit your crimes, boy. We have all the proof we need. You attacked my disciple a month ago." John suddenly began to laugh, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. "If you have the proof, then why are you trying to get me to admit to anything?" John replied with a sarcastic tone, as if the elder was an idiot. "Also, if what you are saying is correct, then I, a late chi condensation youth at the time, bested your early core formation disciple and forced him to flee. If that's truly what happened, then you should just kill yourself right now for being such a useless master to a useless disciple," John continued, his tone slightly tinged with disgust. The elder's voice caught in his throat, as he had not been expecting such a reply from John. While everyone knew John could jump realms, that was only one minor realm. Jumping between major realms was completely different, and no one would believe such a thing. John's heroics within the ancient city had yet to be revealed to the sect, as he was one of the first to leave the lands from the heavenly lightning sect. Those who had seen his battle prowess were still within those lands, searching for more opportunities. John began to walk away once more, ignoring the elder. "Oh, and one last thing," John suddenly replied to the elder while looking over his shoulder. "Everything you said is true. However, it was your disciple that targeted me originally, wanting to kill me. However, he was so useless and weak that I unexpectedly ended up beating him black and blue, and would have killed him were it not for that spatial talisman of his," John said in a calm voice. His words stunned the crowd into silence. He had actually admitted to such a thing. A smug smile quickly appeared on the elder's face, as he had finally gotten John to admit to his crimes of attempting to kill a fellow disciple. He raised his hand and pointed it at John, as power began to build up on it. "So you admit your crimes. In that case, die." Bang! An incredibly powerful beam of lighting pierced towards John, reaching him in an instant. The lightning contained a tinge of the heavens themselves in it, making it even more potent and powerful. There was no way John could survive such an attack. Boom! The lightning exploded where John stood, creating a large explosion that kicked up dirt and dust. The crowd grimaced at the sight, not expecting such a turn of events. What just happened? Why did he suddenly admit to it? A youth in the crowd couldn't help but ask. "I'm not sure, but he's dead now. Such a shame that our sect lost such a promising youth," another replied. The elders in the crowd watched the scene unfold with calm expressions, however, as if nothing had happened. The elder who had attacked John suddenly had a look of surprise on his face, before it turned into a cold glare. "You dare interfere in my business," the elder spoke up with a cold voice. "It's best if you don't interfere with something you're not involved in." "Interfere? John is my direct disciple. How could I not be involved?" A voice within the explosion suddenly echoed out, stunning the crowd. The fatting dust revealed two figures standing there, John in the back and the newcomer in the front. The newcomer turned to John and inspected him, as an approving smile appeared on his face. "I see you've grown quite nicely over the past few months." John smiled at the person before him. "That I have. It seems like you've improved as well. You've finally reached the heaven tribulation realm, Elder Ragger." Chapter 266. Request. John had received a sound transmission from Elder Ragger when he had first arrived, telling him to do what he wanted and that he would protect him. Sound transmissions were direct communications of the mind, and it became possible to transmit sound transmissions once one ascended to the heaven tribulation realm. Thanks to your help, I was able to reach this realm quite quickly, Elder Ragger replied with a smile on his face. John inspected the elder closely, observing his power increase. While he was not actively emitting his aura, John could tell that Elder Ragger had leaped forward a great deal in power. Faint fluctuations of the heavens itself lingered around the elder, making him even more profound. You just ascended to the heaven tribulation realm. There's no way he's become your direct disciple already. The elder watching John and Elder Ragger scoffed. He wanted John's life, here and now. How could you possibly know about our business, Elder Wren? Besides, words are useless. If you want John, you'll have to deal with me first, Elder Ragger replied. Deal with you? Elder Wren scoffed. You just ascended, while I have been in this realm for hundreds of years. I would crush you in an instant, Elder Wren replied. Oh, then try me, Elder Ragger rebuked. Elder Wren narrowed his eyes as he stared at Elder Ragger. While it was true that he had been in the heaven tribulation realm for much longer, they were both in the early heaven tribulation realm. Not only that, but Elder Wren was a formations expert who twirled away on non-combat-related things. Elder Ragger, however, was an elder of the enforcement hall and specialized in combat first and foremost. While the elders were arguing, John felt the gaze of someone familiar fall on him. He turned his head to the direction he was feeling the gaze come from, and his eyes quickly lit up as he spotted who it was. He laughed loudly, before yelling out loud for the entire crowd to hear. "Ha ha, Hunter, why are you hiding in the crowd like that? Come out here and let's finish what we started, or should I say, what you started but could not finish." All eyes turned to where John was looking, and quickly spotted Hunter doing his best to mingle with the crowd. However, as a direct disciple, almost everyone knew what he looked like, and they soon picked him out of the crowd. Hunter felt the gaze of everyone fall on him, and could tell that those eyes were full of judging and ridicule. John had claimed to have beaten him despite being a major realm lower in cultivation, and despite being in the crowd, Hunter had not rebuked this. If it was not true, everyone knew that Hunter would have stepped forward and disparaged the claim, but he had not done so. The eyes of all in the crowd lit up as they thought of the possibility of John's story actually being true. If that was the case, then John was even more of a monster than anyone knew, and the Heavenly Lightning sect had an absolute prodigy in its midst. With all the eyes on him, Hunter knew that he could not run away from this, or he would confirm the rumors about him and John. His usual prideful look once again appeared on his face as he began to strut from out of the crowd towards John. "I wasn't hiding. I was waiting to see how my master makes you beg like a dog, but I guess I can be the one to do that instead," Hunter replied. However, John could see uncertainty in Hunter's eyes as he approached John. Hunter knew that he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, but he could not back down now, or he would be ridiculed for life. "Is that so? Then why don't we finish what we started right now?" John replied. Hunter was a loose end that he had to tie up, no matter what. Hunter looked at John as if he was looking at an ant, making sure to keep up his act of confident bravado. "HMPH," Hunter scoffed as he finally reached John and stood before him. John's face was slightly pale, due to having no body chi, and this fact was not unnoticed by Hunter. Hunter's eyes slightly lit up at this sight, as he assumed John was in a bad combat shape from something that happened within the realm. While he was not wrong, he was only half right, as John's potent essence chi was still filled to the brim and ready to go. Boom! A loud boom echoed behind John once more, and he quickly turned around to see Elder Ragger standing before him once more. Elder Ragger's eyes were burning with anger now. "Elder Wren, if you try that again, I will cut you down where you stand. Do not test my patience." Elder Ragger wanted nothing more than to kill Elder Wren right now, but an elder killing another elder was a serious matter. He could not just go about it willy-nilly, even if Elder Wren was targeting John. "What's going on here?" An ancient voice suddenly sounded out across the massive courtyard, filing the ears of everyone present. Everyone instantly recognized the voice. The sect leader. As if summoned, the sect leader suddenly appeared within the courtyard. His movements were so fast that no one had seen him arrive, but only that he now stood within the courtyard. He emanated absolutely no aura and appeared to be just like a mortal, but everyone knew better. Elder Ren immediately stepped forward and bowed to the sect leader before quickly replying. Esteemed sect leader, John attacked Hunter within the formation lands a month ago, and thanks to a strange item he found within the realm, nearly took his life. I am here to get justice. The sect rules are clear. If one targets another member of the sect with the intent to kill, then their life is forfeit. Please help me get justice. Elder Ren had changed tunes immediately once the sect leader arrived. He made sure to mention that John had won due to a strange item he had found, in order to maintain Hunter's status as a top disciple. Is that true? Did he only win due to an incredible item he found? Several in the crowd asked. Who knows? Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, another replied. Is that so? The sect leader replied with a calm voice as he suddenly looked towards John. John stood there calmly, as if none of these things were related to him. The sect leader smiled slightly as he noticed John's improvement, but was quick to hide that smile. I merely tried to cut down a useless fool who targeted me first is all. John replied nonchalantly as he shrugged his shoulders. See, he admits to his crimes, Elder Ren quickly chimed up. Sect leader Thunderson remained quiet as he stared at both John and Hunter. You too, come to me, he suddenly chimed up. John immediately began to walk towards the sect leader, while Hunter paused for a moment before approaching as well. Both of them stood before him, awaiting his instructions. I want you both to focus on the fight you had in the wastelands, and only that fight, Thunderson suddenly instructed. Both John and Hunter didn't know the reason for this, but followed along anyways. They thought back to the fight. Thunderson suddenly grabbed the heads of both John and Hunter on each of his hands. What is he doing? The crowd couldn't help but ask. The eyes of many elders suddenly went wide, Elder Ren included, as a thought crossed their mind. He couldn't be doing a targeted memory search, could he? One's cultivation would have to be in the... One elder mused out loud, but his musings were soon confirmed as an incredibly profound energy emanated off the sect leader. World Expansion Realm. The sect leader is actually in the World Expansion Realm. Several elders exclaimed in surprise. The sect leader had not revealed his full cultivation in thousands of years, and so no one truly knew where it stood. However, today it was confirmed, shocking all those within the sect. While the crowd and elders were completely shocked, John and Hunter felt an energy invade their souls. This energy locked onto the memories they were focusing on and began to read them. Targeted memory searches were much harder than normal soul searches and could only be done when reaching a certain realm. Normal soul searches were brutish, like kicking a door down to get inside. While this would work for getting inside, one would leave much damage in its wake, and the soul would be greatly harmed. Targeted soul searches were much more gentle, like picking the lock to a door and opening it the proper way to get inside. However, they were much harder to do and required an incredibly powerful cultivation and soul to do so. So that's why he wanted us to focus on the fight we had. John finally understood the intentions of the sect leader. The sect leader quickly read their memories of the fight, his face going grave at the sight of Hunter using his soul banner. Hunter began to become a nervous mess, but was unable to break away from the sect leader. All he could do was stand there in silent panic. When their memories got to the mysterious girl, the sect leader's eyes narrowed for a moment, as a thought of who it may be crossed his mind. He eventually got to the end of the fight, at which point he let go of both Hunter and John. Sect leader, I can explain, Hunter suddenly exclaimed in a panicked voice. His panic and words shocked the crowd, as they could immediately tell that Hunter was attempting to justify himself. Fuck your explanation, John suddenly interrupted. He looked at the sect leader before him. Sect leader Thunderson, now that you've seen the truth, I have a request. I request a life and death duel with Hunter, right here, right now. Chapter 267, Tying Up Loose Ends. Sect leader Thunderson's eyebrows raised slightly at John's request. You want to take this matter into your own hands. John nodded his head in confirmation. Hunter had targeted him, and so John had to personally repay the favor. If he had not been strong enough in their first fight, both John and Adam would have died, and he would never forgive such a thing. Sect leader, what is going on? Elder Ren suddenly asked. While he knew his disciple could be trouble at times, he truly believed his disciple when he said John had targeted him. That was why he had come here with such fire, intent on eliminating those who would target Hunter. He had raised Hunter from when he was a small boy and considered him to almost be like a son to him. He was panicking now, as he could tell that the situation was not good for Hunter at the moment. However, the sect leader ignored Elder Ren as he considered John's proposal. Normally, such a situation would be handled by the enforcement hall, and he deferred such decisions to them. His gaze turned towards Elder Ragger, who stood there silently. As a Heaven Tribulation elder now, Elder Ragger's status had skyrocketed, and he was now one of the main elders in charge of all things related to enforcement hall matters. Elder Ragger paused for a moment and looked towards John, who stood there with absolute confidence. His gaze returned to the sect leader, and he nodded his head in affirmation. Then it's settled. I approve of the life and death duel, sect leader Thunderson stated loudly for all to hear. A thunderous uproar immediately exploded out within the crowd. A life and death duel. How long has it been since the last one? I'm not sure, but this battle should be incredible. It's between two of the most promising first years in our sect. I wonder who will win. Let's go to the life and death martial arena immediately. Life and death duels were always completed in the life and death martial arena, in order to contain the battle and minimize destruction to the surroundings. There's no need for the arena, John suddenly stated out loud. This won't be a fight but an execution. Hunter's panicked face darkened at such a comment. Even though he was in a serious situation, he would never allow himself to be spoken down to like this. The crowd became shocked at John's overbearing comments, and their gazes fell onto the sect leader. Sect leader Thunderson wore a small smile on his face, becoming more and more approving of John's attitude. Then let the fight take place here, Thunderson replied. The courtyard in which John and the others stood was massive, and there was easily enough place for a core formation battle to take place. Not only that, but with the sect leader present, he alone was able to easily negate any collateral damage to the surroundings. The crowd once more exploded into an excited uproar, ready to see the fight unfold before them. Sect leader, I implore you to change your mind, Elder Ren pleaded towards the sect leader. He has broken the rules of the sect and must be punished accordingly, Thunderson replied, his gaze unflinching. Don't worry, if Hunter can kill me, then I am fine with letting him live and go free, John suddenly stated. Everyone in the crowd, as well as the elder and sect leader, looked towards John with mixed expressions of either surprise or confusion. However, only John knew his reason for such a request. He had no intention of losing this battle, and knew Hunter's life was coming to an end. However, killing Hunter, who had no hope of surviving after the fight, brought John no satisfaction. On the other hand, giving Hunter the hope of freedom before crushing those hopes completely was what John wanted. He wanted to shatter Hunter completely, in both body and mind. Sect leader Thunderson paused for a moment before nodding his head. It shall be as you say. If you are to lose, Hunter will have his freedom. While he will be exiled from the sect, he will not be executed. Hunter's eyes instantly brightened, going from the depths of hopelessness to elated happiness. That was the dumbest thing you could have said, Hunter suddenly replied to John, his confidence once more restored. I get to kill you and I get to live. What a day this will be. He had made great improvements in the past month while waiting for John to leave the mysterious lands, and was ready to show those improvements today. While he would be forced out of the sect afterwards, he would have his life and his revenge. John stood there with a relaxed face, unconcerned with Hunter's provocative words. Despite having no blood essence or body chi, John was unconcerned with Hunter. His strength had improved leaps and bounds since they last fought. Even by only using his essence chi and the natural strength of his body, John was more than confident in crushing Hunter. "Clear the way," an elder suddenly stated, moving the crowd back away from the fighting area. A clearing was soon created, leaving only John, Hunter, the two elders, and the sect leader standing there. Elder Ragger patted John on the shoulders and gave him a small smile before walking off. He said no words because he had complete confidence in John. He would be able to talk to him after the fight. At the same time, Elder Wren, unable to change the course of events, gave Hunter some words of encouragement before stepping aside. Thunderson looked at both John and Hunter before speaking to them. "This fight will only end with one of your lives being taken. You may begin." His body suddenly vanished, and he instantly appeared at the top of the steps of the Heavenly Lightning Palace, which overlooked the courtyard below. "Haha, now that it's gone this far, you only have yourself to blame," Hunter stated while laughing like a maniac. His aura exploded outwards, revealing that he was now in the middle core formation realm. Not only that, but he was towards the peak of this minor realm, showing the great improvements he had made since he last fought John. The soul banner Hunter used suddenly appeared in his hands, filled with malevolent energy. All those in the crowd narrowed their eyes as they stared at the banner. They could all tell how many lives had been sacrificed to it, and they pulled their faces in disgust. "My soul-stealing banner is even stronger than the last time we fought, and so am I. Prepare to give me your life," Hunter said to John, confidence clear on his face. Soul wraiths suddenly pierced out towards John, flooding the area and entering his body. They began to attack his soul from within, seeking to destroy it. However, with his cultivation raised to the core formation realm, John's soul was strengthened greatly as well. He ignored the pain in his soul and mind, focusing only on his prey before him. John casually looked towards Hunter and slowly raised his finger. Lightning began to build up on it, quickly reaching an incredibly dense and profound level. "How can an early core formation youth generate such power?" a shocked crowd member mumbled out. Those nearby all nodded their heads in agreement, as they could tell John's essence power was far beyond what an early core formation youth should be capable of. Sect leader Thunderson narrowed his eyes as he stared at John, and slight surprise could even be seen, as well as a hopeful anticipation. "It appears that he may truly be the one we have been looking for," Thunderson mumbled out loud. Boom! An incredible lightning beam exploded out from John's fingers as he unleashed his strongest lightning ruin. "What?" Hunter exclaimed in shock, as the power of John's casual lightning attack was far beyond his expectations. It was more akin to a late core formation attack, and was not something he could take head-on without taking damage. Boom! John's lightning slammed against Hunter's soul banner before he could react, and Hunter was blown backwards like a cannonball, unable to resist the power of John's simple attack. The banner flew out of his hands, and Hunter did his best to stabilize himself. After flying backwards for a short moment, Hunter stabilized the tumbling blood and chi within his body and regained his balance. He looked back towards John's last position as his eyes went wide. John stood directly before him, his speed shocking all as he appeared next to Hunter in an instant. An incredibly powerful battle axe appeared in his hands, as his cold gaze pierced down on Hunter, as if he was cutting down nothing more than a momentary nuisance. 3 profound dows began to emanate from the axe, as John suddenly cleaved it down with all his might. Hunter grit his teeth and summoned his core formation grade sword. His sword slashed out with all his might in an attempt to parry John's battle axe, as it was too late to dodge. Bang! Shattered metal fragments flew out in all directions, as John's battle axe completely shattered Hunter's sword in half. It continued cleaving towards his body, unimpeded. Hunter's eyes went wide with panic and fear as the battle axe reached his body. It was too late to do anything. Chi. The crowd grimaced as John's battle axe completed its arc, slamming into the ground behind Hunter. The earth shattered beneath the force of the axe, upheaving earth and dust, obscuring the vision of all. After a short while, the cloud of dust began to fade, slowly revealing the scene within. John stood there triumphantly, staring down at the bisected body before him. In just 2 casual moves, John had killed Hunter, whose lifeless eyes now stared eternally at the sky above, fear and regret forever etched on his face. Chapter 268. Burying Russell, the crowd stared in stunned silence at the scene before them. While they had been expecting one side to die due to it being a life-and-death duel, they had not expected it to end so quickly. After a brief moment of silence, an absolute thunderous cacophony erupted within the crowd. 2 moves. He just killed Hunter in 2 moves. I know. Not only that, but he did so with a cultivation of a minor realm lower than Hunter's. How is that possible? Has such a thing been done before? And did I see that correctly? Is he already utilizing profound Taos to enhance his attacks? Heated discussions immediately broke out, with hardly anyone remaining silent. John's cold eyes stared down at the corpse beneath him. The final threads to this nuisance were finally tied up. After a momentary pause, John reached out to gather Hunter's remains. However, his eyes narrowed as Hunter's body suddenly disappeared before him. His eyes trailed upwards as he saw the hate-filled eyes of Elder Wren staring at him. He had snatched the body from John. You may have taken his life, but I will not allow you to take anything else from him, Elder Wren said to John, anger and sadness mixed within his voice and face. John looked at the elder but said nothing. While he did want the body, he didn't have a good reason to demand it from the elder. Trying to do so would draw suspicion on him and his cultivation technique, which was not good. Not only that, but John could tell that the elder truly did care for Hunter, and most likely wanted to give him a proper burial. However, Hunter had something that didn't belong to him. You can have his body, but give my friend his formation back. Hunter took the liberty to steal it from him earlier, John replied, his gaze unwavering even in the presence of an angered heaven tribulation elder. The elder's eyes narrowed, especially when John said the word steal, as he was smearing Hunter's name even more, but did not argue. After a brief inspection of Hunter's spatial ring, the elder found the item John was talking about. He threw the item at John's feet without a word, before turning around and leaving. John's eyes locked on the elder's back for a moment before he reached down and gathered Adam's formation item. You've done well, Elder Ragger suddenly said to John as he placed his hand on his shoulder. Elder, where can one bury the dead of those belonging to the Heavenly Lightning sect? John asked, changing the subject. His question was unexpected to the elder, but he replied nonetheless. There is a sect burial ground, where all those who died in service to the sect may be put to rest. Why do you ask? John remained silent for a moment before replying, his voice heavy. It's to bury Russell. Elder Ragger's eyes lit up in surprise and soon changed to sadness. I see. I'll take you there. Follow me. John nodded his head and followed Elder Ragger, who took to the sky to fly to the burial ground. Now that John was free of the restrictions of the ancient temple, his ability to fly was restored, and he was able to do so for the first time in his life. Once one reached the core formation realm, flying became as natural as walking. John's body quickly left the ground as he soared higher and higher into the sky. Adam, overhearing their conversation, joined behind John, making sure he was there for the burial. The crowd watched John leave, slightly surprised to see him leave so soon. They began to slowly disperse, but the subject of John and his battle spread all throughout the sect, becoming the hottest topic of discussion. After you are done with all you have to do, come see me. A voice suddenly appeared in John's head. It was the voice of the sect leader. John continued onwards, flying for several minutes before landing in a large, expansive area. Headstones were visible as far as the eye could see, and easily numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Elder Ragger noticed John's gaze and sighed deeply. The path of cultivation is a dangerous one, and is one that claims many lives. When those we care about fall, the only thing we can do is live on for them, for they will always exist in our memories. John felt a slight wave of emotion wash over him upon hearing those words, and couldn't help but nod his head in agreement, while his eyes lit up with fire. It's not the only thing we can do, and it's not the only thing I will do. I will drown the Bloodfiend sect in their own blood and erase them from this world. His voice was filled with determined passion as his thoughts lingered on the Bloodfiend sect. While he had killed the one responsible for Russell's death, that had not satiated his blood lust nearly enough. Elder Ragger looked to John with a concerned expression, but could only sigh. John walked a much more dangerous path than him, one filled with battle, death, and blood. His talent was incredible, but that would only draw the eyes of his enemies to him even more. I will not try to deter you from this path, but I will advise you. You cannot fully avenge Russell if you are dead. Only by remaining alive can you carry out your vengeance. He gave these words of caution to temper John's fiery emotions, and hopefully stop him from throwing his life away in a futile effort. John nodded his head to Elder Ragger's words, but did not respond. He walked through the burial ground for some time, before finally finding an empty spot. You can bury him here. I'll speak with the sect to erect a headstone for him later today. John waved his hand, and a small hole in the ground suddenly opened up. The fragments of Roussel's body, which had been used as a corpse puppet, suddenly appeared in John's hands, and he lowered them into the hole. Russell's head suddenly appeared in John's hands, causing Elder Ragger to sigh once more. Goodbye, my brother. I will drown the Bloodfiend sect for you. Adam stood there in silence, unsure of what to say. However, his face was scrunched up with emotions as he watched his brother get laid to rest. After saying these last words, John lowered Russell's head into the hole. He stared at the body for a short while before waving his hand once more, covering up the hole with the dirt he had removed. I am returning to my abode, Elder Ragger. Thank you for your help today. John's words echoed out as he turned to the elder and thanked him. Were it not for him, Elder Wren may have taken his life today. Elder Ragger patted John on the shoulders, saying no words, as no words were necessary. Here, John said to Adam as his formation disc was tossed to him. My fuck you formation, Adam exclaimed, his mood suddenly brightened. John chuckled slightly at Adam's childlike antics, his mood also lightening slightly. Without saying any other words, John took to the sky, heading off to his home. After a long and arduous journey within the mysterious lands and ancient city, he wanted a brief moment of solitude. Welcome back. We are pleased to see you have safely returned. The voices of Francel and Rhea entered John's ears as he strode into his house. John nodded his head towards the two of them, who had been going about their day, making sure his house was in top shape. I'll be going into seclusion for a while. Unless something is urgent, make sure I am not disturbed, John replied without missing a stride. Francel and Rhea nodded their heads in affirmation. It will be done. Oh, and take this as payment for your diligent service thus far, John replied without looking back. 2 spatial rings suddenly appeared in the air and floated towards the two of them. Confused looks appeared on both their faces, as John was not in charge of paying them, but they grabbed the rings nonetheless and inspected them. Their faces lit up with absolute shock as they both noticed the mountain of spirit crystals within each ring. Such a sum was more than they would make in a lifetime of working, and was far beyond their expectations. We cannot accept, Rhea cried out as she looked back up towards John, but found him long gone. Francel and Rhea looked at each other, unsure of what to do. However, elation could be seen in both their eyes, and they quickly went back to their work, more diligent than ever. John sat in his mediation chamber in the basement of his abode, taking in the rare silence. His life had been completely hectic these past few months, and had contained many highs as well as several lows. A large amount of spatial rings and other items suddenly appeared before him. Now, let's see what these rings contain. Chapter 269. Inspecting the spoils. John had slain many people within the mysterious lands and ancient city, obtaining their spatial rings in the process. Not only that, but he had slain all but one of the blood-fiend sect emperors, as well as a few kings. While Miko had kept the ring of the Sword Emperor, John still had the ring from Damon, as well as the Corpse King and the Grant, the Assassination King. Each of them had slain countless youths within the ancient city and obtained their spoils. The number quickly added up, and after a brief search through all his belongings, John found over 40 spatial rings, all containing various items. The items within would surely contain the various wealths of each of the youths, as well as all the items they had obtained within the ancient city. Tremble. John's soul suddenly trembled, and Kyrie quickly escaped it. What are you doing? John asked curiously. Kyrie rubbed up against John, nudging his head against him before it took off within the basement. It sped around like a blur, running every which direction. Ha, I suppose you have been cooped up for some time. John watched Kyrie speed about with happiness and glee for some time before his gaze returned to the rings before him. Let's see what's here. John sent his divine sense into the first ring he had picked up, quickly inspecting its contents. A small pile of spirit crystals laid in the center of the spatial dimension, and several weapons laid scattered about. Spirit crystals, some shitty weapons, and some low-grade pills. Not much to look at. John gathered the items to his own palace dimension before inspecting the next ring. Shit. Nothing of value. Useless. John inspected ring after ring, but mostly found things far beneath his notice. While there were a few somewhat impressive items, such as core formation weapons or pills, it was nothing to go crazy about. John's interest was suddenly piqued as he inspected yet another ring. A scythe suddenly appeared in his hands as he inspected the weapon that was in the ring. His expectant gaze soon turned into disappointment, however. He stood up and gave the weapon a few swings, testing its might, before sitting back down. Just a low-grade core formation scythe. I was hoping it would have been an ancient scythe, much like the sword or axe I have. It's not a bad weapon, but I've already outgrown core formation weapons. Only meridian forging weapons and above have the weight I need to fully take advantage of my body's strength. While John could use the scythe in the meantime, his battle axe was far more powerful, and so there was no need to do so. I'll see if the sect has any profound scythes for sale. If not, I'm sure there's a master weaponsmith in this sect who can make me my scythe. It'll probably cost quite a sum to do so, but I have no shortage of money right now. John tossed the scythe aside before continuing to inspect the rings. His inspection revealed several pills, many of which he didn't know the origin of, as well as some other baubles of varying purposes. Most of this stuff is useless to me, but I can sell them for quite a hefty sum. While John did not want for money after his discovery of the spirit mine, he wouldn't mind adding more money to his reserves. Money was everything in the cultivation world, and without it, getting the resources needed to advance was very difficult. His inspection of the Corpse King's ring revealed many corpse puppets, as well as some decent ancient weapons. However, none of them suited him. After going through all the lower-level spatial rings, John finally got to the ring of Damon, the Blood Emperor. Damon was a ruthless bastard who probably cut down dozens of youths in that land, or even more. I'm sure there will be quite a few treasures inside this ring. John's divine sense entered the ring, and his eyes quickly lit up. A small mountain of spirit crystals, containing at least several million crystals, immediately came into view. To the side of the mountain, dozens of weapons laid strewn about. Several of them emanated an ancient aura, and some of them were even meridian forging grade weapons. Several barrels and jars were grouped together, containing a countless amount of pills with varying purposes, from raising cultivation levels to medicinal and much, much more. There must be at least 1 million spirit crystals worth of pills here. Damon was quite spoiled. There were some that would serve his essence cultivation well, allowing him to advance more quickly. No wonder that asshole had such a high cultivation. These pills are incredible and were probably found within the ancient city. After inspecting the pills, John's divine sense inspected the final corner of the spatial area. This area contained the odds and ends of Damon's collection, including scrolls containing cultivation techniques, battle arts, medicinal recipes, as well as other items. John's eyes locked onto one particular scroll. He quickly unfurled it. The Crimson Hell Domain. How kind of Damon to gift me such a nice domain technique. While the Crimson Hell Domain had no effect on John, that was just because of his unique cultivation situation. Against all others, it was an incredibly ruthless and powerful domain. I'll be sure to study this in the future. John put aside the scroll and continued to read through the others. He spotted an ornate scroll, more detailed than the others. He quickly unfurled it. The Blood Tyrant Law. John quickly read through the scroll. This is the cultivation technique of the Bloodfiend sect. While it's useless to me as I cultivate using the primordial extermination lightning technique, it still could serve a purpose for me in the future. John read through the scroll before putting it down. He quickly inspected various other items, including several formation discs and talismans. This is the last item, John murmured as his eyes locked onto the item. A small frown appeared on his face, as he was hopping it would be an incredible item. It radiated quite an ancient aura, revealing it to be an item found within the ancient city. As such, John had high hopes for the item. It's a mask. The item was a featureless mask, as if it was from a mannequin. There were 2 holes for eyes, a nose, and a slight opening for the mouth. If the aura was not so incredible, John would have assumed that it was a mask a mortal had made and tossed away. After inspecting the front of the mask, John turned the mask over and inspected the back of the mask. After careful inspection, he was able to notice incredibly faint, yet incredibly detailed formation runes lining the interior of the mask. He studied the runes for a moment to see if he could make out their purpose, but was unable to. I really need to start studying formation runes, as I won't always have Adam to tell me what they are, John grumbled to himself. Does this mask even have a purpose? John grumbled out loud. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the mask to his face, expecting nothing to happen. However, his expression quickly changed as he noticed it suction to his face, becoming flush with his skin. What the fuck? John yelled out loud as he pulled the mask with his great strength. The mask resisted him, intending on staying flush with his face. John put even more strength into his grip, desperate to get the mysterious mask off of his face. After a momentary struggle, the mask was pulled off his face, leaving John slightly disturbed. However, he had felt no danger from the mask when he had worn it. After a moment of hesitation, John once again donned the mask, feeling the same suction force before it became flush with his skin. John quickly raised a mirror that he had found in one of the spatial rings in front of him, inspecting his face. The mask rested on his face with the same featureless design, making him look quite odd. Is this it? This is all it does, John mumbled out loud as he continued to inspect it. However, no amount of chi being sent into the mask or anything else would cause it to do anything. I noticed small formation runes, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, on the back of the mask. Maybe I'll ask Adam about it and see if he knows what this mask is. John went to set the mirror down, but his hand suddenly paused as he quickly glanced back at it. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the mirror, and the reflection staring back at him. What the hell? The face that was staring back at him was not that of his own. His face, now in the image of Adam, now stared back at him. Chapter 270, Lord of the Blood Pool. John quickly stood up, shocked by what he was seeing. The mirror was still in his hand, showing him the face of Adam staring back. After a momentary panic, John calmed down and sat back down. He carefully inspected his face, studying all the small details. He even used his divine sense to inspect his face, to see what his divine sense would see. He continued this inspection for quite some time, and despite this lengthy inspection, was not able to spot any shortcomings in his disguise. How incredible! I look just like Adam with not a single detail out of place. What an incredible item. John thought back to his actions before, as another thought crossed his mind. When I thought of Adam, my face changed to him, I wonder. John's thoughts strayed to another person he was quite familiar with, his father, Barden. He focused on his father's face, and soon after, John could feel a small pull from the mask, as it siphoned chi from him to fuel the transformation. Slowly but surely, John saw his face change to that of his father's. He couldn't tell the difference. John continued to inspect his face and even assumed the demeanor of his father. If he was in front of his mother, he was sure he would fool her. However, it only disguises my face, and not my body, so the disguise would only work if I had the same body proportions as whoever I disguise myself as. John changed his thoughts and focused on Elder Ragger. After a moment of slow transformation, his face once again changed. John could feel the same chi siphoning as last time, but this time he felt something else. His face turned slightly grave as he discovered something with the mask. I didn't notice it at first, as it was incredibly small, but every time I assume the identity of someone new, the mask siphons an incredibly small portion of my soul to infuse into the mask, to fully transform with no flaws. While John was fine with the mask siphoning chi from him, as this was easily expendable, he was not fine with it siphoning parts of his soul. The soul was the absolute core of a human, and was unable to be replaced as easily as missing chi. Every time the mask siphoned a small part of his soul, it was as if he was losing part of his identity. Not only that, but his soul power would diminish, which was something John would not allow. Thankfully, I noticed it so soon. The amount siphoned so far is inconsequential, but if I continued to transform continuously, it would soon add up to something I would not be able to recover from. John inspected the mask a bit more and carefully thought back to the details of each transformation. His identity was still that of Elder Ragger, and John felt no more soul siphoning at the moment. It appears that the soul siphoning only occurs during a transformation. I'll have to be careful with this mask in the future and make sure to not use it too much. I can recover from a small bit of soul damage, but anything more will be irreparable. John continued to inspect his face for quite some time more, to study the effects the mask had on his body. However, even after an extended duration of using the mask, he didn't find any other negative effects. His hand reached up, and with great effort, the mask was pulled off. His face instantly returned back to his own. A smile lit up on his face as he studied the mask before him, which had now assumed its featureless mannequin-like face. This will be quite useful in the future. I'll definitely be keeping this. John stored the mask in his palace realm and cleaned up the rest of the junk in front of him. While his gains had not been incredible, they had not been small either. He had obtained plenty of weapons, pills, and other baubles that would be useful in the future. Now then, time to focus on cultivation once more. John assumed a meditative position and calmed his mind. He appeared in his palace realm, and his face quickly turned into a frown. How messy. John had appeared in the main lobby of the majestic palace within his spatial realm, and was greeted with mountains of items he had collected over the past year. They laid strewn about haphazardly, making the palace look like an absolute mess. I really need to do something about this. His gaze swept throughout the palace and lingered on the massive doors that lined the side hallways. The doors stretched hundreds of yards high and had stood closed the entire time. I tried to open them earlier but was unable to do so, and haven't tried since. Maybe there is a cultivation barrier to opening these, or a strength requirement. I should try again. John strode into the first side hallway and approached the first door. He was like an ant to the door, which towered over him. Ornate carvings and designs covered the door, making it look incredibly exquisite. He reached out and pushed against the door. The door refused to budge, causing John to put more strength into it. His full might was put into moving the door as his face turned red. However, his red face quickly changed into elation as the door finally began to slowly move. After much effort, John was finally able to move the door wide enough for his body to slip through. It worked. After confirming that the door would not close on its own, John slipped into the small crack he had created. A massive room greeted him on the other side, no less grand and exquisite than the rest of the palace. The room was hundreds of yards wide and long, with a ceiling several hundred yards tall. Majestic chandeliers hung down from the ceiling, which glowed with ethereal light, giving a soft light to the room. In the center of the room, a large basin was present, which was empty. The basin was also several hundred yards wide and long, and took up around 80 perfect of the floor space. John walked forward and peered over the edge into the basin. It stretched down nearly 200 yards. Was this used as a pool by the previous palace owner? John mused out loud. It was the only thing he could think of, despite the pool being empty. An idea suddenly appeared in his mind, as a smile appeared on his face. He quickly dashed back into the lobby and gathered quite a few items into his spatial ring before dashing back into the room. John stood at the edge of the basin and waved his hand outwards. Hundreds of wooden barrels appeared in the air before him, suspended in the air by his chi. They began to tip to the side, and soon a waterfall of blood tipped out of the barrels and into the hole below. This beast blood essence was blood from mist creation beasts that John had obtained. The blood had long become useless to him, and so John had not used it during his fights. While he was able to technically use them to fuel his body chi, each barrel would provide him less than a second's worth of chi, and was not worth the soul power it took to infuse from this palace realm to his danshin. He would need to go into each barrel and extract the blood essence, which was far more effort than it was worth for only 1 second of body chi. However, if it was all in one spot, that was different. The barrels all emptied out, filling the bottom of the basin with a small pond of blood. The blood remained there, and John began to laugh like a madman. Ha ha ha, it worked. I now have a pool of beast blood essence, ready for my use at a mere thought. No longer do I have to individually go through each barrel to extract blood essence. I am now the blood sovereign, lord of the blood pool. John's maniacal laughter continued on for some time before he finally composed himself. He emptied out all his remaining beast blood essence reserves and stared at the blood pool below. It's all mist creation beast blood, so it's useless to me. But once I start mixing in core formation beast blood and above, it will become an incredible boon for me. Not only will I be able to extract the blood essence to my danshin in an easier manner, I can also store more blood more easily now. John concluded his business with the room. He strode out into the hallway and gazed to the next door. He pushed on the door with great effort, at which point it too began to part. John happily slipped into the room, but his elation quickly turned to slight disappointment. It's empty. The entire room was empty, with not a single item inside. Oh well, this will be a perfect storage room for all my items. John moved back into the lobby and gathered all his items before returning to the empty room. Before long, the main lobby was spotless, causing John to nod his head in approval. Much better. John's gaze then turned to the next door down the hallway. After approaching it, John gave it a push, but no matter how hard he pushed, it was unable to budge. John tried every other door in the palace, but each one did not budge an inch. His elated mood had quickly turned sour as he approached the final door he had yet to try. He harumphed in displeasure as he pushed on the final door. Just like the first, the door began to part, causing a look of joy to once more appear on John's face. Light began to shine out from within the crack he had created, and a strong medicinal aroma wafted over him. Chapter 271. Continuous advancements. After putting in more effort to open the door, John finally managed to slip into the room. Before him, a large, expansive room came into view. The room was even larger than the previous, and taller as well. Is this a medicinal field? Covering almost the entire room was fertile soil. A brief scan of his divine sense showed that the soil stretched deep below into the palace, and a steady stream of chi infused into the soil from below. Above the soil, high in the air, a single chandelier hung from the ceiling. The chandelier contained a round ball of transparent material from which light was emitted from. However, the light was not from a formation or spirit crystals. Is that a fucking sun? John couldn't help but exclaim out loud as a ball of roiling plasma revolved around within the translucent sphere. It burned brightly like the sun in the sky, but unexpectedly gave off a soft and warm heat. John shook his head, not even wanting to comprehend how such a thing was possible. His vision once again returned to the field before him, in which several dozen plants could be seen growing. The plants gave off an incredibly dense aroma, making John feel incredibly relaxed. His eyes lit up in excitement. These plants have been growing here for who knows how long. They must be incredible by now. John approached the plants growing in the field, his excitement growing with every step. However, upon reaching the plants, his excitement turned sour. Are these tea plants? John had been hopping for incredibly rare medicinal ingredients that could be used to raise his cultivation, but all he saw in the field before him were tea plants. Dozens and dozens of tea plants. While the aromas the plants gave off were incredible, and John had no doubt the tea would be amazing, he was still disappointed. Oh well, at least I know that plants can grow here. I should be able to use this in the future to store any medicinal ingredients I run into in the future, instead of leaving them behind. While John was still slightly disappointed, he was still happy with this room. It would be very helpful for him in the future. Now, I still have one more goal to accomplish here. John strode back out into the main lobby and nodded his head with satisfaction. The excess clutter was no more, returning the palace to its regal glory. John strode down the main hallway into the massive chamber containing the holy gate. The translucent sphere still hung high above the ground in front of the gate, the blood within forever revolving in a circle. John had already received his blood drop when advancing both his body and essence stanchion to the core formation realm, but had not yet touched the chains. John thought about saying some words to the gate, which he now knew contained the mysterious man, but decided against it. He had asked the man questions in the past, but he had ignored John's questions, and so John didn't bother anymore. He approached the gate and reached out to the nearest chain. Clank. As soon as his hand touched the chain snapped and dissolved into nothingness. The holy aura that emanated from the gate exploded out with great intensity, washing over him. John bathed in the aura as he felt his soul grow in strength. The slight damage that the mask had inflicted on him was slowly erased away. John remained like this for some time before once again opening his eyes. He strode over to the side door and quickly entered the sinister room. A malevolent aura washed over him, filling his mind with murmurs and attempting to drive him insane. John ignored the murmurs and strode deep into the room towards the sinister gate. He reached the gate and reached out towards one of the chains. Clank. The chain snapped and dissolved as expected, and the sinister aura emanating from the gate exploded out with far greater intensity. John grit his teeth as he struggled against the aura, which was now strong enough to threaten him. He remained in front of the gate for some time, tempering his will to the best of his ability, before the strain became too much. Each removed chain would increase the power of the sinister aura greatly, making it much harder for John to endure. However, this is exactly what he wanted, as only something that drove him to the brink of insanity could temper his will to this level. Murmurs filled his mind, threatening to drive him mad, while all he could think of was destruction, devastation, and death. John pushed himself to the brink and finally reached his limit. He quickly turned around and retreated out of the room. Growl. An incredibly soft and muffled growl echoed out behind John, nearly destroying his mind. Gah. John was going to walk back to the holy aura room, but the unexpected growl that filled his mind had nearly killed him. His soul and mind were nearly overwhelmed, but he just managed to hold on enough to send himself out of the palace realm and back to the real world. Ragged breaths escaped John's lips as he struggled against the remnant murmurs which assaulted his mind. Only after quite some time did John manage to fully erase the murmurs and return himself to normal. What the hell was that? John thought back to the moment of the growl. That guttural, beast-like growl came from the sinister gate. If the mysterious man is contained within the holy gate, then it makes sense that something is within the sinister gate. However, just the growl, which was mostly blocked by the gate, nearly managed to shatter my mind and soul. Just what the hell is within that gate? John shivered in slight fear at such a thought. If whatever was inside that gate escaped somehow, he was as good as dead. That mysterious man is too crazy, John couldn't help but grumble out loud. It was no different than putting a ticking time bomb inside his body. Sooner or later it would explode. The chains I touch lessen the restraints on that gate. When I undo the last one. John shivered slightly once more at the thought. The entity within the gate was most likely the source of the sinister aura. If it was so sinister and powerful, despite being restricted by the gate, then just what was the entity's true nature and power like? John could hardly imagine such a thing. His mind suddenly thought of the mysterious creature within the lighting world illusion formation, as they had given him similar vibes, but shook his head after careful thought. Both were completely sinister, but were not exactly the same in nature. The creature he had seen in that formation was more about power, while the aura within the gate was the epitome of evil. After calming down more, John put such thoughts aside. He was far too weak to concern himself with such things. Not only that, but the entity seemed to be properly contained by the chains for the moment, and so John was not too concerned of whatever existed inside escaping. John calmed his mind, and several pills suddenly appeared before him. They were some of the pills he had obtained from the spatial rings, ones which he had identified as cultivation pills. Pill after pill was consumed, sending waves of chi into his danshan, which he would refine, slowly but surely increasing his cultivation. His danshan, which was compressed 20 times, was incredibly dense and required an incredible amount of energy to advance. After consuming over half the pills before him, John felt his essence danshan reach the tipping point. From his recent battles, his comprehension levels were already incredibly firm, and he did not have a bottleneck. Boom! A muffled sound rang out within John's body as the power emanating off him surged greatly. His eyes snapped open in delight as he once again advanced. Minor realm advancements were less eventful than major realm advancements and were usually done in a much smoother manner. With this, both my essence and body danshan are in the middle core formation realm. However, my recent battles were incredible, and my fight with the divine youth gave me incredible insights. I think I can push my cultivation further even more. Advancing 2 minor realms in a single cultivation session was usually impossible, as one would have to have the appropriate cultivation insights to advance, as well as a firm enough foundation. However, John's cultivation insights had improved by leaps and bounds after fighting the divine youth, as well as his life and death battles with the Bloodfiend sect. These battles had pushed him to the very edge of death, and as a result, had brought his comprehensions and insights regarding essence chi to a new level. As for his cultivation foundation, it was more than firm enough to increase 2 minor realms without much concern. His 20 compression danshan continued to show its incredible advantages. However, even he would need to pause after doing such a thing, and would not be able to push for 3 realms at once. John once again closed his eyes and began to consume pill after pill. While doing this was not the best course of action, as each pill had impurities that would harm one's foundation, John was not too concerned about this. His foundation was incredibly firm, and a few impurities would not harm it. Not only that, but after advancing once more, John would take some time to erase those impurities, ensuring that they did not linger when he advanced to the Meridian Forging realm. Several hours later. Boom! An even louder boom echoed within John's body as his power surged greatly once again. His eyes snapped open once more, filled with glee. Late core formation realm. My essence cultivation is now at the late core formation realm. Now, I need to find some more human blood essence to raise my body cultivation to the late core formation realm. Chapter 272. Meeting with the sect leader, John was in a great mood, as he had finally accomplished one of the goals he had set out to do. His cultivation had always lagged behind those of his peers in this land, due to his lower starting point. In every fight he would have to jump realms to fight those of the same age as him. Now, however, he had finally caught up to those the same age as him, greatly pleasing him. The profundity of the primordial extermination lightning cultivation technique is finally showing its merits. Not only does it provide me with a naturally potent and destructive lightning, as well as allow me to use lightning more efficiently, it also allows me to cultivate faster than my peers. It shouldn't be long until I leave them in the dust and ascend far beyond their sights. John's thought suddenly drifted to the girl he had met in the ancient city and the words she had spoken. If what she said was true, then John was sure that the divine Immortal Continent was an incredible world for cultivation. Just looking at her cultivation, it was at the middle meridian forging realm, despite her being slightly younger than me. Just because I've caught up to the youths in this land doesn't mean I can slack off. John continued to cultivate for a while longer, making sure to stabilize his foundation to eliminate any flaws. Only after solidifying his new cultivation base did John stand up, eager to accomplish the various tasks he still needed to do. I need to get a new scythe, a new battle axe art, beast blood essence, and much, much more. Oh, and I need to talk to the sect leader. I suppose I'll do that first to get it out of the way. John looked to his side and noticed Kyrie sleeping peacefully there. A smile appeared on his face as he gave Kyrie a few good pats before withdrawing him into his soul space. John stretched his aching legs before walking out into the battle area of the basement. A thought crossed his mind, and he pointed his finger out towards the wall. Lightning began to flicker on his finger for a moment before. Lightning ruin. An incredible beam of lightning, many times more powerful than his previous lightning ruin, exploded out of his finger and slammed into the basement wall. Boom! The lightning pierced into the wall, completely destroying the defenses of the wall's formation. The entire house began to shake as rubble crumbled off from the wall to the floor below. A large hole, several yards wide and deep, now lingered in the basement wall. Oops, I guess I'm even stronger than I expected. I suppose I forgot this house was meant for a chi condensation youth. John smiled wryly as he stared at the damage. He now had a new goal: obtain a new testing area. John shook his head at himself and walked upstairs. He spotted Rhea and Francel running to him with great worry, but their worry subsided as they saw John emerge from the basement unharmed. Don't worry, I was just testing out my new strength, John reassured them. Did you have a good cultivation session? Rhea asked with a smile on her face. She had been in an incredibly good mood ever since John had gifted her all those spirit crystals. A very good one, John replied with a smile on his face. He exchanged a few more words with the two of them before leaving his house. As he strode out of his house, John was greeted with the view he had come to love. His mountain abode towered over the land below, allowing him to see much of the sect below. Hundreds of grand buildings lined the valleys below, while towering waterfalls coated the valley with an ethereal mist, in which the morning sun shone through brilliantly. Lush vegetation, from blooming flowers to towering trees, lined the valleys and covered the mountains, making the entire sect feel incredibly alive. Dozens of flying mounts were seen soaring through the sky, carrying various members of the sect to their desired location. John took in the scenery for some time, becoming completely relaxed. I wonder if one day I will have my own sect like this, looking over all that I have created. A new goal of John's sprung into his mind as he looked up to the distant heavenly lightning palace. Despite him standing on a tall mountain, the palace still towered over him in the distance. I've never tested my full ability of flight. Let's see just how fast I can go. Boom. The ground shattered beneath John's feet as he leaped up into the sky. Utilizing his chi as a propellant, John suddenly raced through the sky, piercing through the clouds with incredible speed. The ground below him whirled past in a blur, and a large smile appeared on John's face. Incredible. This feels incredible, and I must be going at least several hundred miles per hour. John's body rocketed through the air of the sect, appearing like a blur as he sped towards the heavenly lightning tower. Most cultivators did not fly in the sect air, as it was a luxury reserved for only elders, but John did not care for such rules. He rapidly approached the heavenly lightning palace, at which point 2 elders suddenly appeared before him. They both had late meridian forging cultivations. "What are you doing flying?" Their words trailed off as they noticed who it was. Ever since his fight with Hunter, John had assumed the status of the number 1 first year in the sect. Not only that, but everyone could tell that he had the highest talent of all the youths in the sect, and thus his status was cemented. It wouldn't be long until the sect took an official stance regarding his status in the sect. The elder who had spoken up cleared his throat before speaking out once more. "This is restricted space. Where are you going?" "The sect leader himself sent me a sound transmission earlier to see him when I was available. I'm going to see him now," John replied, getting straight to the point. The elders had suspected such a thing, and thought about it for a moment before replying to John. "You still need to go through the official process to see the sect leader. You cannot just fly up to his." "Let him pass," the sect leader's voice suddenly sounded out in the ears of the elders. "You may proceed. The sect leader is waiting for you on his balcony," the elder said to John. John nodded his head and proceeded upwards through the air, flying quickly towards the balcony that sat high in the clouds above. The elders watching him sighed. "The youths of today are something else. It won't be long until he makes his way to the main branch," one elder sighed. "The young are destined to surpass the old, such is the way of the world," the other elder replied. "However, this boy is special. Even in the main branch, he should soar to incredible heights." The other elder nodded his head in agreement. "He should bring great pride to our branch that has lingered in mediocrity for so long." The elders stared at John's figure for a short moment before returning to the ground below, and once again assuming their duties. John landed on the highest balcony of the heavenly lightning palace, which rested thousands of yards above the sect grounds below. A majestic view sprawled before him, but he ignored it as he stared at the man before him. Sect leader Thunderson was leisurely sitting on his chair by the table, sipping tea. His face lit up each time he sipped the tea, showing his love for it. "Good stuff," Thunderson muttered to himself, as if he had not noticed John's arrival. John shook his head and slightly bowed to the sect leader. "Disciple greets sect leader," John spoke up, announcing his presence. Thunderson glanced over to John, and a smile appeared on his face. "Not a bad greeting. Come, sit down." Thunderson gestured to a seat next to him, beckoning John to sit down. John obliged and quickly seated himself. He stared in silence at the sect leader, who continued to calmly sip his tea for some time. Good stuff," Thunderson occasionally muttered to himself, as if John was not present. Only after the tea was finished did Thunderson put the cup down and look back at John. An approving smile appeared on his face as he inspected John. "Your power continues to grow at a shocking rate. Quite impressive. And your battle with Hunter was equally so. I noticed you have already started to incorporate several Daos into your attacks. The mysterious lands must have been quite amazing." Thunderson nodded his head in approval. His piercing eyes locked onto John's as he slightly leaned forward. "So, do tell me of everything that happened within those lands. And before you do that, settle this matter I've been curious about. How many Danshan compressions did you achieve?" Chapter 273, New Master John was slightly surprised to hear the question from the sect leader. Normally, things like Danshan compressions would be kept secret and most wouldn't ask about it. However, John felt no ill will against the sect leader and knew the sect leader would not disclose this information to others. John paused for a moment, thinking of whether to tell the truth or not, but his mind suddenly thought back to some words the sect leader had told him many months ago about lying to him. "I achieved 20 Danshan compressions," John finally replied, deciding that the truth was the best course forward. The more valuable he appeared to the sect leader, the better opportunities he would obtain, and the more powerful he would become. The sect leader, who was normally completely calm and relaxed, had his eyebrows shoot up in shocked surprise. He remained that way for a short while before regaining his composure. 20, are you sure you didn't miscount? Thunderson asked in a questioning voice. John noticed Thunderson's stunned reaction. I guess 20 is even more amazing than I thought if even someone as strong as the sect leader is that shocked. John nodded his head in confirmation. I achieved 20. Adam was there and he can confirm it, John replied, his gaze calm. Sect leader Thunderson inspected John's face for some time and found no hints of a lie. His heartbeat was steady as well, revealing himself to be telling the truth. After a moment of silence, a smile once again appeared on Thunderson's face. In that case, that is beyond remarkable. I would ask you how you achieved such a thing, but I'm sure you won't tell me that, even if it meant getting kicked out of the sect. John was surprised to hear these words, but nodded his head in agreement with the sect leader's statement. There were some secrets that he could reveal to no one, even the sect leader himself. I assumed as much, Thunderson sighed, but his demeanor quickly returned to normal. Now then, tell me everything that happened within those lands. Do not leave out a single detail. John paused for a moment, thinking of where to start, before beginning to tell his story. He started at the moment he felt Hunter's predator-like gaze, setting the stage for their enmity. Thunderson raised his eyebrows slightly at John's description, slightly shocked that John's instincts were so sharp already as to identify bloodlust from a mere gaze. John then continued his story, explaining his many run-ins with the Bloodfiend sect, his discovery of the spirit mines, the ancient battlefield, and finally the ancient city. The temple trials were described in great detail, although John kept a few details regarding the divine trial to himself. Lastly, John explained what had happened in the lowest level of the temple, and why he had returned to the sect. I see, how incredibly interesting. An ancient city, built for the purpose of testing its youths, and by the looks of it, it was besieged by a mysterious race of creatures and wiped out overnight. Thunderson's thoughts drifted to what he knew about the ancient history of the Yuan Continent, as well as the world at large, as he began to put pieces together. He remained silent for quite some time, while he thought over all the details John had revealed. Interesting. That ancient city may yet hide secrets far beyond our expectations, Thunderson mused. Nonetheless, it sounds like this ancient city will be a boon for the future youths of this continent. The trials within the temple will hone their skills and talents to the maximum, and we should see quite a nice rise in power for the youths of this land in the future, Thunderson continued, his mood quite happy. John remained silent, as such things were not his expertise. Not only that, but he had explored the lands already, and was sure the best opportunities for him were already discovered. After much contemplation, Thunderson focused back on John. Now then, your battle with Hunter caused quite the stir within the sect, as well as the full revealing of your talent, Thunderson commented. His ability to end Hunter with 2 moves, despite being in a lower cultivation realm, was beyond the wildest imaginations of anybody, and his name was quickly surging throughout the entire sect, and the nearby lands as well. All eyes were focused on him now, curious to see his potential meteoric rise in the cultivation world. John had expected such a thing to happen, and thus remained calm and expressionless. I've had many elders come to me with thoughts of what we should do regarding you. Many tried to claim you as their direct disciple, saying a newly ascended heaven tribulation elder like Elder Ragger is unfit to keep you under his reins, Thunderson continued. John's eyes slightly darkened at these comments, but he said nothing yet. However, those elders are just looking to raise their own status, and will claim your talents revealed in the future as their accomplishments, and so they can be ignored. However, their words are not completely off base. John was slightly unhappy to hear the elders discuss owning him like some toy, but waited for the sect leader to finish his explanation. While it is true that Elder Ragger found you and brought you into the sect, and is essentially your master within this sect, it is also true that he is unqualified to train you himself. John frowned at the sect leader's words, which did not go unnoticed by the sect leader himself. Do not worry, he can still in name call you his disciple, and he will also get the full benefits of bringing you into the sect and raising you to this level. With the support Elder Ragger will be getting, he will flourish like a tree in the most fertile of soil. Thunderson replied with a smile on his face, alleviating most of John's unhappiness. However, the fact remains that someone who is fully qualified needs to train you to the best of their abilities. While most of the elders are unaware of it, your unique cultivation pathway is one filled with strife, blood, and death. I will not stray you from that path, as it is the best pathway for you to walk. Thunderson had already noticed the cultivation pathway that John would be traversing. There were many pathways cultivators could take while raising their strength, but someone like John, who was bloodthirsty by nature and whose talent would attract the ire of all, could only walk one pathway, the pathway of blood. Your talent and your attitude will attract the gaze of many, and most of those gazes will be heavenly talents themselves. As such, the only pathway before you is to step over the bodies of countless opponents or become one of those bodies yourself. There is no other pathway for you, Thunderson elaborated to John. John nodded his head in agreement with this statement. It was something he had already deduced, as his short year-long cultivation journey had already revealed this much to himself. With this in mind, there is only one person who is fit to truly teach you. Thunderson finally got to his point. You don't mean? John couldn't help but chime up as someone popped into his mind. Yes, your new master, who will guide you forward, will be the vice sect leader, Thunderson confirmed. As you are part of her war hall as well, it only makes the match even more perfect. John grumbled out loud, and a wry smile appeared on his face as he thought of that woman. She was quite heavy-handed, and had only spelled out bad news for John in the past. Not only that, but she was unanimously regarded as the most violent elder within the sect, and was quick to temper. Once you complete all you need to do in the short term, you are to report to her for training, Thunderson instructed. John grumbled once more, but didn't argue. While the vice sect leader was heavy-handed, her strength was the real deal. Other than the sect leader, she was the strongest elder within the sect, as was most likely the only one capable of truly teaching John. Now I have some questions for you, sect leader, John suddenly asked in a casual tone, causing an amused look to appear on Thunderson's face. Oh, and what would those questions be? He asked. Thunderson was usually treated with rigid respect and had gotten tired of that. Only the vice sect leader treated him casually, and now John was added to that mix. Thunderson found it quite refreshing, especially coming from a disciple. First off, what and where is the divine Martial Continent? John asked, getting straight to the thing he was most curious about. The girl he met had revealed these lands to him, and his curiosity needed to be satiated. The divine Martial Continent? I suppose it's time you learn about it after all, Thunderson replied with a smile on his face. Chapter 274. Further discussion. John perked up upon hearing the sect leader's response. He leaned slightly forward in his chair, eager to learn about the world at large. Let's see. The best way to describe the divine Martial Continent, I suppose I should start with this world first, Thunderson mused. This world is far larger than you could imagine, and contains dozens and dozens of continents similar in size to the Yuan Continent, Thunderson explained. John's eyes opened wide in shock upon hearing this. He had thought the Yuan Continent to be quite amazing, but it seemed it was just one of many in this world. Thunderson noticed John's shocked reaction, and an amused smile appeared on his face. Not only are there dozens of these continents, there are also many types of races in this world, Thunderson continued. Many types of races, John asked curiously. Yes, Thunderson nodded his head in confirmation. Many types of races. Humans are not the only sentient species on this planet, and are definitely not the only race of cultivators either, Thunderson replied. Once again, John's face was filled with surprise. He had only known of the human race thus far, and did not know that other races existed in this world. John wanted to ask about how many there were, and what they looked like, but he reined in his curiosity and let Thunderson continue his explanation. Anyways, many of these continents are inhabited by a single race when they claim dominion over it. Most of the time, the various races tend to keep to themselves and prefer not to mingle with the others too much. The only exception to that is the divine Martial Continent, Thunderson explained. Oh, and why is that? John couldn't help but curiously ask. Because as the name suggests, it's truly a divine place for cultivation. The divine Martial Continent has several advantages over the rest of the world. It naturally has the most dense chi, which speeds up cultivation for all those who live in those lands. Not only that, but it also has the most ancient inheritance opportunities, and is also by far the largest continent on this world. Every few years, a new area or inheritance is discovered, further raising the importance of the land as time goes on. Compared to it, the Yuan Continent is just an insignificant land, Thunderson continued. John listened intently, becoming more and more interested as the description went on. After Thunderson finished, John sat there in silence for some time, gathering his thoughts. Sect leader, if that place is so amazing, then why are you here? And why is our sect here? Wouldn't it be beneficial to make a sect in the divine Martial Continent instead? John couldn't help but ask. The sect leader's power was immense, and John was sure he would be able to do something, even a place as amazing as the divine Martial Continent. Thunderson chuckled lightly before responding. A good question, a question in which I must follow up with one of my own, Thunderson replied. When you think of our elders, what do you think of their cultivations? John was confused by the seemingly unrelated question the sect leader had just asked, but he decided to play along regardless. The elders all appear to be in the meridian forging or heaven tribulation realm, which is incredible. However, John paused for a moment, thinking of how to word his next statement. However, when I truly think about it, their cultivation still seems to be quite low, John replied. He had not realized it before, but now that he was in the late core formation realm, John did find it quite curious regarding the elders' cultivation levels. Most of the elders were in the meridian forging realm, which was a realm John would reach in the next few months. John was only 16 now, having just turned so recently, yet he was about to reach the cultivation levels of the elders. He was not alone either, as several of the direct disciples would reach that realm within the next year as well. Not only that, but from what John learned of the second and third year disciples, their cultivations were far less impressive compared to their age when compared to the first-year class, further confusing John. You're absolutely correct, Thunderson replied. And there's a good reason for that. The most talented of our disciples at the end of their first years here are allowed to become members of the true heavenly lightning sect, Thunderson continued. John tilted his head to the side slightly at Thunderson's statement, but quickly caught on. Does that mean there's a main heavenly lightning sect on the divine Martial Continent, and this is just a branch sect? John asked. Thunderson smiled once more. That is correct. This sect of ours is just a branch sect to the main heavenly lightning sect, which exists on the divine Martial Continent. Every year, the main sect allows those from the branch sects to travel to it for the annual entrance exams. If you are deemed worthy of the main sect, you are allowed to join it. Otherwise, you are removed back to the branch sect from where you came, Thunderson explained. John finally understood the reason for the strange power discrepancies he saw between the first years, the other years, and the elders themselves. So, when is the next entrance exam for the main sect? John asked curiously. The selection will happen in 6 months. When the new entrance exams for our branch sect are completed, that is when the journey to the divine Martial Continent happens, Thunderson replied. John nodded his head in understanding, as that made sense. He wanted to ask more about the divine Martial Continent, but that was something he would find out about eventually. He had more pressing matters to take care of. He decided to take advantage of this time with the sect leader to ask about other things. Sect leader, I have 2 things I'd like to ask if you, John chimed up. Oh, ask away, Thunderson replied with his warm smile ever present on his face. John cleared his throat before continuing. In the ancient temple trials, I obtained the battle axe you saw me use against Hunter. However, I do not have a battle axe battle art, which greatly hinders my combat prowess. Do you know where I could obtain a good battle art for it? John asked. Battle axe battle art, huh? We have quite a few of those in the sect's martial library, but they are not our forte, and so they are quite mediocre, I'm afraid, Thunderson replied, causing John's mood to slightly sour. However, Thunderson continued, causing John to perk up once more. There is a place that specializes in heavy weaponry battle arts and have one of the most profound battle axe battle arts in the land, Thunderson explained. What place is that? John asked, his voice filled with anticipation. The Supreme Battle Sect, Thunderson replied. The Supreme Battle Sect, John replied, disappointment tinging his voice. How am I supposed to obtain a battle art from them? John grumbled. You already have some karma established with them, it would appear. I'm sure something will present itself to you in the near future, Thunderson replied. John was slightly disappointed to hear this, but decided to put it aside for now. He was sure the Supreme Battle Sect would inquire into why he had the Supreme Battle Art in the near future, and so he would have to deal with them soon enough. Maybe during that time, an opportunity would arise. I'll just learn one of our sect's battle arts in the meantime, and figure out something as I go. And your second question, Thunderson asked. John snapped out of his thoughts and looked back at Thunderson. My second question is, where can I obtain a good scythe? My previous weapon broke, and so I am looking for a new one. A scythe, huh? Thunderson pondered. Scythes are quite uncommon and are harder to make than normal weapons, so they're hard to find, and when you do find one, they're usually lacking in quality, Thunderson explained. John nodded his head in agreement. Our sect has a few scythes, but they're all mediocre at best. You could have one forged by a weapon master, but that will be quite expensive and time-consuming, and none of our weapon masters specialize in scythes, so they will still be wanting in quality once created, Thunderson continued. John frowned at hearing this, but remained silent as he let Thunderson continue. There is one place that many of its sect members prefer the scythe, and so there are plenty of high-quality scythes, as well as proficient weapons masters to make some if you were to request it. Not only that, but it contains the most profound and valuable scythe in the entire Yuan Continent. However, I'm afraid that place is out of your reach, Thunderson said to John. Out of my reach, why's that? John asked curiously. Because that place is the Bloodfiend sect. Chapter 275, Obtaining Beast Blood Essence. John's eyes narrowed as he heard the Bloodfiend sect. If that was the case, then it was truly out of reach. Not only was the Bloodfiend sect his enemy, it was a place that practiced taboo cultivation arts. As such, they were an enemy of the Heavenly Lightning sect, and would kill him as soon as they spotted him. Based on what I did to the Bloodfiend sect in the ancient city, I'm sure I'm one of their must-kill targets at this point, John grumbled out loud. Thunderson nodded his head in confirmation, as it was the truth. John was just about to put the thought aside when an idea suddenly popped into his head. An item suddenly appeared in his hands, which Thunderson closely inspected. His eyebrows raised slightly as he inspected the item, which was quite profound. John quickly put on the mask and thought of Adam. Before Thunderson's eyes, John's face changed into that of Adam's until he was basically indistinguishable from him. What do you have here? Thunderson mused out loud as he inspected John. It's something I found in the rings of the Blood Emperor. It must be a mask he found in the ancient city, and it disguises the user, John explained. Sect leader, how is the disguise? Are you able to see through it? John had a plan in mind, but needed to gather some information first. Thunderzin continued to inspect John for some time, becoming more and more amused with the mask. "This mask of yours is quite remarkable," Thunderzin confirmed, causing John's eyes to light up. "However, I can still see through it," Thunderzin continued. John's face instantly soured as he heard this. "However," Thunderzin continued, "other than me, there's no one else on this continent that this mask won't fool." John's face once again lit up upon hearing this. If that was the case, then his idea was still a possibility. "This idea of yours is quite reckless," Thunderzin suddenly said to John, snapping him out of his thoughts. John gave a wry smile to the sect leader, as he knew he had been found out. John gave the sect leader a shrug, but said nothing. "However, that mask of yours might be quite useful for something I, and the War Hall, has in mind. Report to the War Hall for now, and the vice sect leader will take care of you. I have some matters to attend to." John nodded his head and stood up. He gave the sect leader a slight bow of respect before he left. John stepped off the balcony and flew to the ground below. "I need to report to the War Hall, but I have some important matters to take care of first." John started walking in a certain direction, eventually stopping in front of a trade hall specialized in beasts and animals. He walked in and was quickly greeted by an attendant. "How can I help you?" the attendant asked in a genial tone. "I'm looking to buy beast blood essence." John got straight to the point. He was completely out of usable beast blood essence and only had mist creation beast blood essence left, which was useless to him. "Beast blood essence?" the attendant asked. While the request was a bit unusual, it was not too uncommon. Alchemists would occasionally infuse beast blood essence into their pills to increase its potency, and so the trade hall did have some blood essence separated beforehand. "Of course we do," the attendant continued. "What grade would you like, and how much? 1 jar, 1 barrel?" "I would like core formation and meridian forging beast blood essence," John replied. "As for volume, I want everything you have in stock." The attendant's eyes widened considerably by John's request. He had never heard of such a large need for beast blood essence. "Everything? You seem quite young, so perhaps you don't understand prices much yet, but meridian forging creatures are quite pricey, and their blood essence is their most valuable part. All of our stores are far more than you can afford, I'm afraid." John frowned at the response but didn't argue. "How much?" he asked once more, his tone more firm. The attendant noticed John's serious face, and his amused smile quickly washed away. He cleared his throat uncomfortably. While we would not be able to give you all of it, as it would be unfair to our other customers, the blood essence we can give you would cost roughly 1 million spirit crystals," the attendant replied. As the attendant mentioned, meridian forging beast blood essence was quite valuable, and so the price added up quickly. "Sold," John replied without pause. "Give me everything you can, the payment is not an issue." John lacked blood essence, but did not lack spirit crystals. He had received a healthy sum from Pill Emperor Thunderpill, and then had obtained millions upon millions of spirit crystals in the mine he and Adam had discovered. While the price was quite hefty, even for him, it would solve the blood essence reserve issues he had for a long time, and ensured he wouldn't run out like he did in the divine trial. The attendant stared at John curiously, wondering who he was exactly. Unlike the rest of the sect, the trade halls had yet to learn about John's status, as they only cared for trade and nothing else. The attendant excused himself for a moment and retreated into the back storage area. After some time, he returned to the main lobby. "Sir, please inspect this ring and see if it is to your liking," the attendant said to John, while respectfully handing the ring to him. John took the ring and quickly inspected it. There were dozens of barrels full of beast blood essence, all in the core formation or meridian forging realm. John's eyes lit up as he saw this. When he collected beast blood essence, he normally only had a few barrels worth. Not only that, but they were normally at or below his cultivation realm, diminishing the effects further. Meridian forging blood essence is a bit too potent for me to absorb straight, but if I mix all this blood together in my blood pool, it will form the perfect blend of blood essence for me. This is perfect. How much? John asked. That will be 920,000 spirit crystals, the man replied. John quickly divided that sum of spirit crystals into a separate spatial ring before he handed it to the attendant. The attendant quickly inspected it, and elation appeared on his face. He would get a commission of this sale, and so he was happy that John actually had the sums of money he claimed to have. Is there anything else I can help you with? The attendant asked, his tone much more friendly. That's all, thanks, John replied as he turned around and left. That solves the beast blood essence issue, so my body chi reserves should be more than good for a long time. What should I do next? John thought about it for a moment before an idea came to mind, and a smile appeared on his face. I suppose I'll pay my old friend a quick visit. Chapter 276, Returning to the War Hall. Knock, knock. Who dares disturb me during my alchemy session? An angry voice echoed through the door John was knocking on. Bang. The door was flung open violently, revealing a fuming middle-aged man. The man was just about to start yelling when he noticed who it was. You, what are you doing here? Pill Emperor Thunderpill asked with a vexed voice. What am I doing here? You should know that already. I want you to make a pill for me, John replied as he strode past the Pill Emperor and into his alchemy chambers. You can't just waltz in as you please, Thunderpill rebuked angrily as he turned to look at John. Of course I can. Now, is there anything you can do with this? John asked as a blood-red fruit suddenly appeared in the air before him. Thunderpill was about to reply angrily, but his eyes suddenly locked on to the fruit hovering before John. He quickly dashed forward and stood directly before it, inspecting it closely. Do you know what this? John asked curiously. He had eaten one of the fruits back in the ancient lands when he had plucked them from the fruit that had grown out of the large skull. The fruit had greatly improved the constitution of his body, and so he was hoping that Thunderpill could do something with the last remaining one. Thunderpill continued to inspect the pill for some time, his face becoming more and more excited, before replying. I have absolutely no idea what this fruit is, as I've never seen it before or even read about it, but I can tell it is an absolutely amazing fruit. How much do you want for it? Thunderpill asked, his voice eager. I don't want anything for it, John frowned as he replied. I want you to turn it into a pill for me to eat, hopefully to boost my body's constitution. Thunderpill frowned for a moment, but didn't argue against John. Their agreement was clear, and he had to make John whatever pill he wanted. Fine, as long as I get to improve my alchemy, I'm fine with making this pill for you, Thunderpill replied. He would definitely take any opportunity to work with new ingredients, as such a thing was rare at his level of expertise. Also, is there anything you can do with these? John asked, as several orangish fruits hovered before him. Nascent yang fruits, Thunderpill replied, slightly shocked. Although he recognized the fruits, they were quite rare and incredibly valuable. I want you to use these fruits to make pills that will improve my strength. Can you do that? John asked. Can I do that? Thunderpill replied with a displeased tone. Of course I can. I didn't achieve my rank of Pill Emperor for nothing. Thunderpill quickly gathered the fruits carefully, making sure to keep them intact. He rushed towards his cauldron and took out several large pieces of paper from a side drawer. An ink quill appeared in his hands as he began to write formulations and theories regarding the pills he would create. Ah, Thunderpill suddenly remembered John. He looked over his shoulder and tossed an object to John. This is a sound transmission disc. It already has my sound transmission signature recorded in it, and so I will use it to contact you when your pills are ready, Thunderpill explained. John inspected the disc for a moment before putting it away. He was going to get one of these in the near future, but Thunderpill's generous gift would not go unreceived. John strode out of the pill hall and stood before the building for a short while, thinking of what to do next. He quickly made up his mind and strode to the Marshall Library at which point he picked out one of the battle arts, the sky sundering axe. While the battle art was not too profound and left John wanting a bit more, he did not complain. It was the best battle art he could find at the moment for his battle axe, and it would boost his combat power quite significantly. John also picked up the meridian forging portions of the heavenly lightning domain and lightning ruin, as he would soon enter that cultivation tier and wanted to be prepared beforehand. After visiting the library, John visited a weapon trade hall and picked up a scythe. It was a high core formation grade scythe and was decent, but nothing too spectacular. Compared to his battle axe, it was quite lacking. "Is there anything else I need to do?" John mused as he stood outside once more. His mind raced through everything he needed and could not think of anything else. "I guess I'll head over to the war hall now," John grumbled as he began to walk. After leisurely strolling through the sect, John arrived at the war hall quite some time later. Wearing the signature robes of the war hall, John was not stopped by the guards and was allowed to enter its grounds unhindered. "John," a voice sounded out behind John, causing him to quickly turn around. "Elder Thame, it's been a while," John replied with a smile on his face. Elder Thame was the elder who had first greeted him when he had joined the war hall and had guided him through it. "John, where have you been?" Elder Thame asked in a hurried voice. His demeanor instantly told John that something was off. John replied, but was cut off by Elder Thame. "The vice sect leader had been expecting your arrival for nearly half a day now. Where have you been?" Never mind. Get out of here and let her cool down before she finds yo." Boom. Elder Thame's words were cut off by a sudden explosion of earth before him, as a pained cry echoed out from within. Dust and dirt was kicked up, and the ground shattered, forming a crater before the elder. Elder Thame's face turned into one of pity as he stared down into the pit before him. The fatting dirt and dust revealed John, lying painfully and miserably on his stomach as a foot pressed onto his back from above. "You dare have the gall to keep me waiting," the voice of the vice sect leader sounded out, as her foot dug deeper and deeper into John's back. "It seems you don't place me highly in your eyes. Don't worry, we'll fix that vision of yours quite quickly." Chapter 277. Beatdown curses sounded out from beneath the vice sect leader's feet as she continuously dug her heels into John's back. Despite his incredibly powerful body, he was still feeling pain, and so he couldn't help but curse out. "Motherfu, get off me!" John cursed out in rage. He was still unsure exactly what was going on, as one moment he was standing just fine, and then next he was slammed into the ground. He had heard some words come from the person on top of him, but couldn't make them out due to the sound of debris falling back to the ground. As such, he had no idea it was the vice sect leader herself standing on top of him. Boom. John's aura exploded out powerfully as he attempted to fling whoever was on his back off. The vice sect leader's eyes widened slightly, in surprise at John's durability and also guts to defy her so. She had expected him to be incapacitated from her previous blow, but he seemed to be completely fine. A small smile crept up on the face of the vice sect leader, sending chills up the spine of Elder Thame who saw it. Everyone knew that such a smile was only bad news. Bang! The vice sect leader slammed her foot into John's back once more, pressing his face deeper into the earth. John groaned out in pain, as this blow was even stronger than the first. Heavenly lightning domain. John couldn't turn around to attack whoever was on top of him, as he was pinned down on his stomach. He instantly activated his heavenly lightning domain, and 36 lighting nodes sprung into existence. 12 lightning nodes immediately lit up, slamming lightning strikes onto his assailant. Now that John was in the late core formation realm, his lightning node count went up even further, and he was able to unleash much stronger domain attacks. The vice sect leader's eyes lit up once more, as she noticed how many nodes John was able to use. Those in the late core formation realm could normally only use 4 nodes, but John had tripled that count due to his incredible essence stanchion. Lightning continued to slam down powerfully on the vice sect leader, but she stood there unflinchingly as if it was a light rain. Her foot slammed down onto John once more, even more powerful than the previous attack. Gah! John couldn't help but moan out in pain as the foot slammed onto his back. The creaking sounds of bones reaching their breaking point echoed out as more and more force was placed into her back. Supreme Battle Art. John instantly increased his power with his Supreme Battle Art. He raised his arm and punched the earth below him, easily smashing a deeper hole in the earth beneath him. This hole was all John needed to slip downwards and free of the foot on his back, and he took the opportunity instantly. His body finally broke free, and he immediately stood up and backed away from his assailant. He quickly spun around and was just about to dash forward, axe in hand, when he finally stopped. His eyes went slightly wide as he finally noticed who it was that had landed on him. The vice sect leader stood there with a smug smile on her face as she stared at John. "Come now, you're not going to stop, no." "She." The vice sect leader's words cut off as she looked at the powerful battle art flying towards her. Her small smile became even larger as John's attack reached her in an instant. Boom! John's sudden attack landed directly on the vice sect leader, bathing her in a powerful battle axe battle art. John stared at the spot that he had attacked the vice sect leader, his face slightly grave. "I probably just fucked up hard by attacking the vice sect leader, but I won't allow someone to step on me like that and not retaliate." Ever since he had retreated from Hunter and felt his Danshan reject him, John had developed a slight personality shift. He had become more bloodthirsty, as well as more prideful. As such, he would not allow anyone to step on him in such a manner, no matter who they were. Ha ha ha! Laughter began to sound out from within the fatting explosion, as the vice sect leader's figure once again began to come back into view. Her eyes locked onto John, a mix of amusement and joy seen within them. "To think that after your last punishment, you still dare to attack." "Shut up," John yelled in response, cutting the sect leader off. His axe, surrounded by 3 profound dows, unleashed yet another sky-sundering axe towards the vice sect leader. "I won't forgive anyone who steps on me like that, regardless of the punishment." Boom! The sky-sundering axe battle art once again landed on the vice sect leader, causing a rain of earth to radiate outwards as a small crater was created beneath her feet. Elder Thame, still standing to the side, stood there in stunned silence at the scene playing out before him. "Ha ha ha!" The laughter, even louder and more amused this time, echoed out once again. John was just about to send a third attack forward when his throat was suddenly caught in a hand and his body lifted off the ground. His surprised face quickly turned grave as he stared at the vice sect leader with narrowed eyes, who now held his throat in her hands. Her fingers gripped down powerfully on his neck, not giving him any opportunity to break free. A large smile hung on her face as she stared intently at John, as if she had just found something amusing to play with. "You have guts, which is rare, even within the war hall. However," her voice trailed off as her eyes stared at John like a hawk, sending a shiver up his spine. Boom! John suddenly found himself slammed into the earth, his neck still held tight by the vice sect leader. The earth shattered beneath his body, as a wave of pain radiated throughout his entire body. Boom! 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 The loud explosions had attracted a small crowd by this time, who had shown up just in time to see a boy, held by his neck, be repeatedly slammed into the earth by the vice sect leader. Each slam was completely brutal, and would cause everyone in the crowd to wince as each blow shattered the ground with its force. Loud booms continued to echo for some time, as John's body was slammed non-stop into the earth. A large crater, nearly 100 yards wide, had formed by this time, as each slam would enlarge the crater further. Boom! One final boom echoed out as John's body, already bloodied and bruised, was thrown to the ground by the vice sect leader. John laid there motionlessly, as if he was dead. The vice sect leader looked at him for a moment before turning around and beginning to walk off. Elder Thame, take him to the infirmary and heal him up. Then tell him to find me." Elder Thame nodded his head in confirmation as he watched the vice sect leader leave the battle-scarred area. He looked back to John and shook his head in both questioning and pity. Elder Thame walked over to John, ready to carry him to the infirmary, when a voice sounded out before him. "Is that crazy wench finally gone?" "Keep your voice down," Elder Thame cried out as he looked at John below. John was completely covered in blood and looked like he was half dead. However, his expression was rather calm, completely shocking the elder. The elder had expected him to be unconscious and in need of immediate medical assistance, but his tones signified otherwise. "She's gone," Elder Thame confirmed. "Phew, finally. I thought that woman was actually going to kill me," John replied as he slowly stood up. His beating had been incredibly brutal and painful, as the vice sect leader seemed to have compensated for his powerful body by increasing the force she put into her attacks. She made her attacks powerful enough to incapacitate any late core formation cultivator. However, John had completely unlocked his limiter of pain, massively increasing his body durability. Not only that, but he had also increased his durability in the divine trials by taking the attacks of the temple creature head-on. At his current state, his durability was far beyond anyone would ever expect a core formation youth capable of. While he was definitely hurt, it was nothing that John could not withstand or deal with. Elder Thame stared at John in surprise as he casually brushed the dirt off his robe. A small smile crept up on John's face as he looked at the elder. "Don't tell the vice sect leader of this. I don't want to catch another beating." Elder Thame sat there silently for some time before shaking his head in disbelief at John's antics. He walked up and patted him on the back. "Come, we must at least make a show of going to the infirmary, or the vice sect leader will return to give you another beating if she found out you were faking your injuries." John nodded his head and followed behind Elder Thame as they both walked towards the infirmary in the war hall. Meanwhile, high above at the top of the war hall palace, a pair of eyes, framed by bright blue hair, stared down at John as a smile crept up on her face. Chapter 278. Meeting the vice sect leader, John followed Elder Thame to the infirmary hall, which was quite large. The hall spread hundreds of yards wide and long, and contained thousands of infirmary stations, which treated the most gravely injured sect members. Several hundred of the beds were occupied, each victim showing gruesome wounds, causing John to raise his eyebrows slightly. "What happened here?" John asked curiously. Elder Thame looked around the room for a moment before responding. Many of them were injured by trivial things, like fighting against strong beasts they couldn't handle. However, about half of them were injured by the taboo sects, namely the Bloodfiend sect and its allies, Elder Thame explained. "Bloodfiend sect, are we at war with them?" John asked. He had not heard of such a thing. "No, we are not, but many of these members were scouts that attempted to gather intel inside the taboo sect's territory. They were discovered and hunted down. These are just the ones that made it out. The others," Elder Thame's voice trailed off. John stared at the wounded with some pity in his eyes. His thoughts trailed back to the taboo sect boy he had fought and killed when joining the war hall. It seems like both sides show no mercy when discovering those of the opposite side in their territory. While there is no war, that doesn't mean each side will allow their territory to be walked over. Just like the Bloodfiend sect and its allies kill our sect members when discovered in their lands, we do the same to any taboo art cultivators we find in ours, Elder Thame continued. John nodded his head in understanding, as he had already seen such things in action. "Here," Elder Thame suddenly tossed John a round object, which he caught. It was a medicinal pill, and one of pretty decent quality. "Your wounds aren't too bad, but this pill should take care of them." John quickly swallowed the pill and felt the medicinal properties swell throughout his body. Slowly but surely, the wounds on his body began to heal. "It should be a few hours before you're healed up. Just stay here for a while to give credibility to your lie before you make your way to the vice sect leader," Elder Thame said to John. John hopped on an infirmary bed and laid down. He decided to rest for a few hours, as such a thing was a luxury to him. Several hours later, Elder Thame returned and instructed John to follow him. The two walked out of the infirmary hall and across the war hall grounds, heading straight towards the massive war hall palace that towered over all the other buildings. There were many guards stationed within the war hall, and John could see hundreds of sparring sessions and other training going on in the grounds they crossed. John quickly arrived before the war hall palace and entered the large gate at the base of the palace. He followed Elder Thame to the staircase and up it, climbing nearly 1,000 yards up before they finally arrived on the top floor. The staircase led to a large, expansive hallway and a large door, detailed with ominous designs. 2 guards, both in the late Meridian forging realm, were stationed outside, ensuring the vice sect leader was not disturbed without reason. "Elder Thame, please proceed. The vice sect leader is expecting you," one of the guards spoke out upon noticing their arrival. Elder Thame nodded his head and strode forward, through the large door that seemed to open on their own as they approached. John followed closely behind, taking in all the sights of the War Hall Palace. Unlike the Heavenly Lightning Palace, which was grandiose and bright in its design, the War Hall Palace was much darker and much more grim. Upon passing through the doors, John found himself standing in a massive chamber, quite similar to the one in the Heavenly Lightning Palace. There was a large open area with a small wide staircase leading to an elevated throne. The throne was black and red in color, the colors of the War Hall. Hundreds of spikes jutted out of the back and sides of the throne, making it look quite ominous. The vice sect leader sat on the throne, looking quite out of place on it. Her frame was relatively slim, and her face attractive, while her bright blue hair contrasted against the black and red throne she sat on. However, her hawk-like eyes and cold demeanor gave her a powerful presence, which at the same time made it feel natural for her to sit on that throne. "Vice sect leader," Elder Thame spoke out and bowed his head slightly. "I have brought John." "You may leave us," the vice sect leader spoke up. Elder Thame turned to John and gave him a pat on his shoulders, as if to comfort him, before he strode out of the room. The large door closed after his departure, leaving only John and the vice sect leader alone in the chamber. John stood there in silence while he stared at the vice sect leader, his face expressionless. However, while he did not want to admit it, he had developed an instinctual fear when he saw her, as every encounter he had with her had ended in his miserable and painful defeat. The vice sect leader stared back at him, inspecting his body. "I see your wounds have healed up quite nicely," she said to John. "Too nicely, almost as if you faked your injuries before," she continued. John's face remained expressionless as he heard this, but internally he grumbled. "Goddammit, was this old wench watching me? Hopefully she doesn't start beating me like a maniac again." "Nonetheless," the vice sect leader spoke up once more, "that is not the reason you are here. You are here because the sect leader has assigned me to train you as if you were my disciple. However, do not think for a moment that you are truly my disciple or that I am your master. You have not earned the privilege yet of calling me master." John rolled his eyes as he heard this, an act that did not go unnoticed by the vice sect leader. "Oh, do you not find this arrangement to your liking?" the vice sect leader asked, her voice growing slightly frosty. John narrowed his eyes as he stared back at her. "You're acting as if I'm nothing more than a nuisance to you. Since I did not ask for this arrangement, and you do not find it agreeable either, why don't we just ignore it?" John replied, his voice equally frosty. He was more than content to go back to Elder Ragger and receive training from him. The vice sect leader stared at John in silence for some time, her frigid aura chilling both the room and John. Unfortunately, this was a command from the sect leader himself, and so it must be carried out, the vice sect leader finally responded. "Now," the vice sect leader suddenly stood up from her throne and began to walk down the stairs and towards John. "I'd like to get this arrangement over as soon as possible so that I may go back to my own dealings, so I'll be training you with my utmost effort until you reach a satisfactory level, or you die. Chapter 279. Training. John frowned at these words from the vice sect leader. Isn't that a little harsh? John replied in a grumpy voice. He was liking the vice sect leader less and less the more he talked to her. On the contrary, this is being done to give you the best chance of survival, the vice sect leader replied. Best chance at survival? For what? John asked. You'll find out eventually, but it involves that little mask of yours, the vice sect leader replied as she strode past John. John turned around and watched her walk towards the doors. Now follow me. We will begin your training immediately. John stared at her back before sighing. It seems like I'm in for a long, long day. John followed the vice sect leader out of the room and through the War Hall Palace before eventually stepping outside. They continued to walk for some time, drawing the curious eyes of all they passed by. The vice sect leader suddenly took to the sky, surprising John slightly. He had expected to walk to the martial training area of the War Hall, but it seemed as though the vice sect leader had other plans. He took to the sky as well and quickly followed behind her, flying past several valleys and mountains before the vice sect leader started to land. John followed, and the two landed on the top of a mountain, several thousand yards tall. The top of the mountain had been sheared flat, as if cut down by a stroke of a sword. We will train here, the vice sect leader said to John as she turned around. The faster you learn, the faster, and less painful your training will be, so do your best to not disappoint me. John once again rolled his eyes at her words, but didn't reply. Before we start working on your combat prowess, we will work on other things first, the vice sect leader continued. Many of you youths get caught up with the sole goal of getting stronger. However, once you run into a single hurdle in battle, you crumble. As such, we will work on those hurdles first, to make sure they do not hinder your combat prowess when your life is on the line. What hurdles? John asked, his curiosity slightly piqued. There are several, but the first hurdle we will start with is pain. As soon as the words left her mouth, the vice sect leader raised her hand and waved it at John. Lightning instantly snaked out of her hand with incredible power and slammed onto John, catching him off guard. John was knocked back several dozen yards before he managed to stabilize himself. If you cannot tolerate pain, then any injury in a life or death battle could be the end of you, the vice sect leader said to John in a raised voice, her voice fighting against the loud sounds of lightning slamming against John. After recovering his balance, John stood there as the lightning washed over him. With his lightning attribute body and celestial lightning script, John was able to ignore this level of lightning, as it felt like a breeze to him. His expressionless face stared back at the vice sect leader, causing her eyebrows to raise slightly in surprise. Her face quickly returned to normal. Ah, that's right. I forgot you had a lightning attribute body, she stated out loud while shaking her head at herself. I could increase the power of my lightning to overwhelm you, but that wouldn't be the best avenue. In that case. The lightning suddenly ceased, and a round object appeared in the vice sect leader's hands. She threw it into the air above John, at which point formation runes started to glow on its surface. Boom! John instantly felt an incredible power wash down on him, locking him in place. He instantly recognized the item, as it was the item used in the entrance exam's trial of pain. However, the setting seemed to be greatly increased compared to last time. John stood there in silence, feeling the strange energy wash over him, racking his body with pain. However, compared to the other things he had experienced in his life, this was almost trivial. We will continue with this training until you can withstand this setting for 10 minutes. John looked back towards the vice sect leader with bored eyes, as if this was a joke to him. Is this really what you consider pain? John asked with an unamused voice. Oh, the vice sect leader's face lit up with surprise as well as amusement as she stared at John. Not bad, but if you want to speak like that, then I'll be more than obliged to cooperate. The pressure on John instantly increased, as well as the pain he was feeling. John felt the pain radiate throughout his body, racking every inch of his body with excruciating pain. This pain was enough to drive any core formation cultivator mad, and would even drive many meridian forging cultivators to the brink. However, John still stood there calmly, as if such a thing was beneath reacting to. Surprise, once again, appeared on the face of the vice sect leader. When one advanced in cultivation, their will and tolerance for pain would naturally improve. As such, the device she was currently using had many settings for different cultivation levels, and she was currently using the meridian forging setting. At this level, more than half of meridian forging cultivators would crumple beneath the pain, but John stood there with a relaxed expression. "It seems I looked down on you a bit too much," the vice sect leader spoke up. "However, since you're so confident in your ability to withstand pain, let's see how incredible it truly is." John frowned, and his frown quickly turned to a grimace as he felt the pain instantly increase several-fold. Despite his incredible pain tolerance, he was beginning to be pushed to his limits. He grit his teeth as he struggled against the pain, doing his best to withstand it. He felt as if every inch of his body was being flayed off and seared. His bones felt like they were breaking within his body, while his mind felt like it was about to explode from within. Small groans of pain escaped John's lips, but he remained standing tall. Seconds felt like hours to him, and he was just about to reach his limit when the energy, and thus the pain, faded away. "Not bad. You've truly exceeded my expectations," the vice sect leader chimed up. Heavy breaths escaped John's mouth as he leaned over, doing his best to catch his breath. However, pain is not the only thing you need to be able to resist in combat. One must have good mental defenses alongside their physical defenses. As such, the item above John started emitting a strange energy once again, and John instantly felt his mind become assaulted. In a similar fashion to the murmurs he felt when he cultivated in front of the sinister gate, John felt his mind tugged on, as if it was stretched and squeezed. The strange energy attempted to find a crack in his will and drive him mad. However, John once again scoffed at the training. "Let's just get started with the combat training," John said, his face completely expressionless. "This is useless for me." Surprise and amusement once again appeared on the vice sect leader's face. She knew John was strong, and a prodigious genius at that, due to his battle with Hunter. However, she did not care much for such things, as plenty of prodigious geniuses failed and died due to their hubris and weak wills. However, John's displays today were far beyond her expectations, and were quite to her liking. He displayed incredible pain tolerance, as well as an incredibly firm will, which were two things the vice sect leader valued highly. Not only that, but his bold and brash attitude in dealing with her before was also to her liking, once more raising her opinion of him. She had expected the pain training and will training to take several weeks to get John to an acceptable level, but he showed that he was already at levels she deemed acceptable and more. A smile appeared on her face as she stared at John. "Maybe you are worth training after all. Chapter 280, Wooden Stick, take out your weapon," the vice sect leader instructed. Against her expectations, John had passed the initial training agendas she had in place and had even exceeded them. John followed the instructions, and his battle axe appeared in his hands. He could choose between the battle axe or the scythe, but decided to use the axe. While his divine reaping scythe was his most powerful and profound essence attack, he only had the first 3 stages to it. The last stage he had was for core formation attacks, and so it would soon become obsolete unless he found the additional stages somehow. As such, John wanted to get as powerful with the battle axe as he could, as he had already started to infuse 3 Taos into it. While he could infuse the Tao of annihilation into his scythe attacks, as they would mesh incredibly well, the Tao of power and the Tao of destruction did not mesh well with a scythe. With this in mind, his battle axe was his highest priority right now. John stood there, battle axe in hand, as he awaited further instruction from the vice sect leader. The vice sect leader stood there and closely inspected John. She nodded her head in approval. "You have quite a formidable battle intent. I can tell you've been through many life and death battles so far in your cultivation journey," the vice sect leader said to John, his voice tinged with approval. Now, I want you to attack me with your utmost ability. John's ears perked up at hearing this. He would take any opportunity to attack the woman before him. His battle axe was steadied at his side, while John took a moment to calm himself and entered a focused state. Lightning immediately coated his legs, and he quickly dashed forward. Thunder flash. Bang! A simple wooden stick suddenly struck John on the side of the head, and his body was launched sideways, tumbling over the mountaintop for several dozen yards before coming to a stop. He quickly stood up while rubbing his aching cheek. What the fuck was that for? John yelled out towards the vice sect leader. Just as he had started his attack, the vice sect leader appeared before him and slapped him in the face with a simple wooden stick. However, the power behind the attack was immense, and it sent John flying with ease. I never said I wouldn't strike back, the vice sect leader replied. Besides, with the way you telegraphed your movements, even someone weaker than you would have been able to do the same thing just now. What are you talking about? How did I telegraph my moves? John asked in a disgruntled tone. Figure it out yourself, but for this training, every time you telegraph your move to me too early, the same thing will happen. Again. John frowned upon hearing this, but assumed his attacking stance once more. His mind calmed down, and he focused on the vice sect leader's words. Maybe the thunder flash steps gave it away. Let's try it with only using my body's speed, amplified by my unlocked limiter of speed. Let's go. Bang! John once again found himself slapped by the wooden stick as soon as he started moving. His body was once again thrown to the side, tumbling in the dirt before righting himself. What the hell? You're just using your superior cultivation to do this shit. There's no way I telegraphed my movements there, John yelled out at the vice sect leader. Oh, is that so? An amused look appeared on the vice sect leader's face as she listened to John's outburst. Fine, I'll limit my cultivation to the late core formation realm. Try it again, she replied. John felt the vice sect leader's cultivation be forcefully restricted to the late core formation realm. While her instincts and battle arts would still be amazing, the amount of power and speed she could explode out with was limited now, and would restrict her to the core formation realm. John smiled as he saw this. I don't believe her lies. There's no way she can do this in the same realm as me. John instantly dashed forward, attempting to catch the vice sect leader off guard. However, his eyes widened as the vice sect leader appeared directly before him in an instant. Her expressionless eyes stared at him, while her hand traveled in a graceful arc towards his face. Bang! The wooden stick once again found John's face, knocking him back several yards. However, since the vice sect leader's power was restricted, the blow was much less severe. John instantly turned around and stared at the vice sect leader, unsure of what had just happened. Her movement speed was not anything a late core formation cultivator couldn't do, but she appeared before me before I could react and landed that blow. Maybe my movements are too obvious. Let's change it up a bit. John once again dashed towards the vice sect leader. She appeared before him once more, and John internally scoffed as he saw her hand with the wooden stick start to swing towards him. Too obvious. John ducked down at the last moment, intending to duck under the stick and land an attack from below. His axe began to swing out with a low arc, slicing up towards the vice sect leader's waist. Bang! A loud sound echoed out as John was once again knocked backwards. A thin red line appeared on his face, indicating that he had once again been struck. He looked back towards the vice sect leader, unsure of what had happened. His movements had been extremely well timed, and he thought he would be able to get away with his schemes. Just what the hell is going on? The vice sect leader's movements were not all that quick, and were most definitely something a core formation cultivator was capable of, but still John was not able to dodge her attacks. Again, the vice sect leader commanded. John grit his teeth as he once again dashed towards her. Bang! 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 The sound of wood hitting face continuously rang out on the mountaintop for many, many hours, as John was flung backwards over and over. His face was now red and slightly welted from the amount of face attacks he had taken. How the hell can the vice sect leader keep up with me, despite being slower than me? Also, I can't seem to dodge her attacks either. John racked his mind for solutions, and came up with a few as he once again dashed towards the vice sect leader. Bang! 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 The next few hours played out the same as before, with John being made a fool by the vice sect leader. John's face was almost unrecognizable by now, and his anger was reaching its boiling point. Despite asking many times, the vice sect leader refused to elaborate how she was able to predict his movements so easily. Motherfucker, I'll hit this old wench if it's the last thing I do. John's anger reached an absolute peak, but he did his best to suppress it. John suddenly sat down and entered a meditative position, calming his mind and completely forgetting about the vice sect leader. The vice sect leader's eyebrows raised slightly at his actions, but she decided not to disturb them. Calm down, calm down. I can't do anything to her if I'm wearing my emotions on my sleeve. Let's think, what could she possibly be doing? I don't feel her divine sense on me, so she must be predicting my movements visually. What can she see visually when I attack her? She can see my movements, my angle of attacks, but she reacts to them even before I start them. There has to be something she's seeing before I start my attacks. John began to think about everything that had happened so far, and for any solutions he could think of. His mind quickly entered a meditative trance as he attuned with his palace realm, increasing his comprehension and learning speeds greatly. Oh, he entered a meditative trance this easily. Quite impressive, the vice sect leader mused to herself in surprise. John continued to play the fights with the vice sect leader from today, as well as all the fights from his life thus far. Every inch of the battles were analyzed in great detail, looking for any and all clues he could find. An hour later, John's eyes finally opened slowly. His eyes calm and relaxed. So that's what it was. I can't believe I was doing such a thing the entire time. John shook his head at himself before slowly standing up. His calm eyes stared at the vice sect leader who stood before him, and his body quickly seemed to meld away. Despite being visible to the naked eyes, John's aura had completely vanished, making him appear like a mortal. Not only that, but his movements became incredibly relaxed as he slowly began to walk towards the vice sect leader. The vice sect leader once again raised her eyebrows in surprise and slight shock as she watched John slowly approach her. Interesting, a smile appeared on her face, and she opened her arms wide as if welcoming John towards her. Show me what you've got. Chapter 281, concealing movements in a similar fashion to when John snuck up on the blood tiger, he was approaching the vice sect leader in the same manner. Such an approach would never work in true battle, but John was testing out his theory right now. My aura is a natural extension of myself, in the non-physical form. When I prepared to move a body part or unleash a battle art, I subconsciously gave away hints in my aura. The aura flaring from that limb about to move would slightly increase in preparation, or traces of my battle arts would leak out before I used them. After coming to this conclusion, John had decided to withdraw his aura completely into himself. He approached the vice sect leader slowly, who stood there with an amused expression on her face. However, she made no movements and allowed John to approach. Upon reaching within arm's distance of the vice sect leader, John stopped. He stood there in calm silence, staring at the vice sect leader before him. His expressionless face gave no hints as to what he was thinking about. The two of them stared at each other for a short while, before John instantly exploded with his full power. He forsook his battle axe for his fist, as a punch was much faster than using a heavy weapon. His fist arced powerfully towards the vice sect leader's waist. Bang! A wooden stick once again slammed across John's face, knocking him backwards several yards. His calm expression instantly turned into one of agitation. What the hell? I concealed my aura perfectly. How did you know which way I was going to attack from? John yelled out in consternation. "Did I leak some of my aura?" The vice sect leader smiled at John, finding great enjoyment at his angered reactions, as well as repeatedly hitting him in the face. "No, your aura concealment was actually incredibly impressive and was far beyond what you should be capable of. However, aura is not the only thing I'm reading when predicting your movements," the vice sect leader, giving her first hint to John. John frowned upon hearing this. She's reading something other than aura. He once again sat down in a meditative position and went into a trance. His mind instantly began to replay all the fights he had been part of throughout his cultivation journey, making sure to go over every detail as much as possible. The vice sect leader watched him once again fall into a trance. She stared at him for a moment before walking off. His last meditative session took quite some time, and so she decided to take care of some things in the meantime. John continued to sit there for hours, replaying his fights. Something that's readable, that's not aura. Similar to the first time, by replaying all his fights in his head over and over, John slowly but surely started to understand the vice sect leader's words. Is she reading my muscle movements? Whenever I attack, I tense certain muscles in anticipation for movement. Is that what she's reading? John didn't know if such a thing was accurate, but it was the only other thing he could think of. It was a subconscious act of all living creatures to tense their muscles in anticipation for exploding outwards with power. However, if one looked carefully enough, they could see the microscopic changes in their opponent's body whenever they did so. The slight vibration of a leg preparing to press off the ground, the contracting of the muscles about to be used, the slight shift in posture. All these seemingly meaningless things added up to a point where one skillful enough could read them, and as a result, anticipate movements before they happened. John's eyes slowly opened as he came to this realization. However, a frown appeared on his face, as realizing the problem and fixing it were two separate things. The micro-movements his body made were subconscious movements, and would take a great deal of time and effort to fix. John looked all around him, but was unable to find the vice sect leader. Did she just leave? Should I just leave? While thinking about leaving and the potential consequences of such an action, John felt a presence approach him from behind. The presence reminded him of someone, and he quickly turned around. "It's you, but didn't yo?" His words cut off as he saw who it was. "It's me. Who am I supposed to be?" the vice sect leader asked John. "Have I made you go crazy from all these head blows?" John stared at the vice sect leader in a slightly confused manner. He shook his head at himself after a short while. "Maybe," John relied, his voice unsure. "Did you figure something out?" the vice sect leader asked, hoping that he would continue to progress forward. The faster he picked up on her teachings, the sooner she could go back to her personal business. "I think so," John replied. However, he was unsure, as he was not sure if he would be able to control those micro-movements of his to a level that the vice sect leader could not read. "Oh, then show me what you've learned," the vice sect leader replied. John nodded his head and stood up from his seated position. He took in a deep breath and once again withdrew his aura within himself. He once again appeared to meld into the world itself, making him appear like a mortal. If one wasn't looking directly at him, it would be incredibly easy to miss him. John once again slowly approached the vice sect leader until he stood directly before her. He made no moves or sounds and only focused on himself. He kept his body as relaxed as possible, with the intention of making as little movements before his actions as possible. The vice sect leader raised her eyebrows slightly as she noticed what John was attempting. John stood there silently for quite a long time, focusing only on himself and his body. Suddenly, and without warning, his fist arced straight towards the vice sect leader's waist. Her eyes widened slightly as she noticed it approaching, and sent her hand with the wooden stick out towards John. Bang! Chapter 282. Destroying the mountain wood once again struck John on the face, knocking him backwards once more. John grumbled in pain once more, but he quickly looked back towards the vice sect leader after regaining his balance. A frown appeared on the vice sect leader's face as she stared at John. Her eyes trailed downwards and stared at her waist. Her spotless white and gold robe now had a small patch of dirt, where John's fist had barely managed to land in time before being struck himself. Her vision trailed back upwards towards John, her face showing slight displeasure. "Hey now," John said out loud as he took one step back. "You're the one who said to hit you. Don't blame me for following your instructions." His face was feigning panic, but the vice sect leader could see his true emotions of victory and elation beneath. She scoffed at him. "HMPH, not bad. I suppose you're a quicker learner than I had expected," the vice sect leader replied. "You've realized that not only is your aura a source of trouble, so are your natural body movements. Only by controlling both to their utmost can you make sure your enemies cannot read your moves." The vice sect leader paused for a moment before continuing. "Your aura concealment talents are incredible and will be something we work with in the near future. However, concealing your aura in battle is not a viable option. When aura explodes from your body, it's because your battle state is at a level that your body can no longer contain within, and so some of your aura naturally escapes. By concealing your aura, you are suppressing yourself to a weaker battle state. This is quite useful for things like assassination arts, where one explosive attack is all you need, but is quite useless for things like drawn-out battle," she explained. John nodded his head in agreement at her words. "As for your natural body movements, they are still there, but are harder to read now that you're aware of them. You must continue to work on this in the future, and must also learn to read the movements of your opponents. Only when you achieve this will you have the greatest advantage in battle." John once again nodded his head in agreement. He had never read his opponent's moves, as he was unaware of such a thing. Now, however, he would be on the lookout for any and all avenues he could exploit for an advantage in battle. While thinking of this, John suddenly noticed the expression on the vice sect leader's face darken. She stared at the dirty patch on her robe, before once again looking up at John. John suddenly lost sight of the vice sect leader, and a powerful force crashed into his back from behind. His bones creaked from the impact, and he nearly coughed up blood. "Gah!" John cried out in surprised pain as his body was knocked hundreds of yards into the distance from the powerful blow. He toppled off the mountain and began to fall down its sides, knocking over towering trees as his body crashed through them. Loud echoes filled the valleys beneath the mountain as John's body slammed into the trees, uprooting them completely. He finally managed to catch his balance and stopped his momentum halfway down the mountainside. Anger appeared on his face as he took out his battle axe once more and flew up towards the top of the mountain. He quickly reached its summit and saw the vice sect leader standing there, staring at him with an amused smile. "Fuck you, you crazy wench." Supreme battle art. Sky-sundering axe. John instantly unleashed his powerful axe battle art, sending a powerful battle axe image, slamming down on the vice sect leader below. Sky-sundering axe. Sky-sundering axe. He instantly unleashed more sky-sundering axes, which all slammed on the position where the vice sect leader was standing. The mountain began to shake from the incredible attacks, as earth was flung up high into the sky. In his state of pure anger, John for some reason remembered his friend Ryan and his abilities as a war mage. Perhaps it was a fleeting memory out of nowhere, or his subconscious telling him something, but John followed his instincts and pointed towards the vice sect leader. Lightning began to dance over his hand as he began to channel his lightning ruin. However, instead of releasing it right away, John continued to allow the lightning chi to build up within his dantian and body. The chi reached an incredibly dense, as well as dangerous level, before long as it continued to build up within him. John's face began to turn red, and his body felt like it was beginning to explode from within. However, he used his potent chi from his incredibly powerful dantian to suppress the energy from losing control and destroying his body from within. His meridians began to stretch and strain from the immense chi circulating within, nearly reaching their breaking point. However, John continued to push forward, pushing his body to its limits. The dust and dirt kicked up by John's attacks faded away, revealing the Vice sect leader standing there unharmed. She looked up towards John, her face a mixture of more amusement as well as expectation. After reaching the point where John felt like his body was about to explode from within, John unleashed everything. He braced his outstretched arm with his other, preparing to unleash his attack. Eat shit. Bang. His arms suddenly recoiled backwards from the power of the attack as an incredible beam of lightning, many times thicker and stronger than his normal lightning ruin, exploded out of his finger and pierced towards the Vice sect leader. The mountainside lit up brightly as the lightning exploded onto it where the Vice sect leader was standing. Boom. The mountainside exploded beneath John's attack as a large portion of the mountaintop was destroyed. Large boulders of earth the size of houses rained down on the valley below as the mountaintop was reduced to rubble. Thousands of sect members in the valleys below stared up at the scene above them as they watched an entire mountaintop be destroyed. The weaker members ran for cover as the boulders began to rain down on them, while others unleashed battle arts to destroy the falling dangers. The explosion and dust eventually faded, fully revealing the scene of destruction to John. The smooth mountaintop on which they had trained was no more, and was now mostly destroyed and completely charred. His eyes quickly darted around to find the Vice sect leader as he came back to his senses. Where is she? John finally realized that in his moment of anger, he had gone overboard. I should leave. A hand suddenly gripped his shoulder, the fingers digging deep into his flesh. Right here, a chilling voice filled his ears from behind. Chapter 283, Escape. John felt the Vice sect leader's fingers burrow into his flesh as blood began to appear. Despite his incredibly strong body, the Vice sect leader's grip was piercing right through it. He winced in slight pain as her fingers dug deeper. Before John could reply back, he felt his body be violently flung to the ruined mountain below. The speed at which his body was thrown was immense, and his momentum was far too great for him to stop it. Boom! His body slammed onto the mountain, and another explosive sound filled the valley. John's body began to burrow deep into the mountain, his incredible momentum and powerful body piercing through the mountain as if it was butter. The mountain began to crumble from the force of the impact, as even more of it was destroyed. The dust finally settled, revealing John lying at the bottom of a massive crater. The mountain, which used to stand thousands of yards tall, was now half its former height. At the center of it, only a crater could now be seen. John laid there motionlessly, as he groaned in pain. The attack from the Vice sect leader had been incredibly vicious, and would have killed any other person in his realm of cultivation. Not only that, but the force at which she had thrown him was enough to kill an early meridian-forging cultivator, showing that she was now cognizant of his strong body and had accounted for it in her attack. Blood covered most of his body, as John laid there motionlessly. Thankfully, I had my supreme battle art activated, or else the damage would have been worse. John made sure to make no movements, as he faked being unconscious. Really, you're going to try this one on me again? Do you think I'm stupid? A voice from above filled his ears. However, John continued to lay there motionlessly, not making a single move or sound. Fine then, since your body seems to be quite tough, I think I'll tie you up to a tree and practice some battle arts on you, the Vice sect leader continued. John's eyes instantly snapped open as he heard this. If that happened, he was as good as dead. Fuck you, you crazy wench, John shouted out as he activated his supreme battle art, thunder flash steps, and limiter of speed. His body instantly reached an incredible speed as he pushed off the earth, causing it to shatter beneath him. However, he was still at the bottom of the crater, with the Vice sect leader floating in the sky above him. The tall walls of the crater surrounded him, making him completely trapped. The crater walls were hundreds of yards thick as well, making them incredibly sturdy. His battle axe once again appeared in his hands as he dashed to the nearest corner of the crater. It was raised high above his head, preparing to cleave down on the thick crater wall to make an opening to escape. The vice sect leader looked on at John's actions with amusement. "You're trying to escape," she scoffed. "The only attack you have that is strong enough to breach the walls of this crater is that lightning attack you unleashed earlier, and that takes far too long to channel in a situation like this." However, John ignored her words as he reached his target. Immortal Asura transformation art. At the last moment, John activated his strongest ability, pushing his battle state to the absolute maximum. His power more than doubled, as his aura instantly towered into the sky. Absolute shock appeared on the vice sect leader's face as she watched John cleave his axe down. Without any warning, his battle prowess more than doubled, and an incredible sinister and bloodthirsty aura radiated off of him. She had never seen him use this battle art, and did not know he had it. Boom! John's sky-sundering axe, strengthened further by the 3 profound Taos infused into his attack, slammed against the crater wall. An absolutely massive explosion radiated outwards, as his attack pierced directly through the thick crater wall. Those in the valleys below, who had gathered in great numbers to observe what the commotion was about, saw the half-destroyed mountain once again explode outwards. From within that explosion, a lone cultivator dashed out, his speed absolutely incredible. The vice sect leader's eyes narrowed as John escaped in an instant. It was far beyond her expectations, and she had not been ready for it. Her body vanished as quickly dashed through the hole in the mountain John had made. She appeared on the other side in an instant, and quickly spread out her divine sense to find John. "He's gone. That's not possible," the vice sect leader grumbled as she scanned the area. However, there truly was no sign of John's existence anywhere. Her divine sense continued to scan over the nearby area as she enlarged it to her maximum range. She was just about to give up when she suddenly detected a slight fluctuation in space. Her body instantly appeared next to it as she inspected it. "He used a spatial talisman. Does he think that's enough to get away from me?" John's body instantly appeared in the Heavenly Lightning Sect courtyard, directly before the Heavenly Lightning Palace. During his endeavors earlier, he had purchased a few of these spatial talismans, just in case. "I didn't think I would be using one this quickly. However, it's a good thing I'm so good at planning ahead." Many eyes turned to John, as his sudden appearance in the courtyard was eye-catching. They instantly recognized him, as his fame within the sect was growing to incredible levels. However, his body, which was completely covered in dried blood, looked quite gruesome, causing many to wonder what was going on. "Do you think you can escape from me with a mere talisman?" The vice sect leader's voice entered his ears from behind. John turned around instantly in panic, as he saw a hole in space quickly be formed. His eyes widened as he watched the vice sect leader begin to step out from a spatial portal she had created with her own power. Chapter 284 Tea Leaves. She followed me here by following the spatial talisman's trail. Is such a thing even possible? John didn't know the extent of what someone as powerful as the vice sect leader could do, and he wasn't about to stick around to find out. He turned around and instantly took to the skis, piercing directly towards the top of the Heavenly Lightning Palace. There was only one person who could save him now from the vice sect leader's wrath. "Please be here." The vice sect leader finally stepped through the spatial channel that she had created. Her eyes trailed upwards as she saw John reach the top of the Heavenly Lightning Palace. Her eyes darkened as she realized what he was doing. John appeared at the top of the Heavenly Lightning Palace and quickly landed on the balcony that jutted out at the top of the palace. His heart was pounding within his chest, as he only had one shot at salvation. His eyes suddenly brightened as he quickly dashed forward. "Sect leader, save me!" John cried out, as if he was about to be murdered. The sect leader looked up from his documents he was reading, his face tinged with amused curiosity at what was happening. Bang! An incredibly powerful lightning attack pierced through the sky where John was just standing. It narrowly missed him as he dodged forward and pierced upwards high into the sky. John reached the sect leader and stood beside him, his breathing heavy and ragged. The vice sect leader suddenly appeared on the balcony, her hawk-like eyes staring at John. Anger was evident in her face. "You dare run from me?" the vice sect leader asked in a slightly angered voice. "Screw you. You said you were going to tie me to a tree and use me as a practice dummy. Why wouldn't I leave?" John cursed back. "HMPH, you should consider it a privilege and an honor to be able to see my battle arts up close like that," the vice sect leader retorted. "Maybe you would finally learn a thing or two that way." "See, she admits it. Sect leader, please have someone else train me. This wench is far too crazy," John cried out. While he was learning a lot from the vice sect leader, she was far too crazy. She would attack John powerfully and viscously, even when he did exactly as she instructed. Were it not for his incredibly strong and durable body, he would be crippled already. John finally realized why the entire sect feared drawing her wrath. The sect leader began to slightly chuckle as the two of them argued before him. He waved his hand, as if to silence them. "Come now, have a seat and join me for some tea," he said to the two of them. John instantly took him up on the offer and sat down in the chair right next to him. The vice sect leader frowned. "Our training is not done yet. John is coming with me." The sect leader looked towards the vice sect leader and then John. He nodded his head in agreement. "I suppose John's training does come first," he agreed. Panic appeared on John's face as he racked his head for ideas. He would do anything before returning to be alone with the crazy vice sect leader. His gaze locked onto the tea the sect leader was enjoying, as an idea appeared in his mind. "Sect leader, I have some amazing tea leaves that you might want to enjoy. Shouldn't that take priority?" John asked, his voice hurried. The sect leader chuckled as he realized what John was attempting to do. "Unfortunately for you, I've had more types of tea in my life than the number of days you have lived. There's nothing you can show me that I haven't seen before." The sect leader's words instantly cut off as some tea leaves suddenly appeared in his hands. His expression instantly changed as he closely inspected the leaves. "What are these? Where did you get these?" Thunderson asked in a shocked and excited tone. His quick inspection of the leaves revealed them to be unlike anything he had ever seen in his life before. "I found them. What? Are they to your liking? I thought you've seen it all," John replied with a sly smile on his face. It seemed this ploy of his was working. These tea leaves were the ones he had found growing within his palace realm for who knows how long. Since they were part of the palace, surely they were amazing. The sect leader looked from John back to the tea leaves. "I rescind my earlier statement. It seems I still have much to learn about this world," Thunderson replied, slightly humbling himself. However, one of his greatest joys in life was savoring delicious tea, and the tea leaves before him were the most incredible he had ever seen before. Not only was the aroma intoxicating, the sect leader could tell that each leaf was infused with the heavenly Taos. The leaves were also clearly incredibly ancient. As long as they were cared for properly, tea leaves would become more and more flavorful and enjoyable as they aged. The leaves before him were clearly far older than anything he had ever seen before. Just by drinking this tea, one would improve their comprehensions towards the heavenly Taos. However, the requirement was that one had a high enough comprehension to even notice such things, and only the sect leader and vice sect leader were at that realm of comprehension. Such an opportunity was incredibly rare, and would not be passed up on by the sect leader. "How about it?" John suddenly spoke up. "If I give you these leaves, will you save me from this crazy woman?" John asked. The sect leader paused, as if he was conflicted. On one hand, he greatly desired the tea, but on the other, John's training was also incredibly important. John noticed this hesitation as another item suddenly appeared in his other hand. This time it was the entire tea plant, roots and all. The sect leader's eyes nearly popped out of his head upon seeing this. "How about this? I'll give you this entire plant, which you can plant and grow these leaves forever. However, you have to answer quickly, because I don't know how long a plant like this can survive out in the open." John had dozens and dozens of these plants in his palace realm. He didn't mind giving one away, especially if he received some benefits from it. "You have a deal," Thunderson replied, unable to resist the temptation. The vice sect leader's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, but she didn't say anything. John's face brightened, and he quickly handed over the plant to sect leader Thunderson. "One moment," Thunderson stated, as his body suddenly disappeared. He reappeared a short while later, clearly having planted the tea plant in his own personal garden. His face was radiating happiness, as if he was a child who had just received birthday gifts. He quickly prepared some tea, using one of the leaves John had gifted him. Come, enjoy some tea with me," Thunderson stated in an elated voice. He poured some tea for himself before handing the pot over to John. John obliged and poured himself some tea as well. An intoxicating aroma filled his nose, and John felt himself nearly enter a meditative trance just by smelling the tea. Clearly, it was more amazing than he realized. The sect leader looked towards the vice sect leader, who still stood there with an unpleasant look on her face. He warmly smiled at her as he called out to her. "Come now, daughter. Why don't you relax for once and join us for some tea?" John nearly fell off his chair upon hearing this. "Daughter." Chapter 285, Discussions over Tea. A look of pure shock covered John's entire face as he heard this. His head swiveled back and forth between the faces of the sect leader and the vice sect leader, trying to put two and two together. However, he could not find any matching features, making the subject matter all the more confusing. "Adopted daughter," the vice sect leader clarified as she sat down per her father's request. She had seen John's confusion and decided to clear it up right away. However, she truly did treat the sect leader as her true father. John's reaction slightly faded upon hearing this, as it made much more sense now. However, the news was still completely shocking and quite frightful. He had hoped to seek Bastion with the sect leader, but now found out the vice sect leader was his daughter. Not only that, but he had insulted her multiple times, causing a shiver to crawl up his spine. His face became quite grim. "I'm fucked." The sect leader noticed John's look of despair and began to lightly chuckle. However, he said nothing as he once more focused on the teacup in his hands. His face lit up in excitement and anticipation as he took his first sip. John watched the sect leader carefully, as his reaction was everything. Only if the sect leader was pleased by his gift would he be able to escape the vice sect leader's clutches. The sect leader's eyes popped open, as a large and elated smile appeared on his face. He quickly took another small sip, making sure to savor every bit of flavor. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke up. "Incredible, this is the best tea I've ever tasted." John breathed out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. This was the reaction he was hoping to see. Pub future ads. The sect leader took another sip and closed his eyes. He savored every bit of flavor, and also basked in the heavenly dows that were imbued with each sip. Even at his level of cultivation, each sip was giving him new insights into both his own dows, as well as the heavens itself. This alone showed how incredible the tea was. John turned to look at the tea in his own teacup. After a brief pause, he took a small sip as well. Warm, fragrant, and incredibly flavorful tea poured down his throat and warmed his body. The flavor was unlike anything he had experienced before, and he could even feel a strange energy flutter within his body. These were the heavenly dows John was feeling, but unfortunately his cultivation was too low to isolate and learn from these dows. "Good stuff," John couldn't help but exclaim as he took another sip. The vice sect leader sat there in silence as she watched the two men before her continue to sip tea. Both of them had looks of relaxed elation on their faces as they sipped the tea nonstop. After a while, curiosity welled up within her as she too poured herself some tea and took a sip. Her face instantly lit up upon tasting it, and she took several more sips while savoring both the flavor and the heavenly dows flowing within her. Like the sect leader, she too felt her comprehension slowly but surely increase, satisfying her greatly. Like this, the three of them sat in silence for quite some time, sipping tea. It was a rare moment of peace in John's life, and he savored every second of it. A while later, the sect leader finally set down his cup. He sighed out in pure contentment as a warm smile stayed on his face. He looked over to John, who was long done with his cup of tea. "Thank you for that, and the gift of the plant as well. You have brought great joy to this old man." John smiled as he heard this. "No problem, it's the least I could do." The vice sect leader put down her cup as well, as her hawk-like eyes locked onto John once more. "Now that this is done, you're coming with me." John's face instantly soured as he heard her say this. "Why the hell are you so obsessed with training me? Don't you hate training disciples? Go back to that attitude of yours and leave me alone," John replied, his voice filled with discontent. "What did you say to me? You keep getting more and more brazen with how you speak to me. Don't worry, I'll fix that flaw of yours soon enough," the vice sect leader replied. Sect leader Thunderson chuckled as he heard the exchanges between the two of them. It was quite refreshing for him to see someone treat his daughter normally, as well as her reactions without her usual stiffness. "Come now, Lillian, we should at least explain to him why we're training him this hard. He should understand the severity of his situation then, and be more obliged to cooperate," Thunderson spoke up. "Lillian, I guess that's her actual name. I guess I only ever called her vice sect leader." The vice sect leader frowned, but didn't argue. She sat back down in her chair, giving the green light for the sect leader to explain their actions. Sect leader Thunderson looked towards John, his warm smile slowly turning serious. "Lillian is not only pushing you to your limits because she enjoys it. It's true that she's quite heavy-handed, but the intention behind her methods are pure," Thunderson explained. John frowned at this explanation, as he strongly disagreed, but he remained silent to let the sect leader explain himself. "This news relates to a subject in which you have great interest in, the Bloodfiend sect." John became serious upon hearing the Bloodfiend sect brought up. With his desire to destroy the entire sect, he treated every matter regarding the Bloodfiend sect of utmost importance. "Our spies within the Bloodfiend sect's lands have indicated that they're starting to make quite a few movements and appear to be preparing for something. We are not sure what they're up to, but it's most likely not good news for the Yuan Continent." Chapter 286, Rules of the Alliances. John's face turned grim upon hearing this. His family clan was part of some of their plans. He had not seen or heard from them since he left for the Pocket Realm, and was filled with a sense of melancholy, as well as worry. "I hope it's not related to my clan." John couldn't help but interrupt the sect leader and ask a question that was burning in his mind. "Sect leader Thunderson, based on your previous comments regarding my mask, I've come to the conclusion that you're most likely the strongest person on this continent. Am I correct in that assumption?" John suddenly asked. The sect leader paused, not expecting this question from John, but was quite amused at his astute observations. "You are correct," Thunderson replied. He knew what John was getting at, but decided to let him ask the questions anyway. "Then if the Bloodfiend sect is trying something nefarious, why don't you personally stop it? You should have the power to do so, correct?" John continued. Sect leader Thunderson smiled at John's question. "You would not be faulted for thinking in such a way. If I truly wanted to, I could destroy the entire Bloodfiend sect myself without too much trouble," Thunderson confirmed. "However, doing so would draw down a calamity on our Heavenly Lightning sect, far greater than I would be able to bear." John frowned upon hearing this, and couldn't help but ask why. "What are the calamities you would draw upon our sect?" John asked. "There are two," Thunderson replied. "The first is that, in my assault of the Bloodfiend sect, surely some elders and powerful members of the sect would slip away. Those elders would linger in the shadows, and fueled by a desire for vengeance, would carry out unspeakable acts on the Yuan Continent. While we would most likely eventually root them out, the damage would be unthinkable, and countless lives would be lost." Sect leader Thunderson paused for a moment to let John digest this information, before continuing once more. "However, that isn't the real reason for me staying in my hand," Thunderson continued. He paused for a moment to pour himself more tea. John pondered this matter during the silence, as an idea came to his mind. Is it related to the divine martial continent? John couldn't help but ask. He had already learned that the Heavenly Lightning sect was only a branch sect, with a more powerful main sect on the divine martial continent. With this in mind, couldn't the same be the case for the Bloodfiend sect? Thunderson nodded his head in affirmation as he took a sip of tea. That is correct. Much like our sect, the Bloodfiend sect has their own main sect on the divine martial continent. While their system is a bit different than ours, a powerful sect on the divine martial continent still treats them as a branch sect, Thunderson confirmed. John frowned once again upon hearing this, but remained silent as the sect leader continued his explanation. You can consider our sect and the Bloodfiend sect to have different allegiances. Our sect is part of the conventional path of cultivation, or the honorable pathway, while the Bloodfiend sect belongs to the taboo, or the forbidden pathway of cultivation. While there are many different alliances on the divine martial continent, our honorable alliance and the forbidden alliance are sworn enemies, Thunderson explained. He took another sip of tea before continuing, as John sat there in silence. In the past, our two sides had no rules, and as a result, we nearly drove both alliances to extinction. This allowed the other alliances on the divine martial continent to rise in power, which nearly resulted in our mutual destruction. As such, a sort of pact was made to ensure our survival. What pact? John asked. The pact is that those above the Heaven Tribulation realm are not allowed to interfere with those at the Heaven Tribulation realm or below. There are a few other laws in place, but those are not ones you need to know right now. All you need to know is that in the past, the most powerful cultivators with no laws restricting them would wipe out entire sects and bury entire continents with their power. However, as I mentioned before, the only thing this achieved was mutual destruction of both sides, and so this restriction was put in place. As such, if I step over the lines, not only will I draw the wrath of our honorable alliance, I too will draw the wrath of the forbidden alliance to our sect. While my power is something that can reign freely over this continent, it is not something that can dominate that continent, Thunderson explained. John sat there in silence as he took in all this information. It seems like the world is a lot more complicated than I originally thought. As such, Thunderson once again spoke up. I am unable to directly interfere with the matters of the Bloodfiend sect. Doing so will cause far more issues than it solves. As for our spies, they are unable to gather much information regarding these movements, as none of them hold high positions in the Bloodfiend sect. As such, we are not sure what they are planning. However, that doesn't mean we can't do anything, Thunderson continued, a small smile forming on his face. And that is where you come in, the vice sect leader suddenly chimed up. And this is also the reason for your recent training. Me? John asked in a questioning voice. How am I supposed to do anything to a sect as powerful as the Bloodfiend sect? And what does this have to do with my training? Yes, Thunderson confirmed. We were discussing how to go about this issue when the solution was presented right into our laps. You, with the help that ancient mask of yours, will disguise yourself as a disciple of the Bloodfiend sect and infiltrate their sect with the intention of finding out their plans. Chapter 287. I accept John wanted to protest against this plan as he heard it, but remained silent. This does align with my previous plan of sneaking into the Bloodfiend sect to steal some scythes. While I was half joking on that matter, it seems like this matter is not a joke. Why me? John couldn't help but ask for clarification on the plan. Wouldn't it be better to send someone stronger or someone less valuable to the sect? Thunderson interrupted John, finishing what he was struggling to say. A wry smile appeared on John's face, but he didn't argue against the sect leader's guess. While John didn't like putting himself on a pedestal, he was without a doubt the most talented youth in the sect. Any sect would find it extremely risky to send their most promising disciple into enemy territory, where one mistake would spell their death. You're not wrong, Thunderson confirmed John's thoughts on the matter. It would be much more advisable to send someone stronger or someone less promising to the sect on this mission. However, much like our spies already in the Bloodfiend sect, they would fail. Fail why? John asked. The reasons are simple, Thunderson replied. First, if we send someone stronger, like an elder, he would have to assume the identity of an elder of the Bloodfiend sect. The elders all know each other extremely well and would quickly pick up on odd mannerisms, exposing the elder for the fraud he is. That only leaves a disciple to go in their place, as the elders have only known the disciples for a year or less. However, an average disciple doing there would accomplish nothing. Even a strong disciple would fare no better. Only a disciple who could stand on top of their peers and look down from above would draw enough attention from the elders. It is that attention that we need, as only when you are important in the Bloodfiend sect's eyes will they divulge any information to you, Thunderson explained. John nodded his head in agreement at this assessment. What the sect leader said truly did make sense. However, he had one more question to ask before he was fully convinced. That does make sense and all, but I have one more question before I agree. Isn't there a chance I get exposed, much like that incident with the dragon at our entrance exam ceremony? John asked. The dragon had detected the spy within the entrance exam's midst, and had quickly rooted that spy out. Truly a good question, Thunderson replied, but not when you have to worry about. I don't have to worry about being detected. Why's that? John asked once more. Thunderson smiled as he replied. That's because of the hubris of the Bloodfiend sect and their trust in their cultivation pathway. When you think of the Bloodfiend sect disciples, what comes to mind? Thunderson asked. John thought about the question for a moment before replying. The disciples I met in my homeland, as well as the ancient city, all had a few traits in common. They were brutal, ruthless, and bloodthirsty, John replied. That is correct, Thunderson confirmed. Those traits are what is needed to survive in the Bloodfiend sect. Without those qualities, one is destined to be stepped on or killed within the sect. When those qualities triumph in a cultivator, it seeps into their very core, and as a result, aura. I'm sure you've noticed that every single aura of the Bloodfiend sect's disciples that you ran into was bloodthirsty and evil. John nodded his head in confirmation. The auras of every Bloodfiend sect disciple he had fought had these traits. It's this very aura that allows the Bloodfiend sect to be confident in their screening process. Such auras are unable to be faked, and only those that truly walk the forbidden path of cultivation are able to achieve such bloodthirsty and evil auras. All of us honorable pathway cultivators cannot achieve such a thing. Except you, Thunderson explained, finally getting to his point. John raised his eyebrows slightly as he finally understood the reason for the sect leader sending him. Due to his Immortal Asura body, John naturally generated a very bloodthirsty and sinister aura. In fact, it was so bloodthirsty and sinister that it even overwhelmed those of the Bloodfiend sect themselves, despite growing up around such auras their entire lives. With this in mind, John would truly look like a cultivator of the forbidden pathway to the Bloodfiend sect, with zero chance of him being a spy. However, another question came to John's mind. Can't there be spies from other forbidden pathway sects? How do you know I won't be rooted out even with my unique aura? John asked. You don't have to worry about that, Thunderson replied with a smile on his face. The Bloodfiend sect is by far the strongest Forbidden Alliance sect on this continent. They do not fear spies from their brethren sects, as their power is unshakable, Thunderson replied. John, who had been leaning forward while listening to the sect leader, heavily sat back in his seat. He fell into a deep contemplation as he considered everything the sect leader had told him. While such a mission would be incredibly risky, it also had several upsides as well. If I venture into the Bloodfiend sect, I can go about getting the best scythe possible for myself. Not only that, but they also have the best scythe arts in these lands, which would further boost my power. And a small smile appeared on John's face as he thought of his last point, which did not go unnoticed by the sect leader and the vice-sect leader. And slaughter and violence within the Bloodfiend sect is a natural thing. I'm sure with that being the case, I'll be able to collect more and more human blood essence. Bloodfiend sect human blood essence. And only by getting stronger will I be able to bury the Bloodfiend sect for my clan. And for Russell. This situation couldn't be more perfect for me. John's smile turned larger as he thought of this point. The sect leader and vice sect leader looked at each other for a moment as they noticed John's slightly sinister smile creep up on his face, but said nothing. They waited for him to finish his contemplation on the matter. John looked up from his contemplation and straight at the sect leader. His smiling face became one filled with resolve as he relied. I accept. Chapter 288, resuming training. Sect leader Thunderson smiled as he heard John's acceptance of the mission. However, his mailing face quickly turned serious as he spoke up once more. Now that you've accepted this mission, I'm afraid you must go back to your training, the sect leader replied. John's face instantly turned sour as he had forgotten about such things. He was about to protest when the sect leader interrupted him. It's true that your battle prowess is incredible, but that is only because of your overwhelmingly powerful natural talents, Thunderson continued. He didn't exactly know how John had such incredible power other than his 20 times compressed Danshin, but didn't ask either. John clearly had some incredible secrets that allowed his body to be so strong. Not only that, but his aura was also quite unique. However, the sect leader did not ask John to explain himself. However, those natural talents have been exposed to the Bloodfiend sect, have they not? Thunderson asked. John was unsure of what the sect leader was talking about, but he quickly realized the truth of things. Azalea, John exclaimed. Exactly. Based on the story you told me, one of the emperors escaped. She surely divulged information about you, including your incredibly powerful body, your battle style, and much, much more, Thunderson explained. John frowned as he heard this, but didn't argue. Everything the sect leader said was true. As such, you'll have to change your fighting style, as well as tone the power of your body, in order to not be detected. While your Danshin is incredibly profound, you cannot reveal the true extent of its power either. Doing so will draw too much suspicion on where someone as talented as you came from, unnoticed previously. Not only that, but you'll be unable to use any lightning-based battle arts. As such, the only thing we can do is increase other aspects of your battle prowess to its fullest potential. Only by doing this will you be able to stand above all others within the Bloodfiend sect without drawing too much suspicion on yourself. And only by doing this will you become important enough to the sect for them to divulge any information to you, Thunderson explained. John sat there in silence once more as he contemplated the words of the sect leader. Everything he said made perfect sense. He would need to become the #1 disciple, but in a way that seemed realistic. I suppose that makes sense, John replied, although he wasn't too happy about it. Thunderson smiled at John as he saw his downcast reaction. While this training is for this mission, do not think it as wasted training. Everything Lillian teaches you will greatly improve your overall combat prowess, allowing you to climb further and further. It would be things you learned eventually anyways, we're just speeding up the timeline a bit, Thunderson replied. John frowned, but didn't argue against the sect leader's words. It truly was the best way forward. Fine, John replied with a slight grimace, already thinking about the brutal beatings the vice sect leader would give him. He looked over to the vice sect leader, who was staring at him like a hawk. A small smile crept up on her face upon hearing his agreement with their plans. Perfect, Thunderson replied. We'll be sending you out to the Bloodfiend sect in 2 months. During these 2 months, Lillian will be training you. And that training starts now, the vice sect leader stated. Let's go. John sighed, but did not argue. He slowly stood up and thanked the sect leader for his hospitality before leaving with the vice sect leader. The vice sect leader started to fly in a certain direction, most likely towards the next training ground. They had destroyed the mountain they had trained on and would need a new training location. Silence descended over the two of them as they continued to fly through the air. After quite some time of silence, John couldn't help but ask a question that had been burning in his mind. You're his daughter. Well, adopted daughter, as you clarified. How did such a thing come to pass? John asked. That's not something you need to know, the vice sect leader replied, shutting down the question immediately. John remained silent after that, as the two of them finally reached their new training area. Unlike the mountain before, this was one of the martial arenas, the life and death arena. It was the largest, as well as the sturdiest arena in the sect, and could withstand even the battles of Heaven Tribulation elders without breaking. John's face turned grave as they entered the arena. Many curious eyes watched the two of them enter it, but were unable to enter themselves as the arena was considered off-limits unless a true life and death battle was taking place. What the hell is this? I thought this arena was only reserved for life and death battles. John couldn't help but ask. It is, unless I deem it otherwise, the vice sect leader replied. We already destroyed one mountain with our training. Do you want to destroy another? A wry smile appeared on John's face, but he didn't respond. Training in a sturdy arena such as this, with powerful formations surrounding it, was truly the best way to train without fear of destroying the sect. The vice sect leader turned around and stared at John with her hawk-like eyes. A small smile appeared on her face. Now, let's begin, shall we? Boom. 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 For the next several hours, many explosive booms echoed from within the life and death arena, causing many curious sect members to wonder what was going on. After many hours, the loud noises stopped, and a lone figure came walking out. The eyes of all in the area widened as they saw John, looking half dead, slowly walk out of the arena. His body was completely covered in blood, and his robe was torn in several places. He walked past the curious spectators, all while grumbling to himself. Gotta admit, she's far too heavy-handed, and I have to show up first thing tomorrow to resume our training. I might die at this rate, John grumbled. He continued to walk through the sect towards his mountain abode, not in the mood to expend more energy and fly there. While walking, John's ears suddenly perked up as he heard a voice, one that sounded familiar. Leave us alone, the voice cried out, a tinge of fear in it. We already paid you for last week. We don't have any more spirit crystals to give you this week. Bang. A loud bang sounded, followed by the pained cry of a boy. Elliot, the concerned cry of a girl sounded out, another voice which John recognized. He quickly turned around towards the source of the noise. Before the two youths on the ground were three youths, who each stood there with crossed arms and smug smiles on their faces. The two youths on the ground had half-step core formation cultivations and were outer disciples, while the three standing with their arms crossed, one girl and two boys, and were inner disciples. You better get the spirit crystals for this week by tomorrow, or don't blame us for being heavy-handed, the lead youth barked out. John's face quickly turned cold as his body blurred. He suddenly appeared next to the youth that had just spoken out and put his arm across his shoulder as if he was a close friend. He had done so without any of the five youths noticing him. What do we have here? Some casual disciple-on-disciple extortion going on? John asked in a calm tone. The boy finally noticed the newcomer, who was covered in blood and wore a torn-up robe. His long hair was also disheveled, making him look like a homeless beggar. He pushed John's arm aside in a rage as he yelled out to him. Who the fuck do you think you are, putting your arm? The boy's voice immediately cut off as he finally noticed who it was. His face, as well as the faces of the two youths with him, instantly changed into ones of fear as they each took a step backwards. I meant no disrespect. We'll take our leave immediately, the boy cried out in a panicked tone. However, he, as well as his two accomplices, immediately stopped in their tracks as John's powerful aura pressed down on them. You're not going anywhere, John's calm yet cold voice sounded out. The youths could tell something was wrong, but didn't argue as they immediately stopped moving. John's gaze turned to the two youths on the ground, who were still staring up at him in a stunned daze. His cold face turned warm as he smiled at them. Lee Elliott, long time no see. Chapter 289, meeting two old friends the last time John had seen Lee and Elliot was back in his homelands, when he had roamed the skycleave forests with them for a few weeks. They had fought many beasts together, and had eventually parted after spending several weeks together. However, he had formed a bond of friendship with them at that time, as they had been sincere and friendly in their interactions with him, despite their strengths being far above his at the time. "John," Lee called out in slight confusion. John had aged slightly since they last met, becoming taller, more muscular, and his face had matured a bit as well. Not only that, but his features right now were quite distracting as well, with his long, disheveled hair and blood covering most of his body. Lee wasn't completely sure it was John at first, but after his greeting, she became positive it was him. "What are you doing here?" Elliot asked in a confused voice as he slowly started to stand up. The three youths behind John had panicked expressions appear on their faces, as they could tell that John had some sort of friendship with these two. They wanted to run, but knew such a thing was impossible in front of John. Not only that, but they didn't want to anger him further, and so they stood there silently, awaiting whatever fate was coming their way. "What am I doing here?" "Well, I'm a member of the sect just like you," John replied with a smile on his face. "What, when, how?" Lee couldn't help but spew out a list of questions. "Haha, I'll answer those questions after you answer my question. When did you return to the sect?" John asked curiously. Lee and Elliot looked at each other for a moment before Elliot began to describe what had happened with them. According to Elliot, he and Lee had spent the last half-year or so in John's homeland, searching for news of the Pocket Realm. After many months of fruitless searching, the elder in charge of them, Elder Mabel, canceled their mission without explanation. Lee and Elliot had expected to return to the sect at that time, but Elder Mabel decided to stay in the area for the next few months. While the reason for this was to protect John's clan, neither Elliot or Lee knew of this. As such, they lived for the next few months in those lands, unsure of when they would return. While living in these lands, their cultivations stagnated quite a bit due to the lower chi in the air. While the elder in charge did mostly make up for it by giving them precious pills and resources, it was not as good as cultivating in the Holy Lands. "So we lived in your homeland for quite some time, until just 2 weeks ago, Elder Mabel said we were returning and escorted us, as well as the other youths in the area, back here," Elliot explained, as he finally finished summarizing the events that had occurred. John frowned as he heard this story. It seems like their cultivations stagnated a bit and suffered, mainly due to Elder Mabel staying there and protecting my clan. While I'm not sure of the reason for her return, the sect must have a good reason for doing so. A small sense of guilt washed over John as he thought of this, as he was the main reason for their current predicament. Neither Elliot or Lee were able to cultivate to their fullest extent, and neither were able to enter the wastelands at the opportune time and obtain its opportunities. While they could still enter, as they were only 15, most of the opportunities within had already been snatched. While thinking over this, John looked between Elliot and Lee and the three other youths. "So, what's going on here then?" John asked, his tone growing a bit colder. While he figured he knew what was going on, he allowed Lee and Elliot to explain it clearly. Shivers crawled down the spines of the three youths as they heard John's tone, but they didn't make any moves. You don't have to worry yourself with our issues," Lee cried out in a concerned tone. Due to their late arrival to the sect, they did not know who John was within the sect. They had heard of the monumental rise of a member named John, but they never put two and two together, as such a thing was too far-fetched. As such, Lee did not want to get John involved with their problems and make him suffer as well. However, while Lee was concerned for John, Elliot took quick note of the awkward atmosphere. The three youths, who had been confidently bullying them for the past 2 weeks and extorting them of spirit crystals, were as meek as mice right now. Since John was withdrawing his aura at the moment, he was not broadcasting his cultivation level. One would need to scan him with their divine sense to detect his cultivation. With great curiosity, Elliot scanned John to detect his cultivation level, John watched with a smile as Elliot's eyes grew wide as he felt his divine sense wash over him. He quickly put two and two together as he began to stutter. "Why, Yo-Yo, you're the John we've been hearing about," Elliot exclaimed in a surprised voice. "What?" Lee cried out at Elliot's words as she too quickly scanned John. Her face filled with shock as she too finally noticed his cultivation level. "I'm not sure what you've been hearing about me, but that's not the important part. The important part is us friends have finally met again. And since you two helped me out last time, it's only natural that I return the favor this time," John replied with a warm smile on his face. His warm smile quickly faded as he thought of the hardships the two of them had to endure after returning to the sect. He looked towards the three youths who still meekly stood there. They noticed his cold gaze, and each began to panic. We didn't know they were your friends," the girl suddenly spoke up, trying to defend herself. "So that makes it okay to bully and demean fellow sect members? You disgust me," John replied, his tone incredibly cold. He was already in a bad mood from dealing with the vice sect leader all day, and now he ran into this unpleasant situation. "Please spare us," the lead boy pleaded. "John," Lee suddenly called out, but John waved his hand to interrupt her. "If you're going to plead on their behalf, don't bother. You're far too kind, and that kindness will only serve as fuel for these assholes to do this in the future again, only to different sect members. People like them need to fully taste punishment before they change," John replied. Chapter 290, catching up his words caused Lee to hold her words, as she truly was going to ask for their forgiveness. John shook his head at seeing this. She's far too kind for cultivation. She'll either need to toughen up or resign herself to such fates all her life. His eyes once again locked on the three meek youths before him. While he wanted nothing more than to kill them now and rid his sect of such vermin, he knew he didn't have the authority to do so. Only the enforcement hall or the sect leader and vice sect leader could make such a decision. However, he could take other measures. "Grovel before Lee and Elliot and ask for their forgiveness," John suddenly commanded. The three youths each grimaced with unwillingness as they heard this command, but once glance at John's cold eyes stopped them from protesting. The lead boy grit his teeth and hesitated for a moment before dropping to his knees before Lee and Elliot. The two others followed his lead and groveled as well. "This," Lee exclaimed out loud. Elliot placed his hand on Lee's shoulder, as if to remind her of John's previous words. "We're sorry. We'll never do this again," the lead boy apologized with a shaking voice. The two others repeated his words as well, as John looked down on them coldly. "Again," John commanded. "Again. Again." John continued to command them to grovel and apologize, as a small crowd had gathered around them to see what was going on. Embarrassment washed over the three of them, but they did not do anything to displease John further. Only after apologizing for quite some time did John allow the three of them to stand up. He slowly looked each in the eye as he gave one final command. "From now on, you'll be subordinates to Lee and Elliot. If they ask you to do anything, regardless of the command, you accept it. If I found out you haven't obliged with this command, well, you can put the dots together," John said to the three of them. Each grimaced once more as they thought of such a fate. They had seen how John had easily and gruesomely cut down Hunter, and none of them wanted such a fate. John stared at them for a bit longer in silence before dismissing them. "You can leave," he commanded. Each of the youths breathed out a massive sigh of relief as they quickly stood up and prepared to leave. However, John's last words caused a look of panic and fear to appear on their faces once more. "Oh, and you are to immediately report to the enforcement hall and state what you did. They will decide what to do with you. I'll be speaking to Elder Ragger within the day, and if I find out you didn't report yourself to them." John's voice trailed off. As he didn't need to verbalize his threats, the three nodded their heads and instantly ran off, wanting to be in John's presence for as little as possible. John's cold face warmed up as he looked back to Lee, and Elliot with a smile on his face. "Come, "Let's have some food together and talk about our lives over the last half-year," John said to the two of them. Lee and Elliot were still in a daze after what had just happened, but happily accepted John's proposal. The three of them walked to the business district and entered one of the finest restaurants. John booked a room on the top floor, which was a private room with only one table. While the attendant at the front of the restaurant doubted John's ability to pay for such a thing, as he still looked like a homeless beggar, John's quick flash of a small pile of spirit crystals changed the attendant's tune. Lee and Elliot's eyes nearly popped out of their heads at the sight of the spirit crystals, as John was blowing more on a single meal with them than they had accumulated in 6 months as outer disciples. The attendant happily escorted the three of them to the top floor, which was empty at the moment. "Your table, sir, and here are the menus. I will return shortly for your orders," the man said to John before leaving. John quickly read the menu, his face lighting up at the descriptions of the meals. The ingredients used were quite incredible, and each made him nearly salivate upon reading. His eyes glanced over one dish and immediately lit up. Golden ox steak, from a Meridian forging golden ox. John had always loved the golden ox stew his mother made, but the golden ox she used was always at the mist creation realm. As animals grew in age and power, so did their flavor. The same was true for plants, fruits, and vegetables. John had never eaten a Meridian forging beast, but he was sure going to try it out today. The waiter quickly returned, asking for their orders. "I'm getting the golden ox steak, with a side of the 100-year spirit dew salad," John ordered. "An excellent choice," the waiter replied with a smile on his face. He looked towards Elliot and Lee for their orders. John quickly noticed the hesitation on their faces, most likely from the prices. "Don't worry, I'm paying for this. Money is not a concern," John said to them. He still felt bad about their stagnated cultivations and was going to make it up to them in several ways. This meal was just the start. After convincing them for quite some time, Lee and Elliot finally obliged and ordered their meals. The waiter left, and the three of them began to converse happily once more. "How can you afford all this?" Elliot couldn't help but ask. John smiled as he replied, "I've had quite a few fortuitous encounters with other sect members and also the mysterious wastelands," John replied. At the same time, 2 spatial rings suddenly appeared in the air before him and quickly floated over to Lee and Elliot. "This," Lee couldn't help but ask. "Just think of it as a gift, and I won't take no for an answer, or I'll take it as you not considering me your friend," John replied. The two grabbed the rings and quickly inspected them. Their eyes widened immediately as they saw the contents. Pills, cultivation aids, and more spirit crystals than they had seen in their lives laid inside. "We can't," Lee exclaimed. "This is far too much to accept." John's smiling face slightly darkened as he looked at Lee. "Do you not consider me to be your friend?" John asked. Lee paused for a moment, unsure of how to reply. Elliot knew refusing wasn't an option and quickly stored the ring and thanked John. Lee, after some hesitation, did the same. John's darkened face instantly brightened once more as a smile appeared on it. "Perfect. Oh, it looks like the food is here. Let's eat." The food arrived right afterwards, and all three ate to their heart's content. John's face lit up as he savored every bite of his steak, which was the most delicious meal he had ever eaten. The three continued to converse over their meals, catching up on the last half-years in each of their lives. Lee and Elliot became more and more shocked at John's story, finding it hard to believe most of it. However, John's power and status in the sect was proof that it was all true. Their conversations lasted for quite some time before. "Busy. A small buzz startled John out of his conversations as he suddenly took out his sound transmission disc that Pill Emperor Thunderpill had given him. A voice sounded out of it. "Your pills are ready. Come pick them up." Chapter 291, consuming more pills. John's eyebrows raised slightly in surprise as he heard this. It's been less than 24 hours, and he's already done. He must have put all his focus into making these pills. John finished his meal and discussions with Lee and Elliot before he parted ways with them. "If you ever have any problems within the sect, just reach out to me." John gave them some parting words. However, word should soon spread of the incident today, making John confident that neither of them would be targeted again. "Sure thing," Elliot happily replied, while Lee nodded her head in agreement. John bade the two of them farewell before walking towards the pill hall. He climbed to the 6th floor and quickly reached Pill Emperor Thunderpill's room. Knock, knock. Learning from his last encounter, John decided to knock this time. He heard hurried footsteps on the other side of the door before the door was quickly opened. "Ah, you're here. In that case, here you go," Pill Emperor Thunderpill stated as he threw a few pill bottles to John. John caught them, somewhat caught off guard, and looked back up to Pill Emperor Thunderpill, who was beginning to close the door once more. "Wait," John called out, causing the Pill Emperor to pause for a moment. "What is it?" he asked in an exacerbated tone. "This is it. Shouldn't you explain what the pills do first?" John asked. He had no idea what exactly the pills would do for him. "Figure that out yourself," Pill Emperor Thunderpill replied. "The ingredients you gave me, especially that blood fruit, gave me new insights into the pill Tao. I must capitalize on them before they leave my mind. As such, goodbye." Bang! The door slammed shut in John's face, slightly startling him. He stared in silence at the door for a moment, completely caught unprepared for this bizarre interaction. However, the Pill Emperor had fulfilled his side of the bargain, and so John was not about to make a fuss about it. "Anything that will boost my power and combat prowess is a boon for me right now. The sooner I can meet that crazy woman's standards, the sooner I can get done with her hellish training." After receiving the pills, John quickly retired to his mountain abode for the night. He greeted Rhea and Francel for a moment, who were still in high spirits from receiving John's generous gifts, before entering his meditation chamber in the basement. He quickly sat down, and just as he did so, he felt a tremble in his soul space. Kyrie appeared before him once more, and began to rub up against him affectionately. John smiled as he patted Kyrie. "You know, you don't have to stay cooped up inside my soul space all the time. If you want to follow me around, you can do that as well, as long as you remember to disguise yourself." Kyrie tilted its head to the side as it listened to John speak. It couldn't understand his words, but could understand his intentions for the most part. Kyrie rubbed up against John once more before speeding out into the training area of the basement, once again running around it like a child. John shook his head as he watched Kyrie for a moment before returning his attention to his pills. "Now then, let's see what Thunderpill concocted for me." There were 2 pill bottles, one containing a single blood red pill, and the other containing many orangish pills. The blood red pill should be from that blood fruit, while the orange pills are from the dozen or so nascent yang fruits I gave the Pill Emperor. Let's start with the nascent yang fruits. John set aside the other bottle and grabbed a single pill from the nascent yang fruit bottle. He observed it for a moment and noticed a strong yang aura emanate from the pill. It was quite a remarkable pill and would be quite potent at John's cultivation realm. "Let's hope it advances my lightning quality," John mused to himself as he popped the first pill into his mouth and swallowed it. An intense heat instantly burned within his stomach as the pill began to dissolve. John felt his body grow hotter and soon felt as if he was a furnace himself. His entire body turned red from the heat as steam began to emanate off his body. John ignored the pain racking his body and started guiding the medicinal properties of the nascent yang pill throughout his body, as well as his dantian. The nascent yang pill was used to upgrade yang-based powers, of which lightning was one. Slowly but surely, John infused the intense yang energy into his flesh, meridians, muscles, and dantian. His body continued to heat up from the process, but John ignored the intense pain racking his body as he grit his teeth instead. However, through the pain, John felt elation, as he could feel his body, and especially his dantian, begin to grow in profundity. The yang energy from the pill infused into his Danshan, which he had formed using the primordial extermination lightning cultivation technique. He could feel his natural affinity towards lightning improve, as well as the potency of the lightning chi he could generate. After several minutes, the affects of the pill faded, and John's body returned to normal. Sweat drenched his entire body as John closely inspected it. He raised his hand, and lightning began to dance over it. A large smile appeared on his face. My lightning chi is definitely more powerful and explosive now than it was before consuming the pill. John continued to inspect his new lightning potency for a while before he grabbed another pill. Most of the time, pills are a one-time thing before they lose their efficacy, but let's see if that's the case here. John popped another one in his mouth and swallowed it. Heat once again assaulted his body, and John followed the principles he had learned from the first pill once again. His smile grew larger as he inspected his lightning once more. It actually improved it once more. John popped another pill in his mouth, and another. Only after the fourth pill did the helpful effects of the pill finally vanish. However, John was not too upset about this, as his gains had already been tremendous. Just my lightning power alone is at least 30% stronger than before, just from consuming some pills. The nascent yang fruit sure is amazing. John stored the rest of the yang fruit pills away, as he figured he could give them to some of his friends, or sell them. His eyes trailed down once more and focused on the other bottle sitting on the floor in front of him. A single blood-red pill sat inside the bottle, its aura incredibly enticing to John. He reached out and grabbed it and raised it in front of his face. Its color was blood red, and it emanated an incredibly similar aura to the fruit itself. However, its potency seemed to be concentrated even further, putting a hopeful smile on John's face. Now, let's see what you can do for me. Chapter 292, Blood Fruit Pill. John had high hopes for the pill before him. When he had given the fruit to Thunderpill, even the Pill Emperor himself didn't recognize the fruit. This clearly indicated that the fruit was incredibly rare, and most likely incredibly valuable. John thought of selling the fruit for a high sum of money, but decided against such a thing. I have more money than I can spend at the moment, and everything is secondary when compared to my cultivation. He put such thoughts aside, and once again focused on the blood-red pill in his hands. When he had consumed the fruit directly, it had greatly improved the constitution of his body, boosting it to a higher level of durability and power. While John had an incredible body due to cultivating the Immortal Asura body, and strengthened it further with the mysterious blood drops, he didn't have many other opportunities to improve his body's strength. His foundation was much more profound than others, but without continuously building upon it, he would fall further and further behind. Body cultivation-based sects would shower their disciples with many types of wonderful materials and pills to strengthen their bodies, pushing it to new heights. However, John had only consumed the Undying Vitality pill and the mysterious blood fruit to boost his body's power, and needed more of such opportunities to make sure he didn't fall behind his peers. The pill before him was one such opportunity. I'll have to continue to find such opportunities in the future to make sure I stay ahead of the pack, but for now, this is more than enough. After a brief pause, John directly consumed the pill. The pill hit his stomach and quickly began to dissolve. An intense energy, almost identical to when he ate the fruit, began to assault his body from within. However, it was even stronger than when he had directly consumed the fruit, due to the refining process of the pill. John grit his teeth as he struggled against the rampaging energy and pain. Everywhere the energy rampaged, it destroyed cells, tore muscles, and pushed his meridians to their limits. Supreme Battle Art. John activated his Supreme Battle Art, pushing his body's power and durability to the next level. At the same time, his incredibly strong essence Danshan surged in power as he sent his own essence chi to contain the rampaging energy. A stalemate was quickly achieved as John managed to stop the destruction within his body. His essence chi enveloped the rampaging energy, and began to guide it throughout his body in manageable quantities. He slowly but surely infused the energy into his bones, tendons, muscles, and meridians. Every infusion process was incredibly painful, as the energy would do its best to destroy his body from within, as if it had a mind of its own. However, with his incredible body durability and powerful essence chi, he was able to triumph over the rampaging energy. After nearly an hour, John finally let out a deep breath as the process finally came to an end. His entire body was drenched in sweat and was aching with incredible pain. Even his essence chi was drained quite a bit, indicating how strenuous the process was and how potent the ramping energy had been. However, John ignored the pain as he began to inspect his new body strength. However, he couldn't fully inspect the strength of his body without testing it out. Today was quite a day, John mumbled to himself as he began to walk upstairs. His body ached in pain from all he had experienced over the past day, but overall he was in a happy mood. John walked outside and flew to a nearby empty mountain. The training area in his basement was no longer suitable for his power level, which forced John to train elsewhere. After landing on the empty mountain, he took a deep breath before punching the earth beneath his feet. Boom! A loud explosion sounded out, as dirt, rock, and vegetation were flung high into the sky from the force of his attack. The dust eventually faded, revealing a large crater, several dozen yards wide and deep before him. A smile appeared on his face as he saw this. This punch was just my base strength, without any power augmentation from the Supreme Battle Art or Immortal Asura transformation art. Boom! John threw another punch, relishing in the feeling of his new power. Amazing! The effect it had on my body is no less profound than when I ate the fruit directly. It's actually even slightly better. My body's durability, as well as power, has increased greatly. This power-up, combined with my lightning chi upgrade, is almost as if I advanced half a minor realm of cultivation on its own. He was incredibly happy with the results of consuming the pills. The combined effect of the pills had increased his overall combat prowess by at least 50%, which was nearly unheard of by only consuming pills. However, this just showed how amazing the ingredients he had given Pill Emperor Thunderpill were. Only by having incredible base ingredients could consuming a pill achieve what it did today. Boom. 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 John continued to inspect his newfound power for quite some time before he finally decided to leave and return back to his mountain abode. He was exhausted from the day, which had been incredibly busy, as well as painful. He had trained with the vice sect leader, discussed highly important things with the sect leader, and also caught up with old friends. While tomorrow would start his crazy training with the vice sect leader once again, John decided to push such negative thoughts out of his mind. After soaking in his outside pool for some time, he retired to his room and fell into bed heavily. "It's been quite some time since I've slept on this bed," John mumbled to himself as he quickly fell into a deep sleep, something he had not experienced for quite some time. Chapter 293, Unexpected Visitor. 5 weeks passed by in the blink of an eye, as John continued his hellish training with the vice sect leader. John was now 16, and had spent his birthday being beaten by the vice sect leader. His power-up after the first day had caught her off guard for a moment, and had resulted in John landing a few blows on her body as she had restricted her cultivation to the late core formation realm. However, this trickery from John only served to ignite her anger, which resulted in his training becoming even more hellish. He would report to her the first thing in the morning and train all day until he was beaten black and blue. He would retire to his abode at night, walking through the sect each time to get back home. Intense discussions quickly broke out amongst the disciples of the sect as they took note of John's permanent state of being bloodied and beaten. I heard he said some things to the vice sect leader that she didn't like, and as a result, she beats him up every day as punishment. That's not what I heard. I heard that he is being punished for something he did in the wastelands. No, that's not it. Apparently, she's taken him as her disciple and is training him as a result. Shivers crawled up the spines of all who heard this theory. He's her disciple now. That's a fate that's even worse than any of the other theories floating around. I can't help but feel bad for him if that's the case. All who heard this couldn't help but agree. The vice sect leader was the most feared person in the sect, and for good reason. Being her disciple would surely be a non-stop source of pain and despair, and would not be worth it, no matter how much their power increased. John heard such discussions break out around him every day as he walked through the sect, and couldn't help but agree with everything he heard. Every single day was a brutal hellscape of training, which pushed him to his absolute limits. I'm not her disciple, John grumbled to himself. The vice sect leader had made this point very clear to him early on, that she was only training him due to the circumstances. However, he couldn't argue with the results he was seeing by training with the vice sect leader. His shaky essence foundation, which had happened due to his successive breakthroughs, had been completely refined and solidified, eliminating any flaws that were present before. Not only that, but he was surprised as to how much his combat prowess was increasing. He had not improved his cultivation or any other source of power over the past several weeks, but his combat prowess had increased to an absolutely incredible level. In combat alone, he was at least twice as proficient in battle as he was before, and was now able to do things in combat that he was never able to before. He had eliminated many flaws that were previously present in his fighting style, while also hunting his instincts and battle intuitions to new heights. If he fought his old self from just a few weeks ago, he would completely dominate that old self, despite not being any stronger cultivation-wise. Today, he found himself enjoying lunch with Adam, Elliot, and Lee in a courtyard, a rare treat these days. The vice sect leader had unexpectedly given him a half-day off, which was a rare occurrence. However, John did not argue, as any respite from his hellish training was a blessing. So, how's the training going? Are you doing all right? Lee couldn't help but ask in a concerned tone as she looked at John's appearance. She's beyond crazy, John replied. But she does know what she's doing. My power has increased greatly, so I can't complain too much. Also, my body is pretty strong and durable, so I am fine for the most part. While the training is incredibly hellish and pushes me to my absolute limits, I can tell the vice sect leader is being careful to not push me over those limits, so I can be thankful for that at least. Also, for some reason, the training has gotten slightly easier as of late, so there's that as well. That's good, Lee replied with a relieved sigh. I have to say, it's quite refreshing to see you like this, Adam said with a smug tone. While he did feel bad for John, he did find it refreshing to see some payback for all the times John dragged him through those hellish trials of pain. John looked at Adam, and a devious smile appeared on his face, sending a shiver down Adam's spine. I can always convince the vice sect leader to let you join me, John replied. No, 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 Adam rebuked while waving his hands in panic. I'm not worthy of such an honor. You should be the one to experience it, not me. John shook his head at Adam's response and looked over to Lee, who was asking him a new question. So, what are you going to do next? Lee's question was cut off by an incredible power pushing down on the four of them. John frowned as he felt this power, as it contained a small amount of hostility. However, there was no bloodlust within it, signifying that whoever this was not seeking their lives. John looked up into the sky and saw a man hovering above them. The man wore earthen-colored pants and an earthen-colored sleeveless shirt, which revealed two incredibly muscular arms. A brief inspection of the man revealed his cultivation to be in the heaven tribulation realm, and at the very peak of the realm as well. I finally found you, the man stated as he looked directly at John. John stared back at the man with a cold expression. The man was flaunting his power in the middle of the heavenly lightning sect, clearly not placing it in his eyes. And who would I be to you? John asked, his tone cold. The man scoffed at John's tone, clearly finding it displeasing. However, he ignored it as he responded to John's question. The one who somehow stole and cultivated our Supreme Battle Sect's signature battle art. You'll be coming with me back to the Supreme Battle Sect for 294. "You forgot me already." John's face became incredibly cold as he heard the man say this. His father had obtained the technique for him, and so the man was essentially calling his father a thief. Not only that, but his tone and attitude were completely overbearing, as if he didn't respect the Heavenly Lightning Sect at all. The Heavenly Lightning Sect and the Supreme Battle Sect were practically even in power in the Holy Lands, as they were both one of the 4 great sects. They even had a relatively good relationship, in that they were not enemies by any means. However, this man was giving the Heavenly Lightning Sect no face at the moment. "John, what's going on? What is he talking about?" Lee couldn't help but ask in a slightly panicked tone. She had never seen John use his supreme battle art, and so was completely out of the loop. On top of that, the man's aura, which radiated a peak heaven tribulation cultivation, was pressing down on them with great power, intimidating her further. John glanced towards Lee, and a small smile appeared on his face. "Don't worry about this. This man won't do anything to me," John replied in a confident tone. The Supreme Battle Sect elder heard this, and his serious face turned slightly dark. "You think I won't dare to do anything to you? Do you not know of the reputation of my Supreme Battle Sect? There isn't a single thing we dare not do," the man scoffed. John's calm smile remained on his face as he looked at the man. Based on what he had heard of the Supreme Battle Sect, they were a sect of battle maniacs who truly did dare to do almost anything, including waltzing into another great sect to kidnap a disciple in broad daylight. However, with his importance to the Heavenly Lightning Sect being at the absolute peak, John was not worried about a thing. "Aren't you afraid of my Heavenly Lightning Sect retaliating against you and your sect for such a brazen action?" John asked, his voice tinged with amusement. The man found John's lack of fear, and instead pure amusement, completely displeasing. Anger slightly began to well up inside him as he increased the pressure on John alone, looking to quell him with his aura alone. However, John acted as if nothing had happened, because to him, nothing had. The man had increased his aura to intimidate a normal late-core formation youth. However, John was not a normal late-core formation youth, and the aura on him felt like a light rain at the moment. However, the aura slightly leaked to Lee, Elliot, and Adam, and John could tell that they were having a hard time struggling against it. He frowned as he saw this, and looked back up towards the man with a cold glare. "Is this how your daring Supreme Battle Sect does things? They use a Heaven Tribulation Elder to bully youths in the core formation realm. If that's the case, then I really look down on you and your sect," John stated. "What did you say? You dare besmirch my glorious Supreme Battle Sect?" the man replied in an angered tone. He was a vaunted elder of the Supreme Battle Sect, and was used to those below him from sects other than his own looking up at him with awe, respect, and fear. It was the first time he had seen a youth like John completely disregard his position, and even repeatedly mock him. However, the man could not argue against what John had said, as he truly was using his power to bully and intimidate those weaker than him. His powerful aura subsided, relieving the pressure off Lee, Elliot, and Adam, as they all sighed deeply in relief. "Regardless of what you say, you're coming with me," the man spoke up. "As for your Heavenly Lightning Sect, they would do the same thing if one of my sect's disciples had somehow cultivated the Heavenly Lightning Tome. They would send an elder to take them back for questioning, as I am doing to you today." "And what would your sect's response be to such an action?" John asked. "Would your sect roll over and let one of your disciples be kidnapped?" "Of course not," the man bellowed out, as if John had once again insulted his Supreme Battle Sect. "However, do not compare the grid of our Supreme Battle Sect to your Heavenly Lightning Sect. While we may be equal in power, we are not equal in attitude and wills. Your sect would not dare to start a battle or war for a single disciple, while ours would. That is the difference between your sect and mine," the man explained with a prideful tone. John nodded his head in slight agreement as he heard this. "It's true. My Heavenly Lightning Sect can be quite soft, as most of my fellow disciples, and even elders came from pampered backgrounds and expect that to continue within the Heavenly Lightning Sect," John agreed. A small smile once again appeared on his face, as if he was mocking the man. However, that is not true for everyone in my sect. There are those within my sect that even you would fear to anger. Do not test your luck, or you will draw their ire, and that ire is not something you, or even your entire sect, can withstand, John replied. The man frowned angrily as he heard this statement from John, which was demeaning his entire sect. You dare to besmirch my sect once again? Fine, in that case, I'm bringing you back with me now. Other than your sect leader, no one had the gall to stop me, and he sits in his palace all day, unconcerned of the happenings beneath him. Let's see who else from your sect dares to interfere, the man replied as he reached out towards John. John felt an incredible power wrap around him, seeking to bring him away with the man. He was powerless against such an overwhelming might, but didn't even bother to struggle against it. The man's overbearing display of his aura surely didn't go unnoticed within the sect, and John knew those two would not allow him to be taken away by anyone. HMPH, a scoff suddenly filled the area. While it was a normal scoff, it contained incredible power which focused on the man from the Supreme Battle sect. John instantly felt the power that had wrapped around him dissipate as the man suddenly looked in a certain direction. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the person before him, who had appeared instantly and without any warning. Her blue hair billowed in the wind, while her white and gold robe glowed brightly in the sunlight. Her face was a mix of amusement and displeasure as she looked at the man with disdain. So, I step away from the spotlight for a few years and you've already forgotten about me. It seems as though I didn't make enough of an impression last time, but after I'm done with you, I'm sure no one in these lands will forget again. Her calm voice sounded out. Chapter 295. Tao Transformation, the Supreme Battle Sect Elder narrowed his eyes as he stared at the Vice Sect leader. Being a lifelong member of a sect such as the Supreme Battle Sect, the man did not fear death, but the situation before him was not good. Being the target of the Vice Sect leader was never a good thing. Even within the Supreme Battle Sect, the Vice Sect leader had a reputation of brutality and violence. Why are you here? The man asked. Why am I here? This is my Heavenly Lightning sect, where else would I be? The Vice Sect leader asked in response, her tone still tinged with amusement, as if she was talking to a plaything. You know very well what I mean. You went to the divine Martial Continent and even began to make a name for yourself in those lands. Why? And when did you return? The man asked. Oh, that, the Vice Sect leader responded. Maybe if your Supreme Battle Sect cared about anything besides battle, you would have already known this intel. I have done absolutely nothing to keep my presence this last year a secret, but your lack of interest in deploying spies to other sects truly shows how short-sighted you bunch truly are. The man frowned as he heard the Vice Sect leader talk about his sect in such a way, but couldn't argue. Everything the Vice Sect leader said was true. The Supreme Battle Sect only cared about cultivation and battle and ignored everything else. This included having a robust spy and information network, and so the Supreme Battle Sect was always the last to pick up on news regarding the lands. The Vice Sect leader had returned just a year ago from the divine Martial Continent and had not shown her face outside of the Heavenly Lightning Sect yet. As such, the Supreme Battle Sect thought she was still in the divine Martial Continent. The Vice Sect leader suddenly felt the man's divine sense pass over her as he was attempting to inspect her cultivation. However, much to his surprise, he was not able to do so. You're wearing a cultivation shrouding artifact, the man asked in a questioning tone. Normally, cultivators were able to detect the cultivation of others with their divine sense. However, if one was wearing a powerful enough cultivation shrouding artifact, it would hide their cultivation from whoever scanned it. There was another explanation for why the man could not detect her cultivation, but he dismissed such a thought, as the Vice Sect leader would never have returned to the Yuan Continent if that was the case. The Vice Sect leader smiled smugly at the man. Do you really believe I would concern myself with such useless things? She asked in a mocking tone. The man's eyes suddenly widened as he heard this. You're hardly 30 years old, and yet you claim to have reached that realm. If this is true, Why would you have returned to the Yuan Continent? With your age and talent, you would be valued even in the divine martial continent, the man rebuked, refusing to believe the vice sect leader. Slight surprise appeared on John's face as he heard this, not because of her cultivation, but because of her age. Cultivators age much slower than mortals, so while the vice sect leader appears to be in her 20s, I figured she was much older. It seems like she's actually still quite young. John was shocked to hear this, but didn't say anything as he sat there in silence as the two adults conversed. HMPH, the vice sect leader scoffed at the man's assumptions. My reasons for leaving that land are my own, but that's not the important thing right now. The thing to discuss is your brazen barging into my sect, acting as if we are not worthy of being placed in your eyes. That is not something I can forgive. The man frowned as he heard this. It seemed as though the vice sect leader was going to make things difficult for him. This boy, a disciple of your sect, stole our supreme battle art and had been blatantly using it. I'm sure someone like you can understand that this is a serious matter, and that the boy must be brought back for questioning no matter what. Your sect would do the same if it was in this position, the man replied, his tone firm. He still didn't believe the vice sect leader's story about not using a cultivation shrouding artifact, and so figured their strength was on the same level. The last rumors of the vice sect leader was that her cultivation was in the heaven tribulation realm, and so the man was confident in keeping himself safe at the very least. The vice sect leader nodded her head in agreement at the man's words. What you say is true. If one of your members had the heavenly lightning tome, we too would bring them back for questioning. The man slightly relaxed upon hearing this. However, the vice sect leader continued, you've made one grave error here. This boy isn't just a disciple of my sect, he is also my direct disciple. The man frowned upon hearing this, while a slight surprise appeared on John's face. The vice sect leader had always told him he was not her disciple, but she seemed to have changed tunes now. As such, you treating my disciple with no respect is as if you're treating me with no respect, she continued. The Supreme Battle Sect elder opened his mouth to reply. Bang! A fist collided with his face, sending him flying back like a cannonball. His body flew backwards violently and slammed onto an unoccupied mountain in the far distance several miles away. The mountain exploded into a hail of rubble and began to crumble from the force of the impact. John, as well as his three friends, stared at the scene in complete shock. The man, who was a peak heaven tribulation elder, was knocked back violently with a single attack, unable to do anything to stop it. Not only that, but the force of a single attack from the vice sect leader was enough to shatter a mountain, stunning them completely. Wait here a moment, the vice sect leader said to John as her body suddenly disappeared. The four of them saw her reappear above the mountain in the distance, staring down at its shattered remains below. An explosion of debris erupted from the ground as the man shot out of the rubble. He stopped and stared up at the vice sect leader who hovered above him. She stared down at him with a calm face, as if his peak heaven tribulation cultivation was nothing more than a trifling matter. He now believed the vice sect leader on why he could not detect her cultivation level. As he thought of this, a bad premonition appeared in his mind. You're actually in the Tao transformation realm. Chapter 296, Distant Booms, what's going on? A sect member asked in surprise as they saw the mountain in the distance crumble. I don't know. Wait, is that the vice sect leader? Is she fighting someone? The loud commotion drew the eyes of all those nearby, as they watched the events unfold before them. The Supreme Battle Sect elder stared up in surprise at the vice sect leader, who floated above him in the sky. The man was extremely shocked by this. He was hundreds of years old and was at the peak of the heaven tribulation realm. However, this woman before him, who was 10 times younger than him, was at a higher realm of cultivation than his own. Such talent was enough to make her a distinguished name, even in the divine martial continent. Who cares about such things? She replied. You intended on kidnapping my disciple, and so I must make an example of you. The man frowned as he heard this, but didn't back away. As an elder of the Supreme Battle Sect, he was incredibly battle-hardened. Even in the face of death, he wouldn't retreat. "Come on, then," he yelled as his aura suddenly exploded outwards, reaching the clouds high above. Despite his cultivation being lower than the Vice Sect leaders, he still charged forward unflinchingly. The man kicked off the ground, causing the earth to shatter beneath his feet as he appeared in the sky next to her in an instant. The supreme battle art exploded off his body, elevating his power to an incredible level. John's eyes locked onto the man as he watched him from a distance. The supreme battle art he was using was far beyond John's in profundity and power, making him desire the higher levels of the art even more. While his strongest battle state was when he used the Immortal Asura transformation art, that was a physical transformation of his body. The supreme battle art was a battle art, and so the two arts could be combined at the same time without any issues. The stronger his body battle art, the stronger his peak fighting state would be. The man's fist exploded towards the Vice Sect leader, his might overwhelming. The air rippled and boomed as his fist traveled forward, and the power behind it seemed as if it could raise entire mountain ranges in a single blow. Bang! An incredibly loud back echoed out throughout the entire sect as the man's fist exploded against a wall of lightning. The lightning wall had been constructed by the Vice Sect leader at the last moment and had completely blocked the man's attack. The nearby clouds were all washed away from the force of the attack. "A battle here will cause too much damage," the Vice Sect leader suddenly stated as she stared at the man. "Let's move locations." The man was about to reply when he suddenly found himself trapped in a cage of lightning that the Vice Sect leader had created. Their bodies suddenly vanished from sight. Where did they go? Will she be all right alone? Lee couldn't help but ask in surprise. Everything had happened too quickly. "She'll be fine," John replied casually as he took a sip of tea that he had ordered for lunch. He leaned back in his chair and relaxed, happy for once that the focus of the Vice Sect leader was not him. "Are you sir?" Lee's voice was cut off by a loud boom that echoed out from the distance. While she knew the Vice Sect leader should be stronger, she couldn't help but worry regardless, as the Supreme Battle Sect elder's power was overwhelming as well. Boom. 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 A long series of booms continued to sound out over the heavenly lightning sect, although no one could see the source of the explosions. "They must be pretty far away for us to not see anything. I wonder how long this will take." John continued to sit there lazily as he bit into the food he had ordered before it got cold. The other three around him noticed his relaxed attitude and eventually relaxed themselves. They returned to their previous discussions, while continuous booms continued to sound out over the sect. A bit later, whoosh! The sound of parting air was heard as John raised his head. He looked towards the source of the sound and noticed a falling body dropping towards them. Bang! The body fell on the ground and remained motionless, as the eyes of Lee, Elliot, and Adam all opened wide in extreme shock. Only John remained relatively calm as he raised his eyebrows at the sight before him. The Supreme Battle Sect elder, who had stood above them and claimed that no one in the Heavenly Lightning Sect dared oppose him, now laid there unconscious before John. John inspected the man before him and shook his head in knowing pity. "His neck is bright red, with many deep finger marks on it. Poor bastard. He got the same treatment as me." The man had clearly been slammed into the earth by the neck repeatedly, a favorite move of the Vice Sect leader, and one that he had come to know quite well. His body was bloodied all over as well, revealing the severity of the beating. The Vice Sect leader suddenly landed next to John. She showed no signs of taking any damage, revealing the fight to be a one-sided affair. The man, who was unconscious before, suddenly regained his consciousness and quickly stood up. John once again raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised at the durability of the man. Despite being beaten so severely by the Vice Sect leader, he had regained consciousness so quickly and still seemed to have energy left to fight. The bodies of body cultivators sure are impressive. He looked at the vice sect leader, his once proud expression slightly wary. Even though he had taken such a beating, however, he still didn't back away or flee in fear. Not bad. At least your supreme battle sect is good at one thing, the vice sect leader stated out loud, showing her respect for his unflinching attitude, even in the face of sure defeat. Such a thing was something she could agree with. John has some business to finish up first that will take some time. After that, he may or may not visit your sect to answer some questions. It all depends on my mood at the time. The vice sect leader spoke up. The man was about to speak up, but was cut off. Now leave, before I change my mind about letting you leave. Chapter 297. Mission Start. The elder stared in silence at the vice sect leader, thinking of what to do next. As an elder of the Supreme Battle Sect, he was used to getting anything he wanted by pure brute force. However, in the face of the vice sect leader, such a thing was impossible. Even the sect leader of the Supreme Battle Sect would have to give the vice sect leader respect in battle, let alone himself. He contemplated arguing back, but eventually decided against it. If it was a regular disciple of the Heavenly Lightning Sect, he would argue that their sect's alliance was more important, but since John was her direct disciple, there was no way he would convince her. After a brief moment of silence, the man took to the skis. His body reached incredible speeds in an instant, and he quickly disappeared over the horizon. Amazing, Lee suddenly exclaimed in an excited voice. All eyes looked to her, and were surprised to see that she had dashed directly towards the vice sect leader and stood before her. You're so amazing. That man was so strong, and yet you handled him so easily. You're incredible, she excitedly exclaimed. I hope to be like you one day, strong and unafraid. The vice sect leader stared at Lee, and a small smile broke out on her face. You sure know how to flatter, unlike this brat over here, she replied as she looked towards John. John took a step backwards instinctively as she looked at him, but the vice sect leader did nothing and looked back towards Lee. John and I have some important business to attend to, but I've taken a liking to you. Report to the War Hall and find Elder Thame. Tell him that I personally instructed you to have one of our Heaven Tribulation elders welcome you as their direct disciple. If he has any questions, he can report to me later. Lee's eyes nearly popped out of her head, while John, Adam, and Elliot smiled at the news. Congratulations, Lee, John congratulated her, with Adam and Elliot doing the same. Hopefully, with this new master of hers, she will be able to shed her timid shell and become a true battle-hardened cultivator. Lee started to tear up at the news, both shocked and happy at the same time. The vice sect leader patted her on the shoulder before looking towards John. We have business to attend to. Follow me. She instantly took to the skis and began to fly in the direction of the Heavenly Lightning Palace. John had a feeling that his training was over and that his mission was to begin soon. He looked to his three friends before him. Well, friends, I have some things to take care of. It may be a while before we see each other again, so while I'm gone, do not slack off on your training. His eyes locked onto Adam hard at the end, suggesting that he meant his words to Adam the most. Adam smiled wryly as he heard John's comment. Don't worry, when have I ever slacked off? Adam replied with a pride smile on his face. Bang. Ouch. Adam cried out in surprised pain as John slammed him on the back with quite some force. When I return, if you haven't improved by leaps and bounds, well, I'm sure you can fill in the rest, John said to Adam. He knew Adam would slack off if he was not here, and so decided to remind him with one last warning not to do so. John valued Adam as a friend and a formation's cultivator, and did not want to see him fall behind and become useless. Adam gulped in fear, as he could guess what John was talking about. Don't worry, when you return, you'll be the one looking up to me, Adam replied, his smug pride still as strong as ever. Good, make sure it's so, John replied. He said a few parting words to Lee and Elliot before he took to the sky and quickly caught up to the vice sect leader. Their destination was clearly the Heavenly Lightning Palace. Is it time? John asked curiously. It is, the vice sect leader replied. John's face became stern as he heard this, and he followed her to the heavenly lightning palace in silence. When they arrived at the top balcony, the sect leader was sitting there, once more sipping tea. He glanced up and spoke to his two new arrivals. Have a seat, we have much to discuss. John nodded his head and quickly took a seat at the table. A fragrant aroma filled his senses, one which he recognized. Seems like the sect leader is still enjoying that tea of mine. How has your training been these last few weeks? Sect leader Thunderson asked, snapping John out of his thoughts. Brutal nightmare, John instantly replied, not mincing any words. The vice sect leader frowned as she heard this, but said nothing. Thunderson smiled at John's reply and clarified his question. How have your improvements been these last few weeks? John thought about the question for a moment before replying. As much as I hate to admit it, my battle prowess has improved substantially over the last 5 weeks. If I fought myself from before I started this training, I would dominate my past self without any question, John replied. Good, Thunderson replied, his smile lingering on his face for a moment before turning into a look of seriousness. The Bloodfiend sect is becoming more and more brazen with their actions, and I believe whatever they have planned for this continent will be carried out within the next half-year. As such, there is no more time to dawdle. You will begin your mission today of infiltrating the Bloodfiend sect and finding out exactly what is going on, Thunderson explained. John's face turned serious as he heard this, but a bit of excitement welled up inside him as well. So the time has finally come, huh? Good, that means I can start getting closer to my one true mission of drowning the Bloodfiend sect in their own blood. Chapter 298 Mission Details. Both the sect leader and vice sect leader remained silent upon hearing John say this. They both knew his enmity with them, both from his clan and Russell, and so did not advise against such a goal. If John was truly able to destroy the Bloodfiend sect somehow, it would be a great boon for the Yuan Continent. Also, since his power was below the Dao transformation realm, he would not be held to the alliance laws that bound the sect leader from taking action himself. Now that the time has come, I will give you the mission details, Thunderson spoke up. John stirred out of his thoughts once more and listened closely to what the sect leader had to say. On the bordering lands between the Bloodfiend sect and our Heavenly Lightning sect, small skirmishes break out all the time. The Bloodfiend sect is constantly trying to test us to see if we stop them from expanding their territory. Not only that, but they send many of their disciples as well to train them through battle, the sect leader explained. John sat there in silence, listening to everything the sect leader was saying. Our war hall sends out elders and disciples as well, to keep the Bloodfiend sect from encroaching on our lands. As part of the war hall, you will join them on an official excursion out to the borderlands. There, you will eventually find yourself in a skirmish with the Bloodfiend sect, and hopefully find a suitable target to take the identity of. Once you do so, you will leave the protection of your war hall company and sneak into the Forbidden Lands. The rest of the details are up to you, but you are to return to the Bloodfiend sect as the disciple you took the identity of, and say you were the only survivor of the group. The Bloodfiend sect does not take kindly to deserters, and so you will have to do something. Eye-catching, so make it so that they do not execute you. John's eyebrows raised at the last sentence, causing the sect leader to chuckle slightly. Don't worry, in the event that you are unable to do anything to stop such an action, all you need to do is crush this, Thunderson continued as he threw a small item to John. John caught the item and quickly inspected it. It was a small formation disk with simple rune carvings over it. It was even less profound than the spatial talismans given to them when they entered the wastelands, causing John to frown. How is this supposed to save me? It's not, but I will, Thunderson replied with a smile on his face. John looked questioningly at the sect leader, who elaborated further. This simple formation disk is linked to this one, Thunderson stated as he took out another disk that looked exactly identical to the one John had. In the event that your safety is at risk, crush that disk. It will immediately alert me that you are in danger, and I will arrive to bring you out safely from the Bloodfiend sect," Thunderson explained. "I thought you can't interfere in matters such as this," John asked in a questioning tone. Thunderson had been expecting such a question. "I can't interfere with Bloodfiend sect matters, but no law said anything about rescuing a disciple of mine who is in distress," Thunderson elaborated. "So that's how it is," John replied. His confidence instantly soared upon hearing this, as he had a nearly guaranteed lifeline out of the Bloodfiend sect if he ever needed it. "Once you're inside the Bloodfiend sect, you are to quickly establish yourself as a disciple worthy of being raised to the top of the sect. This is where your recent training will come into play. You will be unable to use any lightning powers, battle arts not trained by the Bloodfiend sect, or powerful body of yours. This is where your recent training will come into factor. By claiming you had some incredible insights and breakthroughs during your near-death experience during your recent battle, you will show an incredible combat prowess that is worthy of nurturing." Thunderson paused to take a sip of tea, which was still wafting the area with a fragrant aroma. A small smile appeared on his face as he contently sipped the tea, before setting the teacup back down and resuming his mission details. "Once you become a disciple of note, you will climb the internal ranks until someone high enough notices you and takes you under their wing. You will keep showing your talents and keep climbing as high as possible. Only once you are truly considered an important asset of the Bloodfiend sect will they deign to divulge any important information to you. Utilize any and all means to gather this intel, and once you have a good understanding of their plans, leave. That is your mission. Any questions?" John leaned back heavily in his chair as the sect leader finished his mission explanation. John sat there in silence for quite some time, taking in all the mission details. "In the battle on the borders, what happens if we're overwhelmed by a stronger enemy force?" John asked. It was the one question he had. "I will follow you all the way to the border in secret," the vice sect leader suddenly spoke up. "If you run into any situations you cannot handle, I will aid you. Otherwise, I will remain in secret, no matter what happens. The border skirmishes are typically kept to the Meridian Forging Realm and below, so you should be fine," she explained. "Any other questions?" Sect leader Thunderson asked. "No, I have no more questions," John eventually replied. He was clear on what he had to do. "Good. Then Lillian here will take you to the war hall and introduce you to your new squadron. Good luck." John stood up and bowed his head slightly to the sect leader in respect, before turning around and following the vice sect leader. Sect leader Thunderson watched the two of them leave, as a small smile appeared on his face. "If my guesses of the prophecy are true, then I wonder how the Bloodfiend sect will deal with the prophesized Asura of annihilation." Chapter 299. Squadron John followed the vice sect leader in silence while he thought about everything he had heard. Not only is this mission incredibly risky, it's also incredibly difficult. I only have 6 months to gather all this intel according to the sect leader, so I will have to be extra brazen with my actions. While thinking about his mission, John looked to the vice sect leader to ask a question he had forgotten to ask. "Vice sect leader, how long would it take for the sect leader to arrive to aid me once I crush that item he gave me?" John asked curiously. He would need to know this information in order to use it properly. The vice sect leader looked over her shoulder. "Oh, I already publicly stated that I accepted you as my direct disciple, and still you address me without the proper respect. Do you want another beating?" she replied in an amused tone. John frowned as he heard this, as he had never accepted such a proposition. However, he knew he was powerless to change it, and didn't want to be beaten up for no reason again. He grit his teeth slightly before replying with a wry look on his face. "Master." "That's more like it," the vice sect leader replied in response. "As for your question, his powers are far beyond your reckoning, so you don't have to worry about his response time. As soon as you crush that disc, regardless of distance, he'll appear there within several seconds," she explained. "So fast," John exclaimed. He had been expecting several minutes at the very least, but such a response time was incredibly fast. It had to be known that the sect leader would be in the heavenly lightning sect, tens of thousands of miles away from the Bloodfiend sect, and yet he would arrive within mere seconds. John sighed out slightly in relief as he heard this. Since this is the case, then I can definitely be more brazen with my actions. If I'm caught out, the sect leader should be able to arrive before any harm befalls me. "We're here," the vice sect leader stated, and John looked down to notice that he had already arrived at the War Hall grounds. "I guess since joining the War Hall, I haven't done anything official with them. This will be my first official War Hall mission." John followed behind the sect leader and landed in front of one of the War Hall buildings. A signboard, carved with ornate wordings, read Mission Hall. There were 2 guards stationed out front, and each quickly bowed to the vice sect leader with full respect as soon as they saw her. "Greetings, vice sect leader," they both called out. The vice sect leader strode past them and into the mission hall. John followed closely behind and entered the mission hall as well. The mission hall was quite large and spanned 100 yards wide and long and several hundred yards tall. Most of the floors were reserved for administrative purposes, such as intelligence gathering, creating mission documents, and other such things. The main lobby of the mission hall was quite expansive, a signature architecture style of the War Hall. Hundreds of sect members could be seen going about their business, and John quickly spotted an organized group of about a dozen sect members standing in formation in the front of the lobby. They spotted the vice sect leader, and each of them instantly bowed their heads in respect to their War Hall leader. "We pay our respects to the vice sect leader," they each called out in unison. The vice sect leader stopped before them and inspected each of them before turning to John. "John, this is the squadron you will be joining for this mission. It's led by Elder Rain here, so you will follow any instructions he gives you, understood?" the vice sect leader instructed. John nodded his head in understanding before glancing over the group before him. They inspected him as well, curious about the first-year newcomer. First years were not allowed to join the War Hall or the missions they carried out, but John was the one exception. Not only that, but his fame within the sect had skyrocketed recently, making those within the squadron even more curious about him. John glanced over the group, inspecting each of their cultivations. The one elder of the group, Elder Rain, had a cultivation at the peak of the Meridian Forging Realm, similar to Elder Ragger when John had first met him. The rest of the group consisted of disciples of the sect, namely 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-year disciples. After the 4 year of being in the sect, disciples had the option to become an elder if their cultivation was high enough, or carry out other tasks for the sect. This was John's first time really meeting disciples of the sect above him in age, and so he inspected each of them carefully. Their cultivations range from the late core formation realm to the early meridian forging realm. A bit disappointing, but expected, I suppose. Based on what the sect leader revealed to me a while ago, all our most talented disciples to go the divine Martial Continent, so this bunch is mostly those who didn't qualify for that honor, I suppose. The vice sect leader noticed John inspecting the group, as well as his unimpressed attitude. "Do not look down on them," the vice sect leader said to John. "While their cultivations may not be impressive to you, their battle prowess is not to be questioned. Each of them has stared death in the face multiple times and come out alive. Each attack is done so with their lives on the line, and I am proud to call them members of my War Hall." Each member before them felt pride well up inside them after hearing the vice sect leader speak of them in such a way. They treated her as a god, and getting praise from her was valued incredibly highly by them. John raised his eyebrows slightly at the vice sect leader's words, as it was rare for her to talk about anyone in a positive light. Seems like she's not a fully terrible person after all. John nodded to the group before him and smiled towards them in a friendly manner. "Then, I look forward to seeing the true fighting spirits of my War Hall brothers. I will be in your care for this mission." John's friendly greeting improved their impressions they had of him. Based on his status as the #1 disciple of the sect, they had expected him to be overbearing and prideful, but he had greeted them in a friendly manner. It's too early for you to call us brothers. Only when you prove yourself on the line of battle will you be able to call us as such, but we welcome you nonetheless. Elder Rain spoke up. His deep and grizzled voice boomed out loudly, and the way he carried himself made John sure that he was incredibly battle-hardened. Elder Rain, your squadron will set out to the Hindellands region and scout for any Bloodfiend sect excursions into our territory. If you find any Bloodfiend sect squadrons, if you determine your squadron's combat prowess to be comparable or greater than that of the enemy's, you are to engage and wipe them out. The Bloodfiend sect is becoming more and more overbearing these last few months, and act as if we are too scared to retaliate, the vice sect leader said to the group. The eyes of all in the squadron darkened at the vice sect leader's last line. They were the front line of the sect, and such an insult from the Bloodfiend sect was an insult directly at the war hall itself. You and your squadron will show no mercy, and remind them of why our war hall is feared across the continent. The vice sect leader spoke out with an impassioned voice. Heya! The squadron yelled out in unison, their fighting spirits fully ignited by her words. The united battle intents of the squadron exploded out and ignited John's own fighting spirit as he felt it. He nodded his head in approval at the group, as they truly did seem to be battle-hardened veterans. Such was a group John was sure he would get along well with. Set out, the vice sect leader instructed. Elder Rain nodded his head and looked towards John. Fall in line, he instructed. John obliged and fell in line with the rest of the squadron. The elder walked out of the formation and stood before them, closely inspecting every member. It's been a while since our blades have tasted Bloodfiend blood. Let us whet our blades' appetites once more. We move. Heya! The group once again cried out a war cry in unison, and John joined in as well. Elder Rain turned and strode out of the building, closely followed behind by the squadron. John looked at the vice sect leader. Good luck! A sound transmission from the vice sect leader sounded out in John's mind, surprising him slightly by her sincere tone. John nodded his head and left with the squadron. The vice sect leader watched the group leave before her body vanished from sight.